For 69, the commotion was too big and menacing. Most importantly, the other party's posture did not seem like a friend who came to Mount Hazy to reminisce. Mount Hazy did not hesitate to activate the protective formation, using the ancestral hall as the core of the formation. The originally dark scene of heavy rain and white mist rose from the foot of the mountain and enveloped the top of the mountain. From the inside to the outside, the view on the mountain was as clear as day. From the outside to the inside, ordinary mountain woodsmen and hunters could only see a vast expanse of whiteness when they looked at Mount Hazy. Not only that, there were several strands of white light that were dozens of feet long that swept out from the ancestral hall at the top of the mountain, shuttling back and forth in the mountain mist and rain. They were on high alert. Many of the cultivators in charge of Mount Hazy had already left their respective mansions and headed to the ancestral hall to meet. Deep in their hearts, they naturally hoped that the imposing sword-controlling immortal was a friend and not an enemy. Mount Hazy's sect leader, Lu Yundai, and his son, Lu Tingjiao, were both famous figures in Colorful Robes Nation. One relied on his cultivation base, while the other relied on his father. Beside the father and son, there were dozens of old cultivators, direct disciples, and guest elders of Mount Hazy that were famous in the country. Most of them were in a heavy mood. Everyone could only watch as the golden line got closer and closer to the Hazy Mountain. They could not go out and greet people, right? The world's poorest and richest sword cultivator was one of the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain, and ranked first. He was difficult to deal with because of his great killing power. Not only was his sword fast, but he also ran fast. However, one thing had to be understood. This kind of fast running was mostly done after killing people. If it was in the past, Mount Hazy might still be afraid, but they would not be so mournful. The situation was really unforgiving. The backbones of the temple and battlefield at the foot of the mountain were broken, and the courage of the cultivators on the mountain was almost smashed to pieces. The neighboring mountains gathered together to defend against the enemy, the mountain gods responded to the rescue, or the unauthorized use of the troops at the foot of the mountain to drum up momentum, all became a thing of the past. They could no longer do it. After all, the world had changed. Many immortal rules that had been unshakable for thousands of years suddenly did not work. Because now they had to deal with Dallas native cultivators from time to time, the cave abodes on the mountains of more than 10 countries in Colorful Robes Nation realized that their realm and power were simply made of paper. When Dallas Iron Cavalry went south, they had destroyed a lot of embroidered pillows. Now, on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, almost everyone was startled by the twang of a bow. On the battlefield, Colorful Robes Nation's so-called military strength was the best among the central countries of the continent. Guu Nation's heavily armored infantry, Songshi Nation's light cavalry, and Shu Shui Nation's experts in mountainous warfare. When faced with Dallas Iron Cavalry, they either did not move or were unable to withstand a single blow. After that, they contacted Shichao Nation, Meili Nation, and other vassal states of the Zhuang dynasty further south and did not retreat. Most of them brought a lot of trouble to Su Gaoshan and Cao Gui's 2 Dali Iron Cavalry. On the other hand, Colorful Robes Nation's border army was extremely weak and became a huge joke. It was said that Shu Shui Nation originally had a famous military general with outstanding achievements. After his defeat, it was said that he had learned all his military tactics from Dallas vassal, Song Jianqiang. Unfortunately, he was not proficient enough. His biggest wish in this life was to be able to meet Song Jianqiang once and humbly ask the Dali god of war for the essence of military tactics. Thus, there was a beautiful story of him acknowledging his ancestors. However, the Colorful Robes Nation was not much better off. Not only did the Colorful Robes Nation, which was known to have the most powerful armors, not fight a single battle in this war, the Colorful Robes Nation's royal family had always liked to announce to the public that there was a Jindan Earth Immortal in the capital. They would often spread rumors that were vague, making it difficult for people to tell whether it was true or false. Thus, in the past, the cultivators of Colorful Robes Nation had always hoped to look down on the mountains of the other countries. However, when Dallas Metal Cavalry arrived, the ancient Yu Nation, symbolically at the border, mobilized more than 10,000 border troops. As an elite force in the field, they fought a head-on battle with Dallas Metal Cavalry. Of course, The result was not surprising. A finger of Dallas metal cavalry was thicker than the thigh of the ancient Yu nation. The ancient Yu nation had paid a heavy price for this. The colorful robes nation saw that the situation was not good and surrendered earlier than the ancient Yu nation. Before Dallas' envoy entered the country, they had sent a convoy of envoys led by the Minister of Rights to find Dallas metal cavalry and voluntarily become a vassal of the Song family. This was nothing. The Dali nation then searched through many records of the various countries and mountains. Only then did the world realize that the ancient Yu nation was actually quite deep. There was a hidden Dragon Gate realm sword cultivator from the Zhuiying dynasty who was jointly killed by a group of Dallas military secretaries. The battle was soul-stirring. On the other hand, if Lu Yundai had not broken through and ascended to the Dragon Gate realm in the colorful robes nation, the sea-viewing realm cultivators would have been the leader of the country's immortal masters. Other than the ancient Yu nation's imperial court who looked down on the weak colorful robes nation, the cultivators and heroes of the Jianghu from the neighboring Chushui nation almost laughed their heads off. Lu Yundai was a laurel old man who wore luxurious clothes. His appearance was extremely good. Lu Tingjiao was a handsome young man with slightly sunken eyes. His appearance was not bad, and he wore a snow-white robe that was a high-grade spiritual artifact. His name was Lu Hua. He was 30 years old, but he looked like he was in his 20s. Regardless of whether it was the realm that he had obtained through the use of immortal money or his aptitude, he was still a cultivator of the fifth realm on the surface. In addition, he liked to travel and often made friends with the children of the colorful robes nation's nobles. Therefore, in the colorful robes nation, he was not considered bad. Therefore, in the secular dynasty, he was indeed young, promising, and elegant. However, in the eyes of a true cultivator, especially in the eyes of the colorful robes nation's immortals of the middle five realms and the gods of the five mountains, this Lu Tingjiao was naturally nothing. His Dao heart was not firm, and he liked to indulge in sex. He squandered a large amount of time on the piles of women at the foot of the mountain. If Lu Yundai really wanted to hand over the entire Misty Mountain to his son in the future, there might be an internal conflict. However, in recent years, there had been a rumor quietly spreading. It said that the reason why the Misty Mountain had been able to smoothly hook up with a powerful military general of the Song clan and was expected to become the next imperial tutor of the colorful robes nation was because Lu Tingjiao had helped his father, Lu Yundai, to act as a go-between. If this was true, then the real person did not show his true colors. An old cultivator with a walking stick in his hand asked softly, "Sect Master, forgive this old man's eyesight for not being able to see the true realm of this person. Could it be the legendary Earth Immortal?" Lu Yundai looked calm and replied with a smile, "Earth Immortal Sword Cultivator?" The old cultivator seemed to feel that he had scared himself too much. With the protection of the formation and at the entrance of his own ancestral hall, he should not have lost his sense of propriety. He said resentfully, "That's too shocking. I don't think it's like this." A beautiful woman with an ancient sword hanging on her waist sneered, "So what if it's a passing sword cultivator of the middle five realms? Would he dare to barge into the Misty Mountains formation? Does he really think that our Misty Mountain is a soft persimmon that anyone can pinch?" Lu Tingjiao glanced at the woman's chest that was as tall as a mountain range. He narrowed his eyes and quickly retracted his gaze. This woman's realm was actually not too high. She was in the cave realm. However, as a cultivator, she was proficient in the sword controlling technique of the Jianghu sword masters. She once had a magnificent feat. She used her sword controlling technique to disguise herself as a cave realm sword cultivator and scared away a sea-viewing realm great cultivator of the Brushwater Nation. She was really too hot-tempered and did not understand the situation. She was blinded by her good figure. Lu Tingjiao felt that it was a pity. Otherwise, he would not have retreated in the face of difficulties. He should have put in more effort. However, after the situation in Colorful Clothes Nation was stabilized, father and son had a heart-to-heart talk. Her father had privately promised her that as long as she ascended to the cave realm, her father would be the matchmaker. At that time, Lu Tingjiao could be her Dao companion in reality, but not in name. To put it bluntly, it was taking a concubine on the mountain. A talented young direct cultivator asked softly, Are those Dali cultivators not going to do anything about it? Although he was able to stand here tonight, his seniority was low, so his position was at the back. He was the outstanding disciple of the woman in the cave realm who carried a sword. He carried a sword gifted by the ancestral hall. Because he was a sword cultivator, he was only in the third realm. He had almost exhausted all of his master's savings and tried his best to nourish his natal flying sword. Only then did he have a sword embryo. Now, it was still weak. Therefore, when he saw the sword immortal coming with the wind and thunder momentum, the young cultivator was both yearning and jealous. He wished that person would crash into the great protective formation of the Misty Mountain and be killed on the spot by the flying sword. Perhaps the long sword under the sword immortal's feet would become his personal belonging. After all, he was the only sword cultivator in the Misty Mountain. The golden line at the end of the sky became clearer and clearer. The other party's sword broke through the sky with rolling thunder. The momentum was so great that it affected the spiritual chi of the mountains and rivers of the Misty Mountain. The 6 protective formation flying swords actually trembled slightly. The strict orbit of the stars in the sky actually began to become chaotic. Lu Yundai said softly, "If he's willing to stop outside the formation, it's fine. He's most likely not here to seek revenge." Everyone nodded in agreement. The old cultivator with the walking stick tried his best to open his eyes and look into the distance. He wanted to discern the other party's approximate cultivation level so that it would be easier to deal with him. However, he did not expect that the sword light was so dazzling that it made the eyes of a dignified sea-viewing realm cultivator ache. The old cultivator actually almost burst into tears. The old cultivator was so frightened that he quickly turned his head and did not want to be mistaken as a provocation by the sword immortal. If the sword immortal chose to kill him as a warning to others, he would die an unjust death. He hurriedly switched to the red wooden walking stick with both hands. He bent down and murmured with his head lowered, "How can there be such a sharp sword light in the world? It's already so dazzling from dozens of miles away. There's no doubt that it's an immortal magic treasure. Sect Master, why don't we open the door and welcome the guest? He's just a passing sword immortal, but our Misty Mountain coincidentally activated the formation." The old cultivator, who was getting more and more timid, rambled on. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Those with poor hearing could not hear him at all. As a Dragon Gate realm cultivator and a leading figure of the country's cultivators, Lu Yundai clearly heard his martial uncle's attempt to curry favor with both sides. He laughed and said, "Martial Uncle Hong, the other party is coming for our Misty Mountain. There's no doubt about that." Martial Uncle Hong could not even look directly at the golden sword light, let alone young mountain master Lu Tingjiao, the cave-dwelling realm woman, and her proud disciples. In the end, only Lu Yundai could gaze at the sword light. Lu Yundai seemed to be reminding everyone, but more like he was talking to himself, "He's here." The radiant sword light that illuminated the rain became as bright as day, and the closer it got to Hazy Mountain, the faster it became. The unknown sword immortal riding the sword clearly didn't care about a mountain protecting formation. Without the slightest hesitation, the sword light suddenly became brighter and brighter. At this moment, even Lu Yundai had to squint his eyes to avoid the dazzling sword light that exploded. The sword broke through Misty Mountain's protective mountain formation, which had both offensive and defensive capabilities. It was like a knife cutting through tofu. In a straight line, it crashed into the ancestral master hall at the peak of the mountain. The 6 protective flying swords that had contributed greatly to Misty Mountain were unable to stop it in time. Moreover, they seemed to be innately afraid of the sword immortal's sword. They swayed and tottered. The most terrifying thing was that after the sword broke through the formation, the long golden line that stretched from the horizon to Misty Mountain still did not disappear. The length of the sword chi and the richness of the sword intent were simply shocking. The wind and rain were carried by one person and one sword. Strong winds blew on the peak of the mountain, and spiritual chi boiled. Apart from the old immortal Lu Yundai of Dragon Gate, most of the people from Misty Mountain had their souls unstable and breathing difficult. Some of the cultivators with insufficient realms even staggered back, especially the young man who stood outside the ancestral master hall because of his talent as a sword cultivator. If his master had not secretly pulled on his sleeve, he would have fallen to the ground. At this moment, Misty Mountain was finally able to clearly see the honorable face of the uninvited guest. He was dressed in a green robe, had a slender figure, and was young. The person floated to the ground, and the sword under his feet swept into the scabbard on his back. It was done smoothly and smoothly. Chen Pinggan held his hands in his sleeves and walked forward slowly. He glanced at the relatively calm Lu Yundai and the white-robed Lu Tingjiao, whose eyes were wandering. He smiled and said, "I visited Misty Mountain today to tell you one thing. I am the guardian of Zhao Luan of Beautiful Robes Country's Yanji County. Do you understand?" The old cultivator with the surname Hong, who held a walking stick, lived in seclusion. He had long accepted his fate and handed over all his authority. He only relied on his status as the sect master's martial uncle to enjoy his old age and did not care about worldly affairs. He quickly nodded. "Who cares if I understand or not? I'll pretend to understand first." The woman of Cave Abode Realm, who was proficient in the sword master's sword controlling technique, felt her mouth and tongue dry. She was clearly timid. Her confidence and boldness of "what can a foreigner do to me" was now gone. The proud disciple behind her, who was also a sword cultivator like the visitor, did not even have the courage to face the enemy. Lu Yundai narrowed his eyes. He had some doubts in his heart, but he still had a smile on his face. "Senior Sword Immortal, what do you mean?" The two parties were less than 20 steps apart. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Misty Mountain is interesting. Those who don't understand pretend to understand, and those who understand pretend to not understand. It doesn't matter." After a slight pause, Chen Pinggan looked past the crowd. "This is your ancestral hall, right?" Lu Yundai was still weighing the pros and cons in his heart, but his face was full of anger. "Senior, are you really going to be unreasonable? You didn't explain anything clearly, and you want to use your power to oppress others?" Chen Pinggan turned his head slightly. Lu Yundai's face could not deceive anyone. Chen Pinggan was very familiar with Lu Yundai's fierce appearance and cowardly heart. It was true that he wanted to occupy the moral high ground first. What Lu Yundai really wanted to say, but did not say out loud, was that the current colorful clothes mountain was under Dallas jurisdiction. He wanted Lu Yundai to consider carefully. Now that more than half of the Aquarius continent was the Song clan's territory, how long could he be arrogant as a sword cultivator? Chen Pinggan spoke to Lu Yundai in Dallas official language. "I am from Dali, so if your backer happens to be the Dali cavalry, it might not be useful. Of course, it's up to you to believe it or not. Moreover, my relationship with the Dali Imperial Court is actually quite ordinary." Lu Tingjiao cursed in his heart. "With your hypocritical words, how can the bunch of fence-sitters on Mount Hazy be united against a common enemy and be united as a stronghold?" He, Lu Tingjiao, was indeed a good-for-nothing when it came to cultivation. The rumors in the outside world were not false at all. In fact, his father could not do anything about it. However, his ambition was not to attain immortality on the mountain. It was too far out of his reach. Taking a step back, Lu Tingjiao felt that he was more than qualified to be a mountain master who did not have to personally fight and kill. Chen Pinggan's following words were very straightforward. In fact, to be precise, he had pushed open the door and entered to see Misty Mountain. "As Zhao Luan's path protector, I am visiting Misty Mountain this time. I will not talk nonsense with you. I only want to ask you and your father if one of you covets Zhao Luan's cultivation aptitude and the other covets the young lady's beauty in the future. You only need to say yes or no." Lu Yundai's face darkened. He hated this kind of straightforward style of doing things the most in his life. Lu Tingjiao was about to say something to salvage some of Misty Mountain's reputation and reason. Unexpectedly, the green-robed swordsman laughed and said, "I'll remind you one last time. Your glib words and so-called reason are just you, Lu Yundai, being certain that Misty Mountain will treat Zhao Luan with respect and nurture her wholeheartedly without any improper thoughts. If she is really unwilling to go up the mountain, we will not force her, nor will we use Wu Shuowen's family to threaten her. Furthermore, a fair lady is a good match for a gentleman." Since Lu Tingjiao did not have any substantial offense to Zhao Luan, how can he be convicted? There is also Dallas rule that no one is allowed to provoke on the mountain without permission. Otherwise, they will be held accountable. You are very free and can waste your time. I am very busy. Therefore, I will only ask you the question from before. Answer me yes or no. Chen Pinggan stretched out his hand from his sleeve and rubbed his cheek. He said self-deprecatingly, "No, I cannot have this habit of fighting and nagging. Otherwise, I will be no different from Ma Kuxuan in the past." Chen Pinggan waited quietly for a moment. Nodding his head, Chen Pinggan said, "Then I understand." Chen Pinggan stretched out his hand. The sword immortal in the scabbard on his back came out of the scabbard and was held in his hand. He casually swung his sword forward. The sword chi contained in the sword immortal in his hand was not casual at all. The Misty Mountains ancestral hall was split into two. However, it did not completely collapse. Those with a bit of experience in fighting did not dare to turn their heads. Only those young swordsmen of the Third Realm who were inexperienced on the mountain would stiffly turn their heads to see the result of that sword. Chen Pinggan raised his arm and circled behind him, sheathing his sword. At this moment, Lu Yundai seemed to have sensed something and wanted to take the risk to confirm it. Therefore, one of his hands moved slightly in his sleeve. The peak of Misty Mountain shook loudly. However, it was not the magnificent ancestral hall that was in trouble. Instead, it was the place where the green-clothed sword immortal stood. The earth had shattered, but he was nowhere to be seen. The instant Lu Yundai wanted to move, Chen Pinggan's other hand hidden in his sleeve had already taken out a mind talisman. 20 steps away. You hazy mountain cultivators are all quite bold, swaggering so boldly, getting so close to a pure martial artist who fights with distant roaming martial scholars every day, almost risking his life. Is the physique of a Dragon Gate cultivator so indestructible? There was a loud bang. Chen Pinggan was already standing near Lu Yundai's previous position. As for the sect master of Misty Mountain and the leader of the immortals of the Tsai Empire, he had already been sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices as he fell hundreds of feet away. In Chen Pinggan's line of sight, everyone, including the old cultivator with the surname Hong and Lu Tingjiao, began to retreat. Chen Pinggan patted the blade-strengthening gourd. Flying swords number 1 and number 15, which were already eager to take action, flew out one after another. 2 streaks of fireflies streaked across the sky and nailed themselves into Lu Yundai's palms, causing him to wail. From Chen Pinggan's point of view, this Dragon Gate cultivator must have been used to a smooth-sailing life in the Tsai Empire. It had been too long since he had suffered, so he could not withstand the pain of such minor injuries. Was that why he was similar to Pei Qian? Chen Pinggan looked at Lu Tingjiao and asked, "You are also one of the main characters, so tell me." Lu Tingjiao said uneasily, "Since Senior Sword Immortal is Zhao Luan's Dao Protector, we Mount Hazy cultivators, no matter who we are, will definitely take a detour when we see Zhao Luan in the future." Chen Pinggan said with a smile, "You must be feeling indignant now, thinking that you still have a trump card that you have not used. It's fine, I will wait for you in the Tsai Empire's Yanji County for a few days. Either send someone or send a letter. Give me a sincere answer, or I will have to make a trip back to Mount Hazy." Chen Pinggan glanced at the ancestral hall that could still be repaired. His eyes were deep, so much so that the sword immortal sword on his back was vibrating happily in its scabbard. It was like 2 dragon roars were echoing each other. Golden light constantly overflowed from the scabbard, and sword chi flowed like water. This scene was extremely strange, but it was naturally even more shocking. Chen Pinggan took a deep breath and calmed his mind. He said slowly, "Don't delay my cultivation." Chen Pinggan turned around and took a step forward. His figure swept out of the mountain peak like a wisp of green smoke. He descended and unsheathed his sword immortal sword. Then, he suddenly soared into the sky. In the eyes of the Mount Hazy cultivators, the sword immortal sword had used some unknown method to shatter the offensive flying swords of the mountain's protective array formation. He was in an extremely sorry state. The unfamiliar green-robed man who had broken through Mount Hazy's array formation with a single sword had arrived on his sword and returned on his sword. The sword immortal sword was already gone, but there were still wisps of bone-piercing sword chi lingering around the mountain peak outside the ancestral hall. The young cultivator of the third realm sat on the ground, sweating profusely. The woman of the cave-dwelling realm hurriedly helped him up. Her face was still filled with panic, but she still comforted this proud disciple who had high hopes for her. She lowered her voice and said, "Don't hurt your sword heart. Don't let your mind be in chaos. Quickly calm that natal flying sword. Otherwise, you will have bumps and bruises on your great Tao in the future. But if you can suppress that panic and trembling, it will be a good thing. Although I am not a sword cultivator, I heard that sword cultivators subduing inner demons is a method to sharpen their natal flying sword. Since ancient times, there has been a saying of sharpening one's sword by the lake of one's heart." The disciple's eyes were in a daze. Fortunately, he was reminded by his master, so he was not muddle-headed. He did not even care about the phenomenon in his natal aperture that was nourishing his natal flying sword. The young sword cultivator hurriedly recited the incantation of the Mount Hazis Ancestral Hall's direct disciple. He circulated his spiritual chi and tried his best to calm his mind. No one cared about this pair of master and disciple anymore. This was because everyone had gathered around sect master Lu Yundai. Lu Yundai's face was as pale as a sheet of gold, but his foundation was not damaged. He would be able to recover to his peak after a few years of careful recuperation. This was the silver lining of misfortune. If he had fallen back to the sea-viewing realm after just ascending to the Dragon Gate realm, coupled with the ancestral hall being split into two, Mount Hazy would have been scared out of its wits. Lu Yundai waved his hand and said, "All of you go back first. As for today's disturbance, we will discuss it tomorrow in the ancestral hall, in my misty estate." Everyone retreated, each with their own thoughts. LV Tingjiao accompanied his father to the ancestral hall. Someone still had to close the mountain protecting array. Otherwise, it would cost a small sum of money for every incense stick. On the road, there was a line that was as wide as a finger. It extended out and then divided the Mount Hazis Ancestral Hall into two. Lu Yundai stopped outside the ancestral hall's door and asked, "Did you see anything?" LV Tingjiao shook his head. Lu Yundai's tone was flat. With such a heavy sword chi, how did he manage to leave such a neat sword mark with a casual strike? Generally speaking, he is undoubtedly a genuine sword immortal, but I keep feeling that something is wrong. Facts have proven that this person is indeed not a golden core sword immortal, but a cultivator who does not follow common sense. His skill is that of a martial arts grandmaster, but his aura is that of a sword cultivator. As for his specific background, it is hard to say at the moment, but it is enough to deal with Mount Hazy, which only acts tyrannically in Tsai Kingdom. Tingjiao, since you were the one who successfully roped in General Ma of Dali, you now have two choices. Ma Tingjiao smiled bitterly. "Father, please speak clearly." Lu Yundai covered his chest and coughed incessantly. He waved his hand, indicating that his son did not need to worry. He slowly said, "In fact, it's all a gamble. First, bet on the best outcome. The backer is General Ma, one of the surnames of the Pillar Nation of Dali. If he is willing to accept the money, he will be willing to do the job and stand up for Mount Hazy. According to our way of thinking, act decisively and use the word rules to quickly kill that young man. At that time, Wu Shirowan's death will be nothing. Zhao Wan will be your woman, and Mount Hazy will have another junior who has the potential to become a golden core earth immortal. If you do this, you will go down the mountain with Hong to find General Ma right now. 2. We'll bet on the worst outcome. If we provoke someone we shouldn't and can't afford to provoke, we'll admit defeat and quickly send people to Yenji County. We'll make them admit their mistakes and pay what they should pay. Don't hesitate. Being indecisive and hesitant is the biggest taboo." Lu Tingjiao's expression was bitter. "Father, shouldn't you make the decision when it comes to the survival of the sect and the continuity of our Lu family's ancestral hall?" Lu Yundai shook his head. "I can't see the situation clearly now. Just like when you were rejected by me, you could only rely on Mount Hazy to bet on Dallas Generals. In the end, the entire Mount Hazy was wrong. Only you were right. I feel that in this chaotic world, no one's realm is higher than yours. Therefore, I am willing to believe in your intuition once more. If you bet, you lose everything. If you bet big, you win big. If you lose, your continuity will be cut off. If you win, you can be considered a true friend of General Ma. As for the past, you were just borrowing his power and he was giving you charity. Perhaps in the future, you can even take the opportunity to cling on to the surname of the Pillar Nation. Lu Tingjiao said softly, what if that person is really from Dali? Lu Yundai sneered. So what if he is from our side? Our Shishu Hong is loyal and devoted to Mount Hazy and my Ma family. Our Dali, Yuan, and Cao surnames of the Pillar Nations are amiable. That General Ma doesn't have any competitors in the army that he dislikes. Killing an unruly sword immortal to establish his might. Even if General Ma has a firm foothold in the beautiful Robes Nation and stands out from the other regents of similar ranks, isn't it still a gamble? Lu Tingjiao asked tentatively, from father's tone, you are leaning towards the first option? Lu Yundai sighed. Apart from his son's mediocre aptitude and hopelessness in cultivation, his other weakness was that he was too cunning and too smart. Most of the time, this was a good thing. However, at certain moments, it was hard to say. He could forge ahead and assess the situation. However, when a person was smart, they were often afraid of death and responsibility. The reason why Lu Yundai had held back his anger and risked his life to break through to the Dragon Gate realm was because he was worried that Lu Tingjiao would not be able to convince the masses in the future. The Lu family's power in Mount Hazy had fallen. For example, the woman who had a sword cultivator disciple, or Shishu Hong who suddenly had an interest in power. Many of the new consecrated guests were not easy to deal with. Otherwise, there would have been 7 or 8 more people outside the ancestral hall. Lu Yundai suddenly spat out a mouthful of congested blood. It looked scary, but it was actually a good thing. His mind seemed to have opened up a little, and the qi in his body was no longer stagnant. Lu Yundai's eyes suddenly widened. He rushed to the edge of the cliff and looked over with rapt attention. He saw a pocket-sized flying sword hovering not far from the bottom of the cliff and a talisman that was about to burn out. Lu Yundai stamped his foot and finally began to panic. It was very likely a child-mother echo talisman. Even if it wasn't, there were thousands of talisman in the world. Most of them were talisman papers with similar effects. That bastard was truly sinister. As expected, the sword beam broke through the rain outside the mountain river array formation and arrived. The old man with a walking stick who had just returned to his residence stood motionless in his original spot as a sign of respect. The woman at the cave abode realm managed to stabilize her disciple's mind with great difficulty. In the end, when the thunder and sword beam returned to Mount Hazy, she discovered that her young disciple's breathing was chaotic. His expression was even uglier than the sect master who had suffered a punch and 2 flying swords. The woman gritted her teeth and pressed down on her sword. She rushed back to the mountain peak, thinking of fighting that person to the death. If this disciple damaged the foundation of his great Tao, his sword heart would be covered in dust and he would no longer have a future. Would she really have to be Ma Tingjiao's bed-warming concubine in the future? At the peak of Mount Hazy, the azure-clothed youth once again landed on the mountain peak. After patting the blade-strengthening gourd, the flying sword Chu Yi that was secretly hiding outside the cliff rushed back into the gourd. This time, the sword was too lazy to return to its scabbard. It slowly rose and finally hovered beside Chen Pinggan. Just as it was about to reach out and grab it, the sword tip pointed straight at Lu Yundai in front of the ancestral master hall. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "General Ma, right? Aren't you going to pay a visit with me and your father?" His sleeves were fluttering. His words were pleasant, but his aura was not light at all. Especially the sword tip, golden sword qi condensed into a water droplet. It dripped onto the ground and rapidly spread with a dazzling halo. For some reason, Lu Tingjiao recalled the words "Don't delay my cultivation." His legs went limp. Lu Yundai cupped his fists and bowed to the ground. "Senior Sword Immortal, we admit defeat and are sincerely convinced. If Senior does not believe me, I, Lu Yundai, can go to the Ancestral Master Hall and use 3 drops of my heart's blood to light 3 incense sticks. I will swear to the heavens in the name of my ancestors." Chen Pinggan was silent for a moment before he finally said, "But you still need an ancestral master hall to burn incense, right?" This was the first time Lu Yundai felt such fear ever since he ascended to the middle 5 realms. The ancestral master hall was never a dispensable existence. It was half the life of all the immortal abodes on the mountain. Lu Tingjiao's expression kept changing. He wanted to break out of this hopeless situation. Chen Pinggan suddenly stared at Lu Yundai and asked, "Between Ma Tingjiao's life and the survival of Mount Hazis Ancestral Master Hall, which will you choose?" Lu Tingjiao was burning with anxiety. He knelt on the ground, his face covered in tears. He begged for mercy. "Father, this is a vicious plan to sow discord. Don't listen to it so easily." Lu Yundai and Chen Pinggan looked at each other. They did not look at their son and slowly raised their hands. With such an obvious action, it was naturally not a desperate move to shed all pretense of cordiality with that sword immortal. Lu Tingjiao's heart trembled. He did a somersault and frantically rushed backward, trying his best to escape. The reed flower daoist robe on his body helped him a lot. His speed was not inferior to a sea-viewing cultivator. Even if the chances of escaping alive were extremely slim, Ma Tingjiao could not just wait for death. Moreover, he would be beaten to death by his father outside the ancestral master hall. How could he not know his father's ambitious and ruthless nature? He would really kill him to turn a big problem into a small one. At the very least, he would use this to tide over the current crisis. Moreover, Ma Tingjiao had a sliver of hope in his heart. As long as he escaped from the sword immortal's sight, then his father might lose the opportunity to make a move. At that time, it would be his vicious and merciless father's turn to settle the score with the sword immortal. Chen Pinggan glanced at Lu Tingjiao, whose aura had already been locked onto by Lu Yundai from afar. He said expressionlessly, "Lu Yundai, go burn incense in the ancestral master hall and let this matter pass. People who cultivate the Tao still have to talk about repaying one's blessings. You should pay more attention to the matter at hand." Lu Yundai hurriedly withdrew his hand, turned around, and walked towards the ancestral master hall in large strides. He suppressed the sorrow in his heart and removed the mountain and river array. Facing the memorial tablets and hanging portraits, he dripped 3 drops of his heart's blood and silently lit 3 secret incense sticks. Using the immortal secret technique that was rumored to be able to ascend to the heavens and descend to the underworld, he acted according to the agreement and offered sacrifices to his ancestors. With the incense sticks in his hand, he loudly swore a venomous oath. When the cave-dwelling realm woman arrived at the mountain peak, she happened to hear the oath from the ancestral master hall of Misty Mountain. In her eyes, she saw the green-robed sword immortal with a jade hairpin on his head and a gourd on his waist. The mountain rain fell, blowing the young man's hair and sleeves endlessly. That person flew backwards and lightly stepped on the sword immortal that followed him like a shadow. A wisp of golden light drew a large circle in the sky above Misty Mountain and headed south. It was as if the ancient immortal had drawn a large circle in the mortal world with a brush. Not only this woman whose mind was swaying, but almost all the cultivators of Misty Mountain had similar thoughts in their minds. They were incessantly agitated. The bearing of a sword immortal was unparalleled. But in the distance, a person and a sword rapidly broke through the entire curtain of rain and the thick sea of clouds. Suddenly, the world was illuminated as the sun hung high in the sky. Chen Pinggan changed from a standing posture to a strange sitting posture that was slightly suspended in the air. He was connected to the sword immortal's aura, so he was able to sit stably. However, it was definitely not the kind of telepathic connection that sword cultivators had with swords. It was the legendary realm where sword immortals seemed to be connected to the grotto heavens. It was a new fist stance in the mountain-shaking manual. It was called corpse stance. This was because it was recorded in the fist manual that the ancient gods entrenched themselves in the heavenly courts like corpses. Chen Pinggan was able to travel on his sword because he was standing on a sword immortal. He had to endure the pain of the astral winds. Apart from his abnormally tough physique, it was also thanks to this sitting stance that was as immovable as a mountain. Kui Cheng once said that the fist stance was dead and was not considered brilliant. It depended on the state of mind of the person practicing the fist stance, whether they could produce boldness and aura. An ordinary rudimentary fist stance could also lead one to the end of the martial Tao. Under the illumination of the sun, the green-robed swordsman sat on the sword immortal. Man and sword, sword and heart, clear and bright. 470. At dawn, at the city gate of Yenji County in Tsai Kingdom, a group of wandering Jianghu heroes were waiting for the gate to open. Among them, a famous Jianghu figure of Shui Kingdom was sitting high on his horse. He was rubbing a piece of white jade handle in his palm. He had nothing to do, so he looked around and saw a travel-worn young wanderer coming from afar. He looked tired, but his eyes were not cloudy. The old man thought that the young man should be a martial artist, but judging from the depth of his steps, his skill should not be too high. The old man continued to look around. He saw some women and young girls, but unfortunately, most of them were village women. Their skin was dry and their looks were average. He was a little disappointed. He hoped that after entering the city, the women of Yenji County would not all be like this. The young man in green looked at the crowd outside the city gate and walked to a breakfast stall. There were no more chairs to sit on, so he asked the stall owner for some white sugar cakes and a bowl of porridge. After receiving the pastries and porridge, the stall owner wanted to remind him to return the bowl and chopsticks. However, when he saw the long sword on the customer's back, he swallowed his words. People of Jianghu should be polite. After the young wanderer paid the bill, he squatted by the roadside and ate the pastries and porridge. He ate and drank very slowly. When the young man with the sword returned the bowl and chopsticks to the stall owner, the city gate had already opened. He stood by the roadside and waited. The old man put away the beautiful jade handle in his hand and could not help but glance at the young wanderer. He smiled knowingly. When he was his age, he was no longer in such dire straits. Chen Pingan ignored the old man's scrutinizing gaze and followed the crowd into the city after handing in the pass. It was not that Chen Pingan did not want to return to the house on his sword, but that he was really exhausted. After going back and forth from Yenji County to Hazy Mountain, if he continued, he would not be practicing the corpse boxing stance anymore. He would be a corpse falling from the sky. Although the stance could benefit the soul as long as he could sit still, the benefits to the soul would come at the expense of his body and vitality. Overdoing it would be as bad as not doing enough. However, it was indeed a good idea to travel on the sword in the future in a corpse boxing stance. Although it was possible to do so in the Aquarius continent, it might not work in the North continent where swordsmen were as common as clouds. After all, over there, anyone who disliked someone could come up with such a ridiculous reason and cause both parties to fight until their brains splattered everywhere. Chen Pingan did not go directly to the old fisherman's house. Instead, he went to the city god pavilion. However, after asking, he found out that the city god lord had changed. It was not the golden city god lord Shen. Chen Pingan sighed. This could not be considered as the imperial court of the colorful robes nation burning the bridge after crossing the river. Yenji County was an important place of the nation. After Chen Pingan's golden body died, a new city god was needed to inherit the deity position and be responsible for supervising the county's mountains and rivers. Chen Pingan did not enter. Instead, he followed a path that he had taken in the past and came to a secluded local temple. The temple was too small and there was no temple attendant. Even if he came here to burn incense and pray, he would bring his own incense. It was here that he bid farewell to Yenji County's golden city god, Shen Wen. Chen Pingan thought for a moment and then stepped over the threshold. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, he took out 3 incense sticks. The fragrance was fresh and clean. It was a genuine product from the mountains. Not only could it be used to drive away mosquitoes, it could also be used to ward off evil spirits in the marketplace. Back then, on the way to the lion's garden, the person who gave them the incense caught up with them and passed them a bamboo incense tube. After checking, he found that there were a total of 24 precious incense sticks. When he went down the mountain this time, he left most of the incense sticks in Luopo Mountain, but he only brought 3 incense sticks with him in case of emergency. He did not expect to use them now. Offering incense was a taboo among the gods. However, in places like the city god pavilion and Wenwu temple, There was no harm in offering incense. Chen Pinggan gently twisted the incense stick. It burned without a fire. Chen Pinggan stood still. He raised the incense stick above his head and said in his heart. Finally, he inserted the 3 incense sticks into a bronze cauldron. He closed his eyes for a moment and turned to leave. When he returned to the house in the small alley, Chen Pinggan knocked on the door again. This time, it was not Zhao Shuxia who opened the door. It was Zhao Luan. When she saw Chen Pinggan, the little girl's eyes were dim. Mr. Fisherman Wu Shuoan and Zhao Shuxia stood by the projector wall in the courtyard. Chen Pinggan had been with Pei Qian and the little girl in pink for a long time. He wanted to rub their heads and deal with it. However, he suddenly remembered that Luan was still a young girl. He could only smile and say, "It's okay. The cultivators from Misty Mountain are reasonable. Luan, from now on, you can follow me and cultivate." Zhao Shuxia secretly clenched his fist to express his congratulations. As expected, Mr. Chen, who taught him fist techniques, was omnipotent. Although Wu Shuoan had a lot of questions, he could not ask them in front of the 2 children. He only smiled and nodded at Chen Pinggan. Then, they walked back to the hall in the backyard. However, this time, Zhao Shuxia and Zhao Luan still drank tea to nourish their souls. On the other hand, Chen Pinggan took out 2 pots of Wuti wine and gave one to the fisherman. Wu Shuoan said regretfully, "It's a pity that Luan and Shuxia are still too young. They can't drink." Wu Shuoan only took a sip and could not bear to drink more. He smiled and said, "I'll keep it for now. When the 2 children are older and drinking becomes normal, I'll take it out." Chen Pinggan quickly took out another pot of Wuti wine. He stood up and placed it in front of Wu Shuoan. He said helplessly, "Mr. Wu's ability to cheat wine is not small. Just drink, I have more." Wu Shuoan did not hold back at all. He drank Chen Pinggan's wine and did not show any mercy. "Child Chen, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain." Chen Pinggan smiled and raised his wine pot. Wu Shuoan did the same. They clinked their cups and drank. Chen Pinggan did not plan to talk about the journey to Misty Mountain in detail. He looked at Mr. Fisherman, who was in a good mood, and said softly, "Mr. Wu, the matter of Misty Mountain has been completely resolved. If you are still worried, you can travel to other countries. It's not bad. After all, it's time for Shuxia and Luan to broaden their horizons and see more of the world. Even if it's to accumulate some Jianghu experience, it's still a good thing." Wu Shuoan nodded and said, "Okay." Chen Pinggan sipped his wine with a smile on his face. He chatted with Wu Shuoan and asked about the situation of the Jianghu in Colorful Clothes Kingdom and Comb Kingdom. Occasionally, he would look at the young man who seemed to be envious of the pure wine and the young lady who stole glances at him from time to time. Chen Pinggan's state of mind returned to peace. It was as if he had returned from 2 ends of a ruler to the middle. Actually, Zhao Shuxia was very familiar with the matter of drinking tea in the room for the first time. He was not reserved at all and was obviously used to drinking it. This was what Chen Pinggan admired the most about Wu Shuoan. Zhao Luan had the aptitude for cultivation. This was already a world of difference from Zhao Shuxia. Moreover, Zhao Luan was very talented in cultivation. This meant that according to common sense, the Zhao Luan who needed Zhao Shuxia's protection in the past would not even need a few years to make Zhao Shuxia, who only knew how to practice martial arts, disappear on the path of cultivation. Of course, Wu Shuoan was aware of this point. However, this kind of immortal tea that cost immortal money was still drunk by Zhao Luan. Zhao Shuxia also drank it. There was no difference in status. He was not cultivating the siblings as disciples. He was clearly raising them as his own children. To put it bluntly, many parents in sects might not be so unbiased towards their own children. Chen Pinggan felt that this old Confucian, who did not have a high cultivation, was a true gentleman. It was precisely because of this that he did not dare to give more wine. He had already thought of some things to do, but he had to think about it again and again. For example, should he give Zhao Luan immortal money on the path of cultivation? How should he give it? How much should he give? Would Mr. Wu accept it? How could he accept it? Even if he accepted it, how could he let Mr. Wu feel at ease? After going around in circles, Chen Pinggan felt that it was indeed as Ma Duyi said. He was not straightforward in doing things. However, he could not change it in a short time. Chen Pinggan suddenly said apologetically, "Mr. Wu, I have something to tell you. I may teach Xuxia a few more stances today. At the latest, I will leave for Shui country before the night ban. I will be in a hurry. Therefore, even if you plan to travel to Shui country first, we will not be able to travel together." Wu Shuoan nodded. On the path of cultivation, one should not be delayed by worldly affairs. This is not a derogatory statement. It is the truth. Chen Pinggan stood up. As he rolled up his sleeves, he said to Zhao Xuxia, "Let's go to the courtyard. I will teach you a qi cultivation formula, a stance, and a stance. Just these 3 things. Don't think it's too little." Wu Shuoan wanted to avoid suspicion. After all, regardless of whether it was the fist technique or the cultivation formula, even between fellow disciples, one should not casually listen to it. He wanted to pull Zhao Luan away, but the usually obedient and sensible girl was unwilling to leave. The old man was a little confused. Chen Pinggan also noticed the situation in the room. He hesitated and smiled. "It's okay. There is no harm in listening. However, allow me to say one more thing. Do not leak it out. Only the 4 of us are allowed to know." Wu Shuoan sighed, shook his head, and left alone. Zhao Luan rested her chin on her hands and sat on the side of the door. She said softly, "Mr. Chen, just tell my brother the formula. I won't eavesdrop. I will just watch you guys practice." Chen Pinggan was indeed worried that the formula for the 18 halting sword aura would clash with the secret method that Zhao Luan was currently practicing. Therefore, he used the method of a martial artist and told Zhao Xuxia the formula. He repeated it 3 times until Zhao Xuxia nodded and said that he had memorized it. Only then did Chen Pinggan begin to teach the youth a sword furnace stance, a new stance that was mixed with the big dragon of autumn school, a new stance that was mixed with the vermilion ape shape, and the 6-step stance. These were the fundamentals of martial arts. No matter how hard he practiced, it would not be excessive. He believed that with Mr. Wu watching, Zhao Xuxia would not harm his body. Not only did Chen Pinggan personally practice the stance and boxing stance, but he also explained to Zhao Xuxia patiently and meticulously. He took them apart step by step, explained clearly sentence by sentence, and then put them together again. He explained clearly the purpose and outline of the boxing stance and boxing stance. Finally, he talked about the various mysteries and subtle meanings that extended out. If there was something that Zhao Xuxia did not understand, for example, he would repeatedly explain the current steps while rubbing his hands together. Zhao Xuxia was naturally not stupid. He was much better than Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi was a blockhead. Even someone who could make Chen Pinggan so patient could not help but scratch his head. He wished that he could learn from the Bamboo House Elder's method of punching. Don't understand? 1 or 2 enlightenment points. Not enough. Then 2 punches. Zhao Luan rested her chin on her hands and looked at the 2 people in the courtyard. Her mouth was full of smiles. In fact, on the path of cultivation, whether it was her brother Zhao Xuxia or her master, they would all have a lot of troubles. For example, she would be afraid of being looked at by many people. She was actually very timid. For example, when her brother saw those cultivators of the same age as him, he would be envious and disappointed. He did not hide it well. Her master would often be alone in a daze. He would worry about his daily necessities and would frown because of family affairs. Zhao Luan felt that she was no longer a little girl who did not know anything. In the courtyard, Mr. Chen, who looked more like a scholar than before, was still teaching her brother fist techniques with his sleeves rolled up. In her mind, when he walked or struck a fist stance, it was no less impressive than when he was riding a sword on a long journey. However, after reuniting with Mr. Chen, he obviously still treated her like a child. She was very happy, but also a little unhappy. Zhao Xuxia cooked for lunch. Chen Pinggan also helped. Master told Mr. Chen that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. However, he ate a lot of food and drank a lot of wine. He drank until his face was red. In the afternoon, Mr. Chen still patiently practiced with her brother and demonstrated it over and over again. When it was close to dusk, Chen Pinggan looked at the sky and smiled at Zhao Shuxia. Okay, that's it. Remember, you can't neglect the 6-step stance. Try to do it until you reach 500,000 punches. Follow the method I taught you. Before you punch, assume the stance. If you feel that it's not meaningful or even slightly wrong, don't punch the stance. Then, when you're tired from the stance, use the formula I taught you to practice the sword furnace stance. We're both stupid, so we'll just use the stupid method to practice. One day, at a certain moment, you'll have a flash of inspiration. Even if that day comes late, there's no need to rush. Chen Pinggan gently smoothed down his sleeves and patted Zhao Shuxia's shoulder. All right, that's all for now. Zhao Shuxia wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhao Luan had already stood up. Chen Pinggan said, I'm going to talk to Mr. Wu about something and then I'll leave. Chen Pinggan found Wu Shuoan practicing calligraphy in the house. He sighed and decided to tell him the truth. At the end of the day, the script he had prepared was useless. Mr. Wu, Luan is your disciple. Logically speaking, I shouldn't tell her what to do. However, Luan is now at a crucial point in her cultivation. It's a good thing for her to reach the cave-dwelling realm as soon as possible. So, I've prepared a sum of money. Wu Shuoan smiled and said nothing. Chen Pinggan had to bite the bullet and said, I also have a few talisman pieces as a parting gift. Of course, there's also a copy of the swordsmanship manual and a magic sword I bought from a celestial shop. It's called Chu Huang. Of course, it's an imitation and it's not of high quality. I'll give it to Zhao Shuxia for self-defense. Regarding Zhao Shuxia's sword practice, I hope Mr. Wu can help me check it out. When Zhao Shuxia's fist practice reaches a certain level, I'll give him the swordsmanship manual and Chu Huang's imitation sword. To tell you the truth, if Mr. Wu agrees, I'd like to take Zhao Shuxia as my unofficial disciple. In the future, if we're fated, and Zhao Shuxia is willing, Mr. Wu won't object, we'll officially become master and disciple. Wu Shuoan gestured for Chen Pinggan to sit down. When Chen Pinggan sat down, he smiled and said, Why? Are you worried that I'll be embarrassed? Then you've underestimated the importance of Zhao Shuxia and Luan in my heart. Wu Shuoan sighed and said, Zhao Shuxia is fine. I don't have to do much. In fact, I can't do much. So, if you're willing to take him as your unofficial disciple and wait for a few years before deciding whether to take him as your official disciple, of course, it's Zhao Shuxia's great fortune. I don't have any objections. But to be honest, leading Luan in cultivation, I'm really strapped for cash. How can a hero be without a penny? This is the truth. I'm not asking for credit or complaining to you. Over the years, in order not to delay Luan's cultivation, I've borrowed money from my friends on the mountain more than a few times. The old man sighed and then laughed and said, Now that you've exposed your family's dirty linen and said these things, can you rest assured and give us immortal money? There's no harm in giving more. My old bones don't have the ability to fight to the death with people, but it's not difficult to carry some immortal money. Chen Pinggan took out the manuscript Swordsmanship Classics, a yellow sword, and 3 golden talisman. Then, he took out a handful of immortal money and gently placed it on the desk. At first, Wu Shuoan stroked his beard and smiled. When he saw the immortal money, he was silent for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Are you running a bank on the mountain? The small summer money is fine, but why are there 3 grains of grain rain money? Chen Pinggan was stunned and said, This is too little. Do you really want me to sell everything I have? Wu Shuoan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect Chen Pinggan to be so shameless. The old man picked out the 3 grains of grain rain money and said firmly, Take it back. There's no need for this. In the future, when Luan reaches the cave realm, I won't stop you if you give her more. Not now. Chen Pinggan didn't insist. Chen Pinggan put away the 3 grains of grain rain money, which was originally his trump card, and said goodbye with a fist salute, Mr. Wu, you don't have to send me off. Wu Shuoan stood up and said, Then, just send me to the door. This is a courtesy. When they left the house and came to the courtyard, Zhao Luan had already taken Chen Ping'an's bamboo hat. Zhao Shuxia smiled and said, Luan Luan and I will send Mr. Chen to the city gate. Chen Ping'an took the hat and shook his head. No, I plan to hurry. Zhao Shuxia scratched his head. Zhao Luan said timidly, then send me to the door. Chen Ping'an smiled and nodded. Wu Shuoan walked back into the house and looked at the items and divine coins on the table. He smiled and shook his head, thinking that it was unbelievable. However, when the old man saw the 3 golden talisman papers, he understood. He was still the same person, but he had become a young man from a teenager. Wu Shuoan stroked his beard and smiled. Thanks to Luan Luan, I've finally seen more than 1 grain rain money in my life. Outside the house, Chen Ping'an put on the bamboo hat and prepared to leave on his sword. He was going to the Jianshui mountain villa in Shushui Nation, where he still needed to eat hot pot. Zhao Shuxia was still okay. He didn't seem too sad about parting. He kept chatting with Chen Ping'an. The little girl didn't say a word. Zhao Shuxia suddenly remembered something and said that he would go back first, and let Luan Luan say goodbye to Mr. Chen. Chen Ping'an couldn't help but laugh. Did you use your cleverness in the wrong place? Zhao Luan lowered her head. It was as if there was no need to say goodbye if she didn't speak. Chen Ping'an hesitated for a moment, but still patted the little girl's head gently and called her Luan Luan. Zhao Luan looked up, blushing slightly. Chen Ping'an wasn't stupid. The way the little girl looked at him was different. Sometimes, the word like was written in the eyes even if it wasn't said. Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and said softly, Luan Luan, let me tell you something. Just treat it as a small promise between us, okay? Zhao Luan was a little flustered, but she was also looking forward to it. Chen Ping'an smiled and said, you like me, right? Zhao Luan's face turned red. Chen Ping'an smiled and said, I like you too, but it's different because I already have a girl in my heart. But for now, you can still like me. I don't think it's wrong. Just like the Chen Ping'an in your heart, Mr. Chen. But I hope that in the future, when you grow up a little, maybe in 3 years, 5 years, or even longer, 10 years, maybe you will meet a good boy or young man. At that time, don't be afraid. After thinking about it seriously, if you find that you really like him, don't miss him, okay? Zhao Luan blinked. Chen Ping'an smiled and said, okay, I'll take it that you agree if you don't say anything. Chen Ping'an adjusted his bamboo hat and said, let's go. The sword immortal unsheathed and flew away on his sword. Zhao Luan looked up. A head quietly poked out from the door. But the boy didn't know that there was someone standing behind him. And it was obvious that this person was more experienced than him. The old monk had already turned around. Zhao Luan turned around and saw her master's back and Zhao Shuxia's head. Zhao Luan lowered her head and covered her face with her hands as she ran into the house. Zhao Shuxia ran after Zhao Luan and said, Luan Luan, I didn't hear a single word. Or I'll take your surname. A voice came from the front. Master is the one who didn't see or hear anything. As a Confucian disciple, he should see and hear nothing indecent. But Shuxia, that's not necessarily the case. Master saw it with his own eyes. He stuck his butt out and listened for a long time. Zhao Shu stopped abruptly and started running towards the main entrance without hesitation. Luan Luan would always fly into a rage out of humiliation, and he couldn't fight back. Above the sea of clouds, Chen Ping'an wiped the sweat off his forehead. He felt more tired than running through Hazy Mountain twice. Zhu Lian was really asking for a beating. What was the point of wearing a bamboo hat? But after complaining, Chen Ping'an sat on the sword immortal and smiled knowingly. In the end, he still treated Luan Luan as a little girl. Liking someone was like a gluttonous child who liked a stick of candied hawthorn or a piece of cake. Liking someone wasn't a true liking, but it wasn't a true love between a man and a woman. It was more about dependence, trust, and the joy and sorrow of that coincidence. What was wrong with being liked in such a clean and pure way? Even if she wasn't liked in the future, it was another kind of beauty for the little girl to have a man she truly liked. Chen Ping'an said loudly, Go. Go to higher places. The sword celestial beneath his feet quickly descended. On a small mountain road at the border between colorful clothes country and brushing water country, a man in a green robe walked slowly. He carried a big bamboo box on his back and held a rough mountain walking stick that he had casually chopped out. He had already walked for more than 100 miles on the mountain road. Finally, he walked into a dilapidated ancient temple in the night. It was full of cobwebs. The statues of the 4 heavenly kings of Buddhism were still the same as before. They fell to the ground, and gusts of wind blew into the ancient temple from time to time. The young man made a bonfire, then closed his eyes and dozed off. He seemed to be worried that the spirits and ghosts in the book would appear. He wanted to sleep, but he didn't dare to. After about midnight, there was the sound of laughter and chatter of orioles and swallows. It came closer from afar. He was like a scholar in a green robe who was traveling with a book. He lowered his head and the corners of his mouth curled up. When he raised his head and looked outside, he was already at a loss and surprised. The ancient temple occupied a large area. Therefore, the bonfire was not close to the gate. There were 3 graceful women in colorful dresses. There was a young girl with almond-shaped eyes and a round face. There was a tall woman in her 20s with her hair in a high bun. There was also a plump woman with fluffy hair and a smooth bun. They were playing and playing. Among them, the beautiful woman was particularly trembling. They laughed together and floated into the ancient temple. Then, they saw the young man with his eyes wide open. They were a little timid and shyly stopped. They gathered together and slowed down. They pushed each other toward the bonfire and the scholar. The beautiful woman seemed to be braver. She squatted down and reached out to warm herself by the fire. She looked straight at the young man. The tall woman stood at the side and looked down coldly. She seemed to be sure that the young man was not a dangerous playboy. The girl with almond-shaped eyes was the most shy. She stood sideways and crossed her fingers. She lowered her head and stared at the embroidered shoes that exposed the hem of her skirt. The woman was suddenly stunned. Because the young scholar suddenly laughed. It seemed that he could not hold back the fake seriousness from before. The plump woman who had been squatting down actually took out an embroidered handkerchief from her snow-white breasts. She gently fanned herself and said in a soft voice, "Young master, are you hot? I suddenly feel that the clothes on my body are a little thick." Chen Pingan had been reaching out to the bonfire. He smiled and said, "If you feel hot, do you still need to warm yourself by the fire?" The woman was speechless. Then, she rolled her eyes charmingly and laughed. "Young master really knows how to joke. I think you must be a man who understands women's feelings." Chen Pingan laughed and said, "Then you can laugh a little longer." As a result, the charming and enchanting woman laughed for a while. Soon, she could not laugh anymore. However, she was not willing to admit defeat. She licked the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, "Young master's appearance is very handsome. Your words are also pleasant to the eye. I wonder if they are useful?" Chen Pingan still smiled and said, "Auntie, you also know how to joke." The woman's smiling face stiffened. Chen Pingan, who had deliberately used this appearance to revisit his old home, sized up the 3 people again. In the end, he looked at the most timid girl and said with a smile, "Okay, I know your background. We've dealt with each other before." Of the 3 women, the plump woman was at a loss. She covered her breasts with an embroidered handkerchief. The tall woman frowned. The young girl turned a deaf ear. She was still embarrassed. Chen Pingan added a dry branch to the bonfire. He still looked at the girl wearing embroidered shoes with a smile. He really did not know if she had a bad memory or if she really liked to be clean. Whether it was her embroidered shoes or her skirt, she still walked on the mountain path without a trace of dust. He said slowly, "You don't remember? Then I'll help you remember. About 7 years ago, there were 4 foreigners sitting here with me. A bearded hero, a young Daoist priest, a refined scholar, and a shabby youth. Later on, we met again at the Swordwater Manor." The almond-eyed girl no longer turned to face Chen Pingan. She covered her mouth and laughed. "How can I not remember? That time, I suffered a great loss at the hands of you and that bastard old song. Now, when I think of this tragic matter, my little heart still hurts. You stinky men, You don't know how to be tender and protective of the fairer sex. You killed my 2 pitiful maids just like that. If I'm not wrong, young master, you're that young man who was the most ruthless in destroying flowers back then, right? Oh my, you're really getting more and more handsome as you grow up. I wonder what you're here for this time. She put her hands behind her back and walked half a circle around the bonfire. From beginning to end, she kept a certain distance from Chen Pingan. What? Could it be that young master is not as young and ignorant as before? Could it be that you're beginning to understand the taste of women? After tasting the women of the mortal world, you're a little tired of them and want to come here to try something new? You want to try out the skills of us ghostly beauties in bed? Chen Pingan waved his hand. I don't dare. I know that madam likes to eat stir-fried hearts and livers. It's best if it's a cultivator, because it doesn't have an earthy taste. Chen Pingan glanced at the entrance of the ancient temple. It seems that after old Senior Song sacrificed his sword, he killed many of your ghostly otherworldly items in one breath. Now, you're no longer as powerful as before. The almond-eyed girl curled her lips. She stretched out an embroidered shoe and gently fiddled with the bonfire. Tell me, what do you want to do by luring us to show up this time? Chen Pingan asked. After the battle at the Sword Water Villa, the original 4 devils of the Comb Water country suffered heavy casualties. Some died, some ran away, and… Forget it, let's not talk about this. I already knew this. However, I heard that in the beautiful clothes country, there were soon new 4 devils of the Comb Water country. Some of them took advantage of the situation and rose to power. She squatted down and sighed. 2 of them died. They didn't have the life to enjoy life. They were casually killed by a cultivator from Dali called Secretary Wu. Fortunately, he listened to my advice. He did prosper, but I regretted it so much. A few years ago, during the turmoil and chaos of war, that fellow's business suddenly flourished, and he gathered a large group of vicious ghosts. His army was strong and his horses were strong, and he never provoked the Great Li's barbarians. His days were so happy, and he even received a title from the imperial court that made me jealous. Not only did he no longer mention the title of 4 evils of Comb Water country, even I was almost kidnapped by that beast to be his mistress. In this world, it's hard for a human to live, and it's hard for a ghost to live. What kind of trouble is this? Chen Pingan had been staring at her, but in fact, he was also looking at the 2 female ghosts out of the corner of his eyes. She, who looked like a young girl, was a ghost with a high cultivation in the Comb Water country. However, this was not important for Chen Pingan at the moment. The important thing was that when the old sword sage Song Yutian of the Comb Water country faced her, he found the old almanac and said, "You should abstain from fasting and seek wealth." Then the female ghost took out a small coin, and Senior Song actually let her go. At first, Chen Pingan really thought that it was because of the old almanac. The female ghost, who was famous in the Comb Water country, was lucky that night. Later, when he went to the restaurant in the town with Senior Song to eat hot pot, he chatted with him. It turned out that among the 4 devils of the Comb Water country, this female ghost had the most complicated life experience and style. She was the kind of ghost that could be killed without injustice, but not killing her was not necessarily a bad thing. Chen Pingan sighed and said, "Tell me, how many men in the world of the living have you killed over the years?" She rolled her eyes and said, "What do you mean by cruel? It's really unpleasant to hear. You and I are willing. They get the pleasure of men and women, and my sisters get the yang qi. They don't have to become ghosts and never be reincarnated. Everyone is happy. Of course, if I really meet those guys who you cultivators don't care about and the government can't control, I don't mind cooking a few dishes of fried hearts and livers." Chen Pingan didn't say a word. He seemed to have remembered some old things. She put her hands behind her back and said, "I really didn't recognize you. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have recognized you even if I was beaten to death. Back then, you looked quite a tanned young man. It's said that a woman changes 18 times before she grows up. Are you men the same?" Chen Pingan said as if he was joking, "Since you can't recognize me even if I beat you to death, I can consider not killing you." She glanced at the green robe on this guy and suddenly became angry. She turned her head and glared at the tall woman. Don't think that I don't know that you're still fooling around with that poor scholar. Are you thinking that one day, he'll help you escape the sea of suffering? Do you believe that I won't deliver you to that bastard tonight? He's now an upright mountain deity. A mountain deity taking a concubine. Even if it's not as glorious as marrying a wife, it's still not bad. When she said these words, the almond-eyed girl's eyes were pitch black and a baleful aura lingered around her body. A scarlet color slowly flowed on her pair of embroidered shoes, as if blood was flowing on the shoes. The tall female ghost looked terrified. With a thump, she knelt on the ground and trembled all over. The plump woman on the side had a face full of ridicule. Perhaps there was also a bit of jealousy in her ridicule. Chen Pingan glanced at the temple door and waved to the 3 female ghosts. You can leave. A moment later, the female ghost with the appearance of an almond-eyed girl frowned. She said to the 2 remaining maids beside her in a deep voice, you can leave first. Go through the back door and directly return to the mansion. At this moment, a dense black wind mixed with specks of golden light rolled into the temple. A burly man with a bare upper body and 2 fangs exposed from the side of his mouth appeared. After he appeared, he took large strides forward and laughed loudly. Leave. I don't think anyone can leave. I've been waiting for this day for many days. I'll catch you all in one fell swoop. You little girl, you're really hard to catch. I've sent people as bait several times, but you didn't take the bait. How come you can't bear it anymore and have the courage to run out of your nest? Do you really think that by picking a concubine with long legs, you can fill my stomach? Don't you know that I like women like you the most? When the burly man with a height of 10 feet appeared, the ancient temple was suddenly filled with a pungent stench. The surroundings of the ancient temple were noisy. It was obvious that this mountain deity spirit was waiting for an opportunity to move and came prepared. Chen Pingan helplessly said, this must be the mountain deity. Don't be in a hurry to deal with me. In any case, I can't run away. You can catch up with each other first. Betrothal gifts should be given and concubines should be given. The burly mountain monster, who was one of the 4 evil spirits of Combe Country in the past, now spent a lot of money and finally got the title of mountain deity, habitually drooled from the corner of his mouth. He really ignored this young man who looked like a cat warrior or a mediocre little cultivator. He turned his head to look at the short and slender girl with almond-shaped eyes and then waved his hand. The plump, beautiful woman immediately rushed to him and was hugged by him. The woman nestled in the forest of the mountain deity's chest and giggled. She didn't dare to look at her master's girl but stared fiercely at the tall female ghost whose face was full of astonishment. Bitch who doesn't know her own fortune, why can you be taken as a concubine and dare to refuse such a good thing? The mountain monster's laughter shook the sky. After tonight, you're all family. You're all sisters in bed. Don't hurt your feelings because of a few words. You and her each have your own advantages. Master will cherish you. He wiped his mouth and then casually wiped the woman's chest in his arms. Master will never treat the 3 of you like he treats the weak women at the foot of the mountain in the future. Besides, they really can't stand the torture. It's so hateful that they can't become ghosts even if they die. They are not as lucky as you. Otherwise, you can have more sisters. Master's mountain deity temple will be very lively. In the end, he put away the embroidered handkerchief that he had given to the ghost woman. It was because of this that he was able to chase after the wind and block the cunning woman who had been coveting for a long time here. Otherwise, even if he managed to break into her mansion with great difficulty, the gains would not make up for the losses, and he might even lose both. It should be known that he was very ambitious now. He was aiming for the 5 mountain deities of the Combe Country. Even if the country became a vassal state of the Song family of the Great Li, and the status of the 5 mountain deities would not be as high as before, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In the Combe Country, let alone a rural woman and a few beautiful ghosts, even Granny He and the higher-ranked female water deity were nothing to him. It was just a matter of hooking a finger. Chen Pingan added a handful of firewood to the fire. Even if his movements were gentle, there was still some noise. The mountain deity was obviously not as rough and reckless as he looked. He stared at the strange traveling scholar at the first moment. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Sorry, You can continue. The new mountain deity of Combe Country, who was born as a mountain monster, temporarily suppressed the strangeness and suspicion in his heart. He smiled at the almond-eyed girl and said, "Wei Wei, will you accept me? How about it? I won't treat you badly. You have the status. I guarantee that it will be the standard of a mountain deity's marriage. I'll marry you back to the mountain with 8 palanquins. As long as you ask, I'll even let the county's city god clear the way and the land carry the palanquin for you." The female ghost named Wei Wei raised one of her legs high and shook her embroidered shoes. "Do you see how clean it is? Why don't you pee and look at yourself?" The mountain monster pushed the beautiful woman in his arms away and touched his crotch. He chuckled and said, "I like this temper of yours. I have no choice but to use the mountain deity's supernatural powers to snatch the bride and do the proper business first. In the future, we'll make up for the marriage ceremony. Don't blame me, you're the one who asked for it. With this temper of yours, if I don't torture you properly in bed, how are we going to live in the future?" Wei Wei patted her chest. "Oh, you scared me." The tall female ghost standing beside her was in a dilemma. She took a step forward. "I'm willing to be your concubine. Can you let my master go?" Wei Wei's expression was displeased. With a wave of her sleeve, the female ghost was sent flying and crashed into the wall. Looking at the strength and posture, it seemed that she would break through the wall and escape. The burly mountain monster's mouth twitched. With a stomp of his foot, the mountains and rivers flowed rapidly. The tall female ghost crashed into the ground as though she had crashed into an iron wall. The colorful dress on her body fluttered along with the dust. Some of the ashes scattered. She curled up at the corner of the wall and stretched out her hand to cover a portion of her body. The mountain monster sneered, "Wei Wei, times are different now. Are you still unwilling to accept your fate? Do you really think that I'm still that big idiot that you can tease? Did you know that every time you teased me back then, I would give you a whip in my heart, you little b*tch. I will let you know what is called beating is affection and scolding is love." He stretched out his hand and a thick mercury-like nimble whip appeared in his hand. Among the whip, there was a golden thread that was as fine as a hair. However, it showed that he was now the orthodox mountain deity. Wei Wei did not turn her head. She only pointed at the green-robed scholar behind her. "You filthy beast that hasn't even shed all your hair. Do you see him? He is the lover that I was planning to take in. Today, I'm a ghost. I'm going to die with a scholar in an ancient temple. It's not a loss." Chen Pingan laughed. "Don't drag me down with you when you're about to die. Being a ghost is so unkind. No wonder there is such a calamity tonight." Wei Wei sneered. She no longer paid attention to the pitiful fellow behind her who was bound to die. On this mountain, the meaning of a mountain deity was self-evident. The slap that she gave earlier was already very good for the long-legged but brainless maidservant. For a maidservant, it was impossible that she, Wei Wei, would say something stupid like "I, Wei Wei, am willing to go with that beast," and only ask for the maidservant to be spared. She, Wei Wei, did not have the heart of a bodhisattva. As for the young man behind her who came to her door and caused her to be reduced to this state, she would not care about him. He deserved to die here tonight. Die for love. Die for love, my ass. Hundreds of years of glory were gone just like that. If that beast did not kill him, she would have slapped him to death herself. She did not want to be skinned and tossed into the frying pan by those mountain monsters. He even had to thank her for giving him a quick death. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, "Master Mountain Deity, you were able to be conferred the title of Mountain Deity. Did you follow the path of a civil official of Dallas Iron Horse Cavalry, or did the officials of Ji Shui country accept money and help you?" The mountain monster laughed sinisterly and said, "When you die, if you can still become a ghost servant, I will tell you." Wei Wei laughed heartily and said, "He dares to find the barbarians of Dali. I reckon that when he hears the word Dali, his 3 legs will go soft." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "So that's how it is." The mountain monster said sternly, "Wei Wei, just you wait. In less than 10 days, I will make you give up on that pitiful hobby of grinding mirrors." The tall female ghost in the corner, as well as the beautiful female ghost, had a strange expression on their faces. Wei Wei did not care at all. She began to think about how to strike a stone with an egg. She tried her best to destroy both jade and stone. Chen Pinggan slowly stood up and patted his clothes. It was about time. His luck was not bad. There was one of the Ji Shui country's 4 demons who came to find him. However, looking at the aura of the black smoke and the golden thread of the whip, it should be because the golden body was not stable and there was not enough incense. Chen Pinggan bent down to rummage through the book box. The mountain monster frowned. Wei Wei could not help but take a few steps back. Only then did she turn her head to look. She did not know what the fellow who carried a bamboo box up the mountain wanted to do. She saw that person trying to carry the long sword that was originally placed in the book box on his back. After seeing Wei Wei's inquisitive gaze, Chen Pinggan laughed and said, "A half-immortal weapon. Have you never seen it before? How can you travel over land and water without any treasures?" Wei Wei laughed at this fellow's shameless boasting. She smiled and nodded, "I've seen it before. I've seen dozens or even hundreds of half-immortal weapons." The mountain troll immediately relaxed. A true cultivator wouldn't need to act mysterious and bluff his way out of this predicament. Chen Pinggan looked around. This is a Buddhist land of tranquility. The monks and scriptures are no longer here. However, perhaps the Dharma is still here. That's why back then, because of her kindness, that fox demon obtained quite a bit of good karma and followed that Liu Kaicheng everywhere. Then what about you guys? Looking at the young man's mocking smile, Wei Wei was somewhat flustered for no reason. Chen Pinggan shook his wrist. The bamboo box disappeared into thin air and was kept in the functional object. With a twist of his wrist, a bamboo hat appeared in his hand. He put it on his head and adjusted it. For some reason, the godly mountain monster that had already been included in the country's mountains and rivers record could not help but feel its knees ache. Its original magical ability seemed to be suppressed by a supreme immortal technique and was completely ineffective. However, compared to that time in the mountains south of the Bookslip Lake. After practicing his fist in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain, Chen Pinggan began to restrain his divine intent. Although he could not completely control it, it would not casually leak out like before without him noticing. Otherwise, Chen Pinggan would not have been able to see Wei Wei and the 2 maidservants on this trip to the ancient temple. The next moment, the female ghost, Wei Wei, widened her beautiful almond eyes. Unknowingly, the young man in the green robe was already standing at the place where the tall and sturdy mountain monster's sword was. It was just the distance of the sword. Because that person had already unsheathed his sword. The tip of the sword rose and pierced the mountain monster's jaw, directly lifting it off the ground. The golden body of a mountain god began to shatter into countless cracks on the spot. Chen Pinggan raised his head slightly. Back then, when I killed a river monster of the Eel River, I was entangled with karma. Then, when I killed a righteous god of mountains and rivers, it should be more, not less. For the first time, Wei Wei was somewhat at a loss. She only felt that the world was silent. Only the voice of the Green Mountain swordsman could be heard. "It doesn't matter. I'll take this karma." The female ghost, Wei Wei, did not even know when that person left. After a long time, she came back to her senses and was able to use her brain. However, she began to be in a daze again. She did not know why he did not kill her. Of course, in the end, she did not know whether that sword was really a half-immortal weapon. In the ancient temple, it was the plump female ghost who began to kowtow and beg for mercy. The tall female ghost came to Wei Wei's side, trembling. She said in a trembling voice, "Master, you've been lost in your thoughts. That immortal master called you but you didn't respond. He asked me to tell you that we shouldn't come to this ancient temple in the future. It's not a bad thing if we can accumulate more karma. Maybe the bodhisattvas of this ancient temple are watching." Wei Wei also realized her strange situation. She forcefully operated her magic, as if she was forcefully pulling her feet out of the mud. Only then did she regain her senses. She gasped for breath. Even though she was a female ghost, she was sweating all over. Her dress and embroidered shoes were different from those of the maidservants around her. They did not use those kinds of coarse camouflage. Wei Wei glanced at the empty ground where the body of the mountain monster should have been lying. There was not even a trace of blood. She frowned and asked, "Where's that person?" The tall female ghost shook her head and said, "He left after he finished speaking." Wei Wei was just about to kick that lowly servant girl into ashes when she suddenly withdrew her embroidered shoes. She said angrily, "I'll spare your life. Go back and receive your punishment." She waved her hand and said, "Go quickly." However, before she left the dilapidated ancient temple, she stopped at the doorstep and turned around. She put her palms together. This evil female ghost who never believed in Buddhism actually lowered her head and murmured, "Bodhisattva bless, Bodhisattva bless." Finally, Wei Wei glanced at the bonfire that had not yet been extinguished. It was a ball of light. They rushed away and returned to the temple. After Wei Wei and the three female ghosts left. Not long after, he returned to the ancient temple. He took off his bamboo hat and continued to face the bonfire. Occasionally, he would add dried branches as if he was keeping watch at night. During this time, he stood up once and then stood in a corner of the temple. He closed his eyes and gently waved his sword forward. The sky was slightly bright. He walked out of the temple's gate and came to the edge of the cliff. After he finished punching, he stood still and turned his head with a smile. Chen Pingan withdrew his gaze and looked into the distance. The sky was wide and the scenery was picturesque. He believed that next spring, there would be red peach blossoms, white plums, and yellow cauliflower. 471. On the banks of the Tiefu River, several laurel-robed old masters led the way. Behind them were young men and women dressed in Confucian robes. Obviously, they were all Confucian students. The team was like a long green snake. Everyone was reciting the persuasion to study loudly. The river water gurgled, and the sound of reading was loud. In the team, there was a young woman dressed in red. She had a small silver gourd filled with clear water on her waist. She carried a small green bamboo box on her back. After passing Red Candle Town and Chiduan Mountain, she had told the Marushan master in private that if she wanted to return to Longquan County alone, she could decide where to go faster and where to go slower. However, the old master did not agree. He said that trekking through mountains and rivers was not the way to study. Along the way, they passed by the Tiefu River Deity Temple. Yang Hua, the highest-ranking river deity of the Great Li, a deity who almost never showed herself, appeared in front of the disciples of the academy for the first time. She held a golden tasseled sword in her arms and watched the students who came from both the Great Sui and the Great Li. Logically speaking, now that Cliff Academy had been stripped of its title as one of the 72 academies, Yang Hua, as one of the top river gods in Dali, did not need to be so courteous. However, Cliff Academy, which had moved to Donghua Mountain in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, was once the holy land in the hearts of all students in Dali. The Marushan master, Maro Xiaodong, was still in Dali. He was especially well respected in the departments of rites and military affairs. When Yang Hua was still the sword-bearing maid of the empress in the palace, she had admired the Cliff Academy that was still in the capital of the Li dynasty for a long time. She had even followed the empress to the academy and had long seen the tall Master Mao. That was why she had appeared today. At the waterfall at the junction of the Tiefu River and the Longshu River, there were already people waiting for a long time. The Marushan Masters of Mount Deer Academy, Longquan County Governor Wu Yuan, County Magistrate Yuan, and Supervisor Cao were all there. There was also an old man from the Li family. He was the head of the Li family on Fulu Street, the grandfather of the three siblings Li Baoping, Li Shisheng, Li Baozhen, and Li Baoping. The old man with nascent soul cultivation was now Dali's top consecrator. It was just that he hadn't announced it to the public. In the past, the Song clan of the Great Li had bestowed upon the 4 families and 10 great clans who controlled most of the dragon kilns. They had signed a secret agreement with the sages, whereby the Song clan allowed each family to retain the natal porcelain of 1 to 3 talented cultivators. Under the watchful eyes of the sages, they were allowed to make an exception and cultivate. Furthermore, they were allowed to disregard the heavenly ways suppression and secret methods prohibition in the Dragon Pearl Cave. However, after cultivating, it was tantamount to drawing a circle around the cave, and they were not allowed to leave the cave without permission. However, the Song clan of the Great Li had a fixed quota of 3 people every 100 years. They were allowed to secretly bring people out of the cave. As for why the family head of the Li family had not been taken away by the Song clan of the Great Li even though he had ascended to Earth Immortal of Gold Core, this secret must have involved a lot of people. After all, the old man from the Li family was an Earth Immortal of Yuanying realm. When he saw his beloved granddaughter from afar, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. However, for some reason, he felt that his granddaughter was still as unsociable and solitary as before. Yet, there seemed to be something different about her. The old man suddenly felt both gratified and disappointed. Little Baoping had grown up after all. She had grown up so secretly. She didn't even dare to greet her grandfather who doted on her so much. She had grown up so quietly. The generation-skipping relationship was the most obvious in the Li family. In particular, the old man treated his youngest granddaughter Li Baoping more than his 2 grandsons combined. The key was his eldest grandson, Li Shisheng, and his second grandson, Li Baozhen. Even though their mother's favoritism was too obvious and the relationship between the two seemed to be a little subtle in the eyes of the servants, they had never held back their love for their younger sister. Carrying the old and small bamboo box, Li Baoping walked alone on the bank of the Dragon Whisker River, which was shallow but louder than the river. In fact, not far from the group, Li Huai, who was walking with 2 good friends, and Lin Shuyi, who was conversing with a teacher from the academy, were also carrying bamboo boxes of similar style. The 3 bamboo boxes were all made by the same person. It would be strange if they didn't resemble each other. However, Li Baoping's box was made the earliest and was made of the most common green bamboo. Lin Shuyi and Li Huai's boxes were made by Chen Pinggan after crossing the Chiduan mountain using Wei Pai's valiant bamboo. However, after so many years, the boxes were still green and glistening. As for Yu Lu and Xie Xie, who met Chen Pinggan for the first time at the Dali Pass, they did not receive such treatment. Dali's northern peak god, Wei Pai, did not appear. Saint Ruan Tong did not appear either. A deputy headmaster of Cliff Academy, who had once slammed the table with Maro Xiaodong and had a heart-to-heart talk with Kui Dongshan, frowned. Dali's actions were reasonable but not reasonable. The 2 most important people had ignored Cliff Academy. The key was that neither Linlu Academy nor the prefectural governor, Wu Yuan, seemed to have any intention of explaining. This deputy headmaster, who was born in the Great Sui Kingdom, could not help but sigh in his heart. In the end, it was because of the difference in strength between the 2 countries. Back in the days, the Great Sui Kingdom and the Lu dynasty had many Dali scholars who came to the Great Sui Kingdom because of their reputation. They were complacent because they had sung poems with famous scholars from the 2 countries. The group stopped, and the old teachers of the academy and Dalis group exchanged pleasantries. When Li Baoping saw her grandfather, she finally acted like a child. She gently shook the bamboo box and the silver gourd at her waist and ran over. The old man laughed and shouted, "Little treasure bottle, run slower." Li Baoping stopped in front of the old man and laughed. She called him Grandpa loudly with a bright smile. The old man grumbled insincerely, "You're a big girl. You're outrageous." Not far away, Ma Lian, who was born in the Great Sui Kingdom, finally saw the girl smile. He breathed a sigh of relief and his mood improved. Seeing this, Liu Guan shook his head. Ma Lian, this dumb goose, was incurable. He was like this in the academy. If he did not see her for a few days, he would lose his soul. Occasionally, he would meet her on the road, but he would never dare to greet her. Liu Guan could not understand. Ma Lian, who was born in the top family of the Great Sui Kingdom, who had been in charge for generations, did not even dare to like a girl in the end. Li Huai knew the inside story. Previously, the academy had received a letter from Chen Pinggan from Longquan County. Li Baoping planned to ask for leave and return home, but the headmaster of the academy did not agree. Just as Li Baoping was about to jump over the wall and escape, there was a sudden news that the Marushan master would personally lead a group of academy disciples to Dalis Pailuan Mountain. They would travel along the way and exchange knowledge with Linlu Academy. In addition, They would be able to watch thousands of gods walking together at night to visit the mountains. It was Li Baoping's fault. She said that she wanted to give her youngest uncle a surprise and did not tell the people at Luopa Mountain that they could return home. However, halfway through the journey, Li Baoping received the news from somewhere. Perhaps she had received a letter from home or something else. Then, she began to lose her energy and became more and more silent. She returned to the way she was when she was studying in the academy a few years ago. Now, in the Cliff Academy, as Li Baoping read more and read faster and faster, the number of times she consulted others and the questions she threw out became fewer and fewer. At first, almost everyone in the academy was stumped by her questions, but now, everyone felt lonely. Without those difficulties, they were not used to it. They missed the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket who asked them strange questions with a straight face. The students of Cliff Academy had to go to Linlu Academy in Pailuan Mountain first. Then, they would have 2 days of free movement. Then, they would gather at Linlu Academy again to watch the night tour of mountains and rivers held by Dallas Bayou. A group of people passed through the small town in a mighty manner. The old man from the Li family did not go to his ancestral home on Fulu Street. Instead, he planned to go to the mountain with little Baoping. Of course, as a nascent soul cultivator and a first-class consecrator of Dali, he was well learned in Confucianism. If he did not accompany Li Baoping, it would only cause his granddaughter to be further away from her classmates in the Great Sui Kingdom. When the students of the Great Sui Kingdom Academy just left the small town and passed by Jinju Mountain, a charcoal girl with a walking stick in her hand and a sword at her waist ran with a vigorous yellow dog beside her. She was short and could not see the red dress in the team. She ran to the top of her master's mountain and saw the familiar figure. She waved her hand vigorously and shouted loudly, "Sister Baoping, I'm here, here." Li Baoping suddenly turned her head and saw Pei Qian's bouncing figure. She quickly left the team and ran to the small mountain. Li Huai was happy. He stopped and stayed at the back of the team. Then, he shouted loudly, "Pei Qian, what about me? What about me?" Pei Qian rolled her eyes and ignored him. Liu Guan and Ma Lian rejoiced in his misfortune and laughed loudly. These years, Pei Qian wrote letters to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom from time to time. In the letters, she would occasionally mention Ma Lian and Liu Guan, who were her lackeys. After all, they had promised to travel Jianghu with Li Huai in the future. They would search for treasures and get half of the profits. However, if there were not a few followers around her, she would not be able to show her identity. Ma Lian was stupid but loyal. Liu Guan was cunning and could be an advisor. Li Baoping ran to Jinju Mountain and Pei Qian ran down the mountain. They met at the foot of the mountain. Li Baoping reached out and pressed Pei Qian's head. She gestured and asked, "Pei Qian, why don't you grow taller?" Pei Qian was unhappy as if she was struck by lightning. Sister Baoping was too bad with words. Alas, how could she poke at someone's heart? Li Baoping suddenly said, "It's okay. Ambition is not about height." Pei Qian was in a good mood. Yes, yes, yes. My ambition is high. Everyone in Luopa Mountain knows that. Even my master recognizes me. Speaking of this, Pei Qian turned her head and glanced at the dog lying not far away. The dog lowered its head and did not dare to look at the guy with the mountain walking stick. Speaking of his master, Pei Qian comforted her, "Sister Baoping, don't be sad. My master did not know that you were coming, so he went to Jianghu. Don't be sad. When I see him later, I will scold him for you." Well, scold him, just a few words. Li Baoping, who was almost a head taller than Pei Qian, asked with a smile, "Why are you in the small town instead of practicing your crazy swordsmanship in Luopa Mountain?" Pei Qian stuck out her chest and stood on tiptoe. "Sister Baoping, you don't know that I am now in the small town looking after the business of 2 shops for my master. 2 very, very big shops." Li Baoping was surprised. "You are already so powerful?" Pei Qian nodded vigorously. "If Sister Baoping doesn't believe me, I can bring you to the Riding Dragon Alley now." The Spring Festival couplets, "Door Gods," and the words Fu and Chun were all put up by me personally. Li Baoping nodded and praised, "Not bad. You are not tall, but you can already share the burden of junior martial uncle. Pei Qian smiled from ear to ear. Sister Baoping did not praise people easily. Li Baoping looked back at the team and said to Pei Qian, I will go to Mount Cloud Forest and Deer Academy first. After I settle down, I will go down the mountain to play with you. Pei Qian looked at the tall and skinny Sister Baoping and seemed to have thought of something. The little girl, who was full of joy just now, suddenly burst into tears. She lowered her head and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. She sobbed, Sister Baoping, Master has lost so much weight when he returned home this time. He is even thinner than you, so thin that I almost couldn't recognize him. My master did not say anything, but I know that he did not have a good time in the 5 years at the Book Lake. Sister Baoping, you've read a lot, you're capable, and you're brave. Master likes you so much. Why don't you visit Master all these years? Master will be happier to see you than to see me. Maybe he won't feel so tired. Li Baoping smiled and turned her head to look towards the south. She narrowed her eyes and her face was no longer as round as it used to be. Her face was now a little pointy like an goose egg. She bent down and wiped Pei Qian's tears. She said softly, all right. Blame me, blame me. After Pei Qian was done crying, she felt guilty. I am sorry, Sister Baoping. I was talking nonsense. Li Baoping patted Pei Qian's shoulder and smiled. See you later. Pei Qian nodded and watched as Li Baoping turned and left. Sister Baoping was carrying the small bamboo box and wearing the familiar red clothes. However, Pei Qian looked at the back of the figure that was gradually disappearing. She did not know why, but she was worried that she would be taller and different when she saw her the next day or the day after. She wondered if her master had the same feeling when he walked into the Cliff Academy. Back then, he must have dragged them to do those things that Pei Qian thought were fun on the Academy Lake. Was it because her master had thought of this day? Because it seemed fun, but growing up was actually not fun at all. Pei Qian scratched her head and stomped her feet. She was annoyed. She was now the third shopkeeper of 2 shops. How could she not remember? She took out 2 sticks of candied haws that were wrapped in oil paper from her sleeve. She forgot to give them to Sister Baoping. She sighed and put 1 stick of candied haws back into her sleeve. She kept the other stick and started eating. It tasted good. As for the money for the candied haws, it was paid by Sharu. Sharu was really too much. Pei Qian was just talking about the candied haws in the shop. She asked Sharu if she heard the sound of hawkers hawking candied haws. After a while, Sharu took the initiative to give her a handful of copper coins, saying that it was a treat and that she did not need to pay back the money. Pei Qian was not a greedy child. She stared at the copper coins in Sharu's hand and shook her head, saying that it was not necessary. However, she accepted it in the end. It was hard to refuse such kindness. After eating the candied haws, she kept the stick in her sleeve. After all, the money was paid by Sharu. She would give it to her when she returned. As for Sister Baoping's share, she would pay for it herself tomorrow. The people of Jianghu were so forthright. Pei Qian waved her walking stick and saw the dog hiding in the distance. She glared at it and the dog immediately ran to her side with its tail between its legs. Pei Qian squatted down and grabbed its mouth. She said angrily, "Little brother, what's wrong with you? You're so short. Are you a short winter melon? Don't you feel embarrassed? Speak." It had inexplicably obtained a great fortune. In fact, it had already become a spirit. The dog that was supposed to run around the mountains in the west of Longquan County was motionless. Its eyes were filled with grievance and resentment. It was now enlightened and had the backing of the Longquan sword sect. In the mountains in the west, it could be considered a mountain spirit that no one dared to provoke. However, it was still lacking in cultivation to speak human language and transform into human form. Pei Qian held the dog's mouth tightly and did not let go. She widened her eyes. "Not speaking means you're not convinced. Who gave you the guts?" It did not dare to move at all. Pei Qian twisted her wrist and the dog's head turned. The dog immediately whimpered. Pei Qian said angrily, "Speak, did you go behind my back to bully the big white geese in the town again? Otherwise, why would they run away every time I bring you along? Do you know what it means to not use your fist? I'm so angry. You've followed me in Jianghu for so long, but you haven't learned anything good. That stray dog probably wanted to die. Back then, who was it that rode a big white goose and ran around in the alley? Pei Qian finally let go of the dog. She let go of her hand and stood up. She clapped her hands. Suddenly, she blinked her eyes and rubbed them. The last time she ate the pearl that her master gave her in the dragon riding alley, she often did this. Her eyes were sore, but it did not hurt. It was just a little annoying. There were several times when she was copying books. In the blink of an eye, the strokes were crooked. If she did not write neatly, she had to write again. This was one of the few rules of her master. She had always followed it, even if no one cared about her copying books now. Moreover, she occasionally looked at the paper full of words. She always felt that some of the words would move. However, when she looked closely, it was very normal. One by one, the words were lying on the paper. Pei Qian intended to take the opportunity of bringing Sister Bao Ping to Luopo Mountain in the future to ask old Chef Zhu, who was always idling on the mountain. Anyway, old Chef Zhu knew everything. If he really couldn't do it, he would ask mountain god Wei Ba. If he still couldn't do it, alas, he could only go to the tiger's den on the second floor of the bamboo building to ask the old man who wanted to teach her fist techniques. The old man was just relying on his age and strength to be stronger than her master. How could he know any fist techniques? Could he know more than her master? What the hell did the old man know? Pei Qian began to swagger towards the town. She raised her head and did not look at the road. She puffed out her chest and said loudly, "Walking arrogantly makes the enemy panic. If it's a friend, kill the dog. I'll eat the meat and you can drink the soup." The dog tucked its tail and obediently followed the heroine Pei. The town became more and more lively because there were many students of the Great Sui Kingdom Academy who spoke the elegant language of the continent. Li Huai took Liu Guan and Ma Lian to his own house, which was extremely dilapidated. Liu Guan was still all right, he was born in a poor family, but Ma Lian was dumbstruck. He had seen poor people before, but he had never seen such a destitute house. Li Huai did not mind at all. He took out the key to open the door, and then took them to fetch water and clean the house. Naturally, there was more than one well in the small town, Tai Suo Well. There were other wells nearby, but none of them were as sweet as the water from Tai Suo Well. When Li Huai's mother encountered a good thing at home, or when she heard that someone's family was in trouble, she would take the long way to fetch water from the well, and exchange pointers with Granny Ma from Apricot Blossom Lane, Widow Jiu from Mud Bottle Lane, and a large group of women. Since Liu Guan was a lazy person, he was unwilling to move. He said that he would light the fire and be in charge of cooking. Li Huai then brought Ma Lian to fetch water. In the end, Ma Lian's delicate and tender shoulders suffered unspeakably. The women by the well laughed endlessly. Ma Lian's delicate and pretty face flushed red. Li Baoping arrived at the town and went home first. Her mother's tears did not stop. Li Baoping could not hold back either. Li Baoping left Fulu Street and went to the dragon riding lane. She was very familiar with it. The two shops that were now owned by her youngest uncle were the ancestral properties of the man with the ponytail. Li Baoping often went there when she was young. Moreover, Li Baoping was very familiar with the town. She could walk through the streets with her eyes closed. However, she walked slowly this time and was no longer in a hurry. As expected, she saw Pei Qian sitting on a bench and waiting for her at the shop. Li Baoping quickened her pace. After staying at the shop for a while, she went to the Mud Bottle Lane with Pei Qian. She found that her youngest uncle's ancestral house was very clean and did not even need to be cleaned. Li Baoping brought Pei Qian back to Fulu Street. Pei Qian squatted beside the small pond and stared at the stones with her eyes wide open. She looked at the golden carp that was said to have been raised in the pond for many years. It was given to her by her youngest uncle. She also looked at the golden crab that was caught by Sister Baoping herself. Actually, the truth of the matter was that the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket had pinched the crab's finger. She ran home with tears all the way and opened the crab's pincers for her brother, Li Shisheng. Pei Qian looked at the two little guys for a long time. They did not give her face and hid away. The small pond was built by Li Baoping when she was very young. She personally picked up the stones from the stream. She only picked up the colorful ones. She spent a lot of effort to move the stones. First, she piled them up at the corner of the wall and made a small hill. Then, the pond was built. Now, most of the stones that were used as founding achievements had faded. However, there were still many stones of different sizes that were still crystal clear. Under the sunlight, they shone brightly and were full of spiritual qi. Lin Shuyi went to the Yang Dian Bureau. The kill supervisor's office was an old haunt. When he was young, he often played here. The Lin family was a big family in the small town, but it was not one of the 4 families or 10 families. Moreover, the Lin family was not famous and did not like to interact with their neighbors. For example, Lin Shuyi's father was just a low-ranking official in the Yang Dian Bureau. When he was working in the only government office in the small town, before moving away from Lizhu Cave, he had assisted 3 Yang Dian officials. However, it seemed that no one wanted to promote him. The Lin family moved to the capital of Dali, but the old house was still there. It was not sold, but there were only a few old servants left. Lin Shuyi did not have any big thoughts about the family since he was young. The family seemed to treat him the same. They hated each other. Even though Lin Shuyi's deeds in the academy had been spread to Dali one after another, the family seemed to be indifferent. Lin Shuyi did not find it strange. His father had always been like this. As long as his father believed in something, other people's words and deeds were wrong as long as they did not conform to his wishes. Between father and son, the mother would always stand on her husband's side. The way she looked at her son was always cold and cheerless. It was as if she was looking at someone who was only helping her to stay in the Lin family. He was not an outsider, nor was he a relative. Anyway, it was not like how a mother treated her own flesh and blood. She was polite and estranged. Lin Shuyi recognized his father's colleagues in the government office and took the initiative to visit them. They did not talk much because there was really nothing to talk about. Besides, chatting with people was never Lin Shuyi's strength. It was said that the Yang Dian supervisor went out for a stroll today. According to the official of the government office, there was no doubt that Lord Cao went out for a drink. Lin Shuyi could not help but feel a little strange. It seemed that no matter whether it was the official or the official, when talking about the Yang Dian supervisor, they were all smiling and talking casually. Coincidentally, Yu Lu and Xie Xie went to the ancestral house of the Cao family. Back then, after Yu Lu and Xie Xie's identities were exposed, they were brought here. Together with the handsome young man named Kui Ci, they became servants of the young imperial tutor, Kui Dong. The legitimate grandson of the Cao family of the Upper Pillar State of Dali, who was the current supervisor Cao of Longquan Commandery, now lived here. Today, Lord Cao drank to his head, so he did not go to the government office. He was the highest official there, so there was no need for him to make any orders. Carrying an empty wine pot, he staggered back to the ancestral house, intending to take a nap. On the way, he greeted the people he met and addressed them properly. Regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, he was very familiar with them. When he saw a little kid wearing open-crotch pants, he even kicked him lightly. The kid was not afraid of him, a high-ranking official, and chased after him while spitting saliva. Lord Cao ran and hid. The women on the street were not surprised. They all looked at the young official with smiles. This Lord Cao finally got rid of the little bastard's entanglement with great difficulty and happened to meet Yu Lu and Xie Xie on the way. It was unknown whether he recognized them or guessed their identities. The romantic and leisurely drunk Lord Cao asked Yu Lu if he wanted to drink. Yu Lu said he could drink a little. Lord Cao shook the empty wine pot, threw the key to Yu Lu, and turned to run to the wine shop. Yu Lu was helpless. Xie Xie asked, "Can this kind of person really be the future master of the Cao family?" Yu Lu smiled and said, "That's how it should be." Xie Xie snorted coldly. Compared to County Magistrate Yuan, who was cultured and diligent in government affairs, Supervisor Cao was famous for being a playboy. He had only taken a cursory tour of the major dragon kilns and had never been there again. Instead, he often traveled between the small town and the county. He liked to buy wine, invite people to drink, and chat with people. Almost every time he showed up, he was carrying a wine pot in his hand. The only difference was that there was no wine in the pot. The men in the small town all liked to drink and chat with the officials from the capital. Every time Lord Cow appeared, he would immediately gather a large group of idle men who loved to drink and listen to Lord Cow talk about the interesting things that happened in the capital. Who cared whether it was true or not? It was just for fun. Moreover, when they drank too much, Lord Cow would often say, "I'll pay for the drinks today." The women and young girls all liked this young official with a charming smile. In the hearts of the women in the small town, his popularity was not inferior to that of the young Taoist priest who set up the fortune-telling stall. On Mount Padding Cloud, Maro Xiaodong opened his mouth and greeted Linlu Academy. Only then did the teachers from the Great Sui Kingdom meet Prince Jiao Xian, who was studying here. Otherwise, no one would dare to open their mouth. It was not that they were afraid of getting into trouble. Who among the teachers of Cliff Academy did not have this bit of responsibility and the spirit of a scholar? They were worried that they would implicate Jiao Xian, who was in a foreign country, the son of the Great Sui Kingdom's Guiyang, who had asked to replace his elder brother as a hostage here. Maro Xiaodong only left after the two sides met. The patriarch of the Jiao family of Guiyang, who was at the 11th level, did not appear. Jiao Xian looked at the most knowledgeable old scholars of the Great Sui Kingdom who bowed to him with tears in their eyes. The young man who did not feel wronged by coming here also had tears in his eyes. Jiao Xian bowed respectfully towards those white-haired Great Sui scholars, using his identity as a Confucian scholar of the younger generation, returning the greeting to his seniors. The old teachers straightened their clothes and stood solemnly, accepting this bow. In the scenic spot of Linlu Academy named Haoran Pavilion, the patriarch of the Jiao family of Guiyang, who had accompanied Jiao Xian to Dali, was standing beside Maro Xiaodong and old dragon Cheng Shuidong. The patriarch of the Jiao family chatted for a while and left. He was not the deputy headmaster of Linlu Academy. Instead, he concealed his identity and was just an ordinary teacher. The students of the academy liked his lectures because the old man would talk about things outside of books and knowledge, which were unheard of. For example, the strange and variegated paper white blessed land. However, the native Dali teachers of Linlu Academy did not like this old man who did not do his job properly. They felt that teaching the students was not strict enough and was too frivolous. However, the deputy headmasters of the academy did not say anything about it. The Dali teacher of Linlu Academy could only let it go. There were only 2 deputy headmasters of different academies left in the Haoran Pavilion. Cheng Shuidong seemed to be old friends with Maro Xiaodong and spoke freely. Old Dragon and Maro Xiaodong talked about a lot of things in the academy. They also talked about Luopa Mountain Chen Pingan. They talked about a small matter, about the request to let a foreign man and woman stay in Linlu Academy. They did not let Wei Pai pass the message to the academy, but personally came to ask for the deputy headmaster's help. Maro Xiaodong said with a straight face, "At least you know a little about the ways of the world." Old Dragon laughed. At the peak of Cloud Peak, a man and a woman looked into the distance and admired the mountain scenery. They were Liu Qingshan of the Lion Garden and Liu Boqi of the Saber Division. Liu Qingshan said, "After going to the capital of Dali and the northernmost coast of the Aquarius continent, shall we go back? Let's go back to see my father and my brother." Liu Boqi nodded slightly, blushing. According to the earliest agreement, the day they returned home was the day they got married. In her eyes, the scholar Liu Qingshan was a green mountain that was green all year round. The mountains were green and the water rippled in the spring. He was well read, worried about the country and the people. He treated people with sincerity. He was a famous scholar. He had no shortcomings. But she was a cultivator. She was average-looking and only knew how to fight and kill. She did not speak elegantly and drank tea like wine. She did not know how to play the zither, chess, calligraphy, or painting. She was not gentle at all. It was as if she only had shortcomings. In fact, she had been worried about whether Liu Qingfeng, as an ordinary teacher, would die of old age in the future when they were traveling together. Would Liu Qingfeng suddenly be tired of her and feel that she was not worth his love until his hair turned white? Liu Boqi was worried. It wasn't until they went to Luopo Mountain that Elder Zhu's words broke the knot in her heart. I think the Green Mountain is charming. I think the Green Mountain will see me the same way. How I, Liu Boqi, see Liu Qingshan and how much I like Liu Qingshan, will be how Liu Qingshan sees me and how much he likes me. Liu Boqi wanted to confirm it herself and mustered her courage. But when it came to it, she was still very nervous. She could not help but grip the hilt of the saber at her waist tightly. She turned her head and said, Qingshan, I want to ask you something. Don't think I'm stupid, and don't laugh at me. However, before Liu Boqi could continue speaking, Liu Qingshan gently held her hand that was holding the knife. He held it with both hands and said with a smile, Do you know how beautiful you are in my eyes? It's a beauty that you can't even imagine. Liu Boqi lowered her head slightly, her eyelashes trembling. Liu Qingshan said softly, It's my fault. I should have told you. If not for Elder Zhu's reminder, I might have to wait until we return to the lion's den to tell you what's on my mind. Liu Boqi raised her head. Now that the knot in her heart had been untied, there was no longer any shyness in her eyes. Only the faint blush on her face revealed the ripples in her heart lake. Liu Boqi said softly, Elder Zhu has actually been reduced to watching over Chen Pingan's house. It's really a pity. Liu Qingshan laughed involuntarily. He wanted to help Chen Pingan say a few words. But for some reason, he remembered Elder Zhu's teachings. It's enough to not give in on major matters. Why argue with the woman you love over minor matters? Have you married a wife or have you taken in a disciple as a teacher? Liu Qingshan immediately felt that Elder Zhu was really a towering mountain. His words were priceless. This time, before leaving Longquan County, he had to ask Elder Zhu for advice again. At the Yang family shop, the young man who was both a shop assistant and old Yang's disciple felt that he could not continue living like this. The shop's feng shui was not good and it had a grudge against money. It was not a good thing for business to always be so cold. The young man called Shilingshan had to at least acknowledge his master and do some filial things. So he acted on his own initiative and ran to his uncle who worked at the construction supervision office to ask if he could help draw in some customers. In the end, he was scolded by his uncle. He said that the shop and the Yang family's reputation was now so bad that no one dared to run there. The young man returned to the shop dejectedly. In the end, he saw his senior brother Zheng Dafeng sitting at the entrance chewing on a stick of candied hawthorn. His actions were especially disgusting. Normally, Shilingshan would act as if he did not see anything. But his senior sister was still chatting with Zheng Dafeng. He immediately flew into a rage and sat down on the steps between two small stools. Zheng Dafeng said with a smile, Lingshan, did you step on dog shit at Peachleaf Alley? Senior brother, you don't look too good. Shilingshan said unhappily, it's none of your business. Go back to Luopo Mountain and watch your gait. Zheng Dafeng put on the air of a senior brother with a kind face. He rubbed the young man's head and shook it. The young man slapped it away. Zheng Dafeng chewed on a stick of candied hawthorn and said vaguely, Senior brother is now rich. You have a house at Luopo Mountain. It's much bigger than the yellow mud house at the East Gate. When are you going to be a guest? Shilingshan said, Why should I go? Do you still want to keep the shop business? Zheng Dafeng said regretfully, It's a pity. The new house has 2 rooms and the beds are especially big and sturdy. No matter how you roll around, there's no sound. I originally wanted to invite you and Sue Girl to spend the night together. It's a new house after all, so I need to find someone to add some liveliness. Sigh, it's fine if you think it's too far. But Sue Girl agreed. Well, 2 people in 2 rooms, so there's no need to squeeze on the beds. Shilingshan opened his mouth wide in regret. The girl called Sue Girl by Zheng Dafeng didn't say a word. Even if Zheng Dafeng didn't say anything to her before, she didn't refute. Just now, she asked senior brother Zheng about martial arts. Although senior brother Zheng's martial arts was crippled, his knowledge was still there. She didn't underestimate him at all. Compared with the young man in Peachleaf Alley who had not really cultivated yet, she had been exposed to a lot of inside stories and secrets much earlier. Her horizons had been broadened. Even if the world had changed, it was only natural that she would not care about the shameless business of a pharmacy at all. However, just as she was about to ask Senior Marshal Brother Zheng about the strange thing that gave her a subtle feeling, she was interrupted by the rock spirit mountain. Zheng Dafeng said, "Shilingshan, what are you waiting for? Go and get some food for your senior brother." Shilingshan sat between his senior brother and senior sister, not lifting his butt. The girl went to the shop to get some food. Zheng Dafeng slapped him. "What an idiot. You'll be a bachelor for a long time." Shilingshan stood up and said angrily, "Be careful or I'll get angry with you." Zheng Dafeng rubbed his chin. "Lass Su is so beautiful. In the future, there will definitely be many men fighting to marry her. Sigh, I don't know which bastard will have the good fortune to spar with Lass Su in the middle of the night. As her senior brother, when I think of this day that will come sooner or later, I feel a little tired. Luckily, she has always listened to me. In the future, when she's blind, I'll still be the one to check and help her make the final decision." Shilingshan was immediately in a mess. It was as if his senior brother had smeared his face with yellow mud. Shilingshan turned his head and looked inside the shop. Senior sister was at the counter, tiptoeing to the medicine cabinet to get something. There were some herbs in the shop that could be eaten directly. Senior sister stood on her tiptoes and stretched her waist. Her figure became even slimmer. Shilingshan quickly turned his head and sat back down on the steps. Senior sister's real name was Su Dian, and her nickname was Rouge. It was said that senior sister's biggest dream in her early years was to open a small shop selling rouge and face powder. The name was also given by her uncle, and her nickname was also given by her uncle. At this moment, a young man carrying a bag ran over from the small town. Zheng Dafeng wiped his face. It was over. He met this heartless brat again. Back then, he had caused him to suffer so much injustice from his sister-in-law. Li Huai ran to the entrance of the shop and smiled. "Hey, isn't this Dafeng? You're sunbathing. Where's your wife? Tell the aunties to stop hiding and come out to see me. I heard that you've married 7 or 8 wives. You've become successful." He touched the pot that didn't boil. Zheng Dafeng said in annoyance, "Get lost." Li Huai laughed and ran into the shop. He went straight to the backyard and shouted, Old Yang, guess what I brought you?" Old Yang, who was sitting in the backyard, raised his head and looked at Li Huai. Li Huai took off the bag and ran directly into the main room that Zheng Dafeng, Su Dian, and Shilingshan regarded as a forbidden area. He threw the bag on Old Yang's bed and left the room. He ran to Old Yang and took out a jar from his sleeve. "This is the best tobacco bought in the Great Sui Kingdom's capital for 100 years. A full 8 maces of silver for 1 tael. Are you convinced? I'm just asking you if you're scared. In the future, when you smoke, you have to remember my kindness. You can't forget my father, mother, and sister, either." The young man handed over the jar of tobacco. He raised his hands and waved his 8 fingers. Zheng Dafeng moved a stool to the backyard and sat down to watch the show. Shilingshan also followed. He was curious where this guy came from. It was fine if he was casual with Zheng Dafeng, but he didn't even respect his own master. Su Dian hesitated for a moment and also stood by the bamboo curtain. Old Yang's wrinkled face squeezed out a smile for the first time. He still didn't say anything nice. "Leave the tobacco and go to the side. Little bastard, you're so young, but you don't wear diapers. Don't you think it's troublesome to take a dump and pee?" Li Huai eagerly circled behind the old man and slapped the back of Old Man Yang's head. "A filthy mouth can't spit out ivory. If you have the ability to say such shameful words in front of my mother, you'll be struck by lightning. Are you looking for a beating?" Old Man Yang didn't get angry. He skillfully packed the tobacco and began to smoke. Then, with a gloomy face, he spat out a mouthful of smoke and cursed, "Go and smash that shop signboard. What kind of trash is that? It's not worth that price." Li Huai laughed out loud and said, "I don't dare to. I can't afford a treasure that costs 8 maces of silver per tael. It's still on display in other people's shops. I want to buy it, but they won't sell it. I know what I can do and bought some cheaper ones for you. It's the thought that counts." How far have I come with all these tobacco? Old Yang, you're a guy who likes to lie still. How would you know how far the mountains and rivers are? Old Yang, it's not that I want to nag at you, but while you still have some strength, you should go out more. Don't stay here all day. If you go out and see an old woman you like, it'll be terrible. Dry wood and fire, won't I have to drink your wedding wine? Old Yang glanced at Li Huai and was about to scold him. Li Huai covered his ears with both hands and shook his head. Old bastard Yang loves to chant. Uncle Li Huai won't listen. This scene caused Zheng Dafeng's eyelids and mouth to tremble. It had been too many years since he had experienced his sister-in-law's scolding and Li Huai's piss all over the floor. Su Dian and Shi Lingshan's hearts trembled. The youth even swallowed his saliva. They didn't know where this tiger-looking scholarly youth came from. After all, Shi Lingshan only knew of Zheng Dafeng, this sloppy senior brother, in this small town. As for Li he had never even heard of his name. But this scholarly youth of unknown origin really dared to speak. Shi Lingshan felt that he would never have such courage in his life. This was also because Shi Lingshan was young and hadn't seen how the pharmacy used to be. Otherwise, he would find it even more unbelievable. In the past, when Li Huai was still a clerk in the pharmacy, he liked to go behind his mother's back and come here alone to play. Whenever he bumped into something, he would roll around and be covered in mud. If his mother saw him when he went back, she would be heartbroken. Not only would she be heartbroken for his clothes, but she would also be heartbroken for her dirty son. She would bring her son here to curse. There was nothing she couldn't curse. This was nothing. When Li Huai was still wearing open-crotch pants, he couldn't hold back his pee all day long. Therefore, he would sprinkle his pee everywhere in the backyard of the medicine shop where Old Man Yang was. Even Li this taciturn person, felt that he had let his master down and apologized to him several times. However, Old Yang never cared about it, so Li just went along with it. At most, Old Yang would use his pipe to hit that little bastard's little chick. Li Huai found it strange. Whenever he fell down, he would cry his heart out and get scolded by Old Man Yang or hit him with his tobacco pipe. However, Old Man Yang didn't hold a grudge against him and even hit him with his tobacco pipe. Of course, he would only calm down after he was tired. Then, he would move a small stool and sit at the side. He would hold his cheeks and watch Old Man Yang smoking for a long time. Li Huai squatted beside Old Yang and whispered in his ear, "Old Yang, do you have any valuable family heirlooms that you can give me a few? Anyway, you don't seem to be planning to get married and have children. Aren't you leaving them for me? Isn't it the same whether you give them to me sooner or later?" Old Yang shook his head. "I do have a few things for you, but we'll talk about it later." Li Huai sighed and said, "Don't be too late. God knows when my sister will get married. Our family is poor, so we might have to give it to my sister. If her in-laws look down on her, I'll have to rely on you to support me." Old Yang's mouth twitched. Li Huai suddenly turned his head. "Old Yang, smoke less in the future. You're already so old, but you don't know how to take care of your body. Eat more bland food and go out more often. You're cooped up here all day waiting to die. I think your body is quite strong. Climbing a mountain to pick herbs shouldn't be a problem. Alright, chatting with you is the most boring. Let's go. There are new clothes and cloth shoes in the bag. Remember to change into them." Li Huai left as soon as he said he would. Of course, he didn't forget to scold Zheng Dafeng. Then, he bid farewell to Shi Lingshan and Su Dian with a smile. It was obvious that they were close and distant. It was the opposite. The ancient temple was about 700 miles away from the Sword Water Mountain Villa in Shushui Nation. Back then, they traveled on foot, so naturally, it was slow. However, when Chen Pinggan traveled on his sword, it was very fast. He didn't go straight to the villa or even outside the bustling town. When he was still 100 miles away, Chen Pinggan rode on his sword and landed on a tall mountain. Previously, when he overlooked the mountains and rivers, he could vaguely see some clues. Not only were the mountains and rivers beautiful, but there were also clouds and mist that shrouded one of the mountain peaks like a veil. When Chen Pinggan landed on the mountain peak and sheathed his sword, a god who should be from a land appeared. He bowed to Chen Pingan and called him Immortal Master. Chen Pingan took off his bamboo hat and quickly returned the greeting. He smiled and said, "I'm just passing by. The Lord of the land doesn't need to be so polite." In the customs of his hometown in Longquan County, after one's loved ones died, they had to choose a grave to open the mountain. They had to first use stones to press paper money and place it at a specific location on the mountain. It was equivalent to renting the mountain with the local god. When the coffin was buried, paper money would be thrown out along the way. According to the old man back then, this was to buy money for the loved ones through the local god so that they could smoothly pass through the gates of hell and the road to the underworld. Chen Pingan had a deep impression of this matter. However, when he left the town for the first time, he met the local god who was still detained in Chiduan Mountain, Wei Pai. At that time, Chen Pingan was actually very disappointed for a long time. At that moment, the middle-aged local god didn't dare to stay any longer. He had a respectful expression. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the local god in charge of a mountain range was about to leave. It was because the other party was clearly a sword immortal. A small local god couldn't afford to be associated with him. If it was only a cultivator of the middle 5 realms, he naturally wouldn't want to miss it. Chen Pingan took out a pot of Wuti wine and handed it to the somewhat reserved local god. "This pot of wine is my gift for taking the liberty of visiting the mountain." The low-level god, who didn't even have the qualifications to have his name recorded in the register of mountains and rivers of the Combe country, immediately panicked. He hurriedly went forward and bent his waist to receive the pot of wine. Just by weighing the wine bottle, he knew that it wasn't something of the secular world. Chen Pingan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank the wine made by the old granny in the old house. He asked, "Lord of the land, I'm going to visit a friend at the Sword Water Manor. I wonder how the manor has been in the past 10 years. The local god carefully pondered. He didn't ask for merit, but he didn't ask for fault. He slowly said, reporting to the Immortal Master, "The Sword Water Manor is no longer the #1 sect of the Combe country. Instead, it has been replaced by the Sword Grandmaster Wang Iran's Hungdao Manor. Although this person is the younger generation of Sword Saint Song, he has vaguely become the martial arts alliance leader of the Combe country. According to the words of the Jianghu, only Wang Iran and Sword Saint Song are left to fight. Firstly, Wang Iran has successfully broken through and become a first-rate grandmaster. His sword skills have already reached perfection. Secondly, Wang Iran's daughter has married the son of a tycoon of the Combe country. Thirdly, the Hungdao Manor was the first to join the Dali cavalry when they went south. On the other hand, our Sword Water Manor has the spirit of the Jianghu. We aren't willing to rely on anyone. In terms of reputation, we gradually fell into a disadvantage." At this point, the local god hesitated for a moment, as if there was something he couldn't say. Chen Pingan said, "Lord of the land, please speak." The man lowered his voice and said, "The Imperial Court is planning to let the Sword Water Manor move. They want to build the highest standard mountain god temple below the 5 peaks. I heard that Great General Chu Hao wants to facilitate this." Chen Pingan drank a mouthful of wine and said with a smile, "Is it that Great General Chu Hao who acknowledged his ancestors with the Dali vassal lord in the art of war?" Whether it was Wang Iran or Chu Hao, they were all acquaintances. Wang Iran wasn't bad. Although his daughter, Wang Shanhu, was far inferior to him, Wang Iran's words and actions during that storm were worthy of the title of a hero. As for Chu Hao, who fought side by side with Senior Song in the past and fought with him on the battlefield, Chen Pingan didn't want to seek revenge. The battlefield and the Jianghu were 2 different places. However, now that the topic was mentioned, Chen Pingan naturally wouldn't be polite. The local god chuckled. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. It was fine as long as his intentions were clear. After all, he was still a small local god of the Combe country, while Chu Hao was in existence above everyone in the Combe country's imperial court. Of course, he had to exclude that group of civil officials who were stationed in Great Li as the retired emperor of the Combe country. Chen Pingan wore his bamboo hat and fastened the blade-strengthening gourd. He cupped his fists and thanked the local god. The local god hurriedly held the pot of wine and bowed, "Immortal Master is too courteous." Chen Pingan rode his sword and left the mountain. The local god suppressed the fear in his heart and asked doubtfully, Song Yu is only a martial artist. How did he get to know such a sword immortal? On a secluded mountain outside the small town adjacent to the Sword Water Manor, Chen Pingan sheathed his sword and went down the mountain. He walked slowly on the official road. After passing through the small town, he arrived at the gate of the Sword Water Manor. Chen Pingan took off his bamboo hat and smiled at an old gatekeeper of the villa. Please tell Old Sword Saint Song that Chen Pingan has invited him to eat hot pot. The old gatekeeper hesitated and looked at the young man. He had a sword on his back and a wine pot on his back. He should also be someone from the Jianghu. However, his face and name were unfamiliar. He shouldn't be an old friend of the manor. Moreover, it was unfortunate and inappropriate for him to visit the manor at this time. Therefore, the old gatekeeper said apologetically, Young master, our manor isn't receiving guests recently. Please go back. Chen Pingan could only explain that he and Senior Song were really friends. Back then, they had stayed in the manor for a period of time and practiced at the waterfall of the Mountain Water Pavilion. The rules of the Sword Water Manor were strict. The old gatekeeper guarded his own land and didn't like to ask about other things. Furthermore, when Chen Pingan practiced at the waterfall, Song Yu had listed the Mountain Water Pavilion as a forbidden area. Therefore, the old gatekeeper had never heard of Chen Pingan. Most importantly, although the old gatekeeper was old, his eyesight was good and his memory wasn't bad. If he saw a Jianghu friend, he would remember it. The old gatekeeper really couldn't recognize the young man in front of him. He had never seen him before. Therefore, the old gatekeeper quietly moved and blocked the side door. He didn't want this Jianghu Jr. to barge in. Currently, the manor wasn't peaceful and there were many external threats. However, the old gatekeeper believed that this time, it would be similar to the previous time when the imperial court's army pressed on the border. As long as the old manor lord was there, they would be able to turn misfortune into blessings. However, deep in his heart, the old man was still very worried. After all, Chu Hao, who liked to compete with the manor, had not only been promoted, but was also an ordinary general from the border. Now, he held great power in the court. Then there was the rapidly rising Horizontal Blade Manor. They should have been friends with the Sword Water Manor, but the Jianghu was so helpless. Everyone liked to compete for first place. That green bamboo sword immortal Su Lang from Pine Stream Country had killed the ancient Yu Kingdom's sword Grandmaster Lin Gushan in one fell swoop. The divine weapon Green Pearl that Su Lang hung at his waist was proof. Now, Su Lang believed that his swordsmanship had reached great heights and wanted to compete with the old manor lord for first place in swordsmanship. As for Wang Yiran, he wanted to compete with the old manor lord for first place in swordsmanship. As for the two manors, it was the same for two sects. However, even in his own manor, no one could say that the green bamboo sword immortal Su Lang and the horizontal blade manor's Wang Yiran were bad people. Since they were already at the main entrance of the Sword Water Manor, Chen Pingan was no longer in a hurry. He patiently chatted with the old gatekeeper. After a while, the old gatekeeper probably confirmed that this Jianghu Jr. wasn't a bad person other than speaking nonsense to fool people. He blocked the door and chatted with him. After all, he had nothing better to do. However, the old man cursed in his heart. This young man wasn't very clever. After chatting with him for so long, he drank many mouthfuls of wine from the wine pot. He didn't even ask if he wanted to drink. He didn't even ask him out of politeness. It wasn't like he would really drink a mouthful of wine. Now that he was still guarding the door, he naturally couldn't drink. Moreover, the wine brewed in his manor was very good. Why would he be greedy for the wine in his broken wine pot? It didn't smell good. But drinking or not drinking was one thing, and whether a young man like you asked or not was another. Of course, Chen Pingan had his own difficulties. The blade-strengthening gourd was only a smokescreen. Once the old man took it, he would be exposed. Chen Pingan couldn't possibly conjure a pot of wooty wine out of thin air. Moreover, he really couldn't bear to part with it. Both sides were unrelated. How could he give away immortal wine whenever he met someone? Chen Ping'an's stinginess was somewhat famous in the Jianghu. Since the old gatekeeper had nothing to do, he complained about the young man's lack of understanding. At the same time, he followed the young man's words and told him some things that the entire Combe nation knew. In the imperial court, Chu Hao had already announced that if the Sword Water Manor didn't move out of this place within a month, they would have to bear the consequences. As for Wang Yiran, he was still kind. He didn't come to the manor to cause trouble. He only invited heroes from all over to the Horizontal Blade Manor as guests to participate in the grand event. As for that green bamboo sword deity Su Lang, he would soon come here to ask for a sword. He didn't come with good intentions. If he didn't have some confidence, he wouldn't dare to play around with this kind of thing. The old gatekeeper also said that he had clearly rejected Su Lang's challenge. However, that green bamboo sword deity was still young and hot-blooded. He said that he would definitely visit the Sword Water Manor. After Chen Ping'an heard this, he remained silent. He had fought with that Su Lang twice. However, Su Lang changed sides at the last moment for some unknown reason. He turned around and cut off the head of Lin Gushan, who was supposed to be his ally. The old gatekeeper lamented, "You outsider, now you know why I didn't let you in. If it were any other time, I would have let you in. Our Sword Water Manor doesn't lack a few pots of good wine. However, this isn't the peaceful days of the past. Who knows if there are spies from the imperial court watching over the small town? Once you walk in and out, it won't be clear. Young man, think carefully. Is it worth it to get into trouble for a bit of reputation in the Jianghu? Why bother? Let's go." Chen Ping'an suddenly turned his head to look inside the door. The old gatekeeper also turned his head, thinking that someone from the manor had come to the door. In the end, there was no one. By the time the old gatekeeper withdrew his gaze, the young man had already handed him a pot of wine. He smiled and said, "Old Mister is experienced in the Jianghu. Just based on these kind words, you should accept this pot of wine." The old man was puzzled as to why the young man would look at him like that, so he didn't think much of it. He thought that this young man still had some aptitude for the Jianghu. Otherwise, he wouldn't necessarily be able to make a name for himself. The old man still shook his head and said, "If I took your wine and blocked you from entering for most of the day, wouldn't I feel guilty? Forget it. You don't seem to have much money on hand. Keep it for yourself. Besides, I'm just a gatekeeper. I can't drink right now." Chen Ping'an opened the mud seal and shook it. "You really don't want to drink?" The old gatekeeper smelled it and was tempted. However, he didn't take it. No matter how good the wine was, it didn't conform to the rules. Besides, people's hearts were unpredictable. He didn't dare to take it. However, the young man suddenly put on his bamboo hat and stuffed the pot of wine into his hands. He turned around and walked down the stairs. He smiled and said, "It seems that someone is coming. Most likely, it's someone like me. I'll go greet him on behalf of old Mister. He doesn't need to come to the manor to fish for fame." The old gatekeeper held the pot of wine and looked up. As far as his eyes could see, there was no one on the road. The young man continued to walk away slowly. The old gatekeeper didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he was still a young man. He was thin-skinned. After being rejected at the door, he found such a lame excuse to give himself a way out. The old man sighed. He couldn't bear it. However, people in the Jianghu were like this. He originally wanted to tell the young man who pretended to be a swordsman that when the manor calmed down, he wouldn't stop him if he came again. However, after some hesitation, the old gatekeeper swallowed those words back into his stomach. It wasn't a bad thing for a young man to run into a wall when he went out in the Jianghu. In the bustling town near Swordwater Manor, in a private room of an inn, there was a young man whose true age was already past 40. However, his face was becoming more and more handsome. 10 years ago, he seemed to be in his 30s. Now, he looked like a young master in his 20s. He sat cross-legged on a praying mat. He was polishing an unsheathed sword with extremely meticulous movements. The scabbard was placed across his knees. The 2 words Green Pearl were written in seal script. It was once the beloved sword of the #1 swordsman of the ancient Yu Kingdom, Lin Gushan. After Lin Gushan's head was chopped off, this divine weapon that could cut through metal like mud became his sword. There was a piece of green bamboo hanging from this person's waist. It was 2 feet and 6 inches long, the same length as the sword. An azure-clothed swordsman wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a sword on his back left the town. The beautiful woman who had accompanied this person polishing his sword with his head lowered all the way from Songshi Kingdom to this small town came to the door with light footsteps. She knocked on the door. She was both a sword attendant and a disciple. She said softly, "Master, someone has finally come to visit Swordwater Manor." The two of them were master and disciple, as well as master and servant. They had already been here for nearly 10 years. The man told her that when someone went to the deserted Swordwater Manor, it would be the time for her to draw her sword. She had been waiting at the highest point of the town for the past few days, waiting for that person to appear. She was getting a little annoyed from waiting. She believed that after this battle, her master's name would definitely spread throughout Chushui, Songshi, Tsai, and other kingdoms. However, after waiting bitterly for almost 10 years, not a single person of Jianghu had gone to Swordwater Manor. The man in the room smiled and said, "Very good." The female sword attendant retreated. She leaped onto a roof ridge. She was excited as she waited for her master's sword to be drawn. That sword would definitely be a peerless style that would reign supreme in Jianghu. Because the man in the room was the green bamboo sword immortal, Su Lang. Su Lang was not in a hurry to get up in the room. He still lowered his head and wiped the green pearl sword. Wiping the sword edge was to nurture the sword intent and constantly accumulate sword intent. The female sword attendant only felt that a day was like a year. She looked at Swordwater Manor, afraid that Song Yufan would suddenly run away. Then she looked at the inn, hoping that her master's figure would appear quickly. Finally, green bamboo sword immortal, Su Lang, who had changed into a green robe, walked out of the inn's door and stood in the middle of the bustling street that led directly to Swordwater Manor. A piece of green bamboo, which showed his extraordinary identity, hung on his waist. Su Lang held the green pearl in his hand. On the street, the sword aura was abundant like a surging tide. The pedestrians on the street were so scared that they scattered like birds and beasts. Then, someone took the lead to shout out the name of green bamboo sword immortal. What followed was shocking words, one after another. Then there were countless busybodies. They either went up the stairs or climbed up the roof to watch the battle like Su Lang's sword attendant. Among them, there were some serious-looking men and women in different positions in the town. Compared with the noisy and red-faced spectators, they were more silent. They were the spies and men of sacrifice planted here by the Combe country. The woman stood on the raised eaves of the roof with the widest view and sneered. Su Lang began to take the first step forward. The sword aura swept in all directions. The second step, one step, took him 10 feet. Some passers-by on both sides of the street, who didn't know whether they were dead or alive, began to feel suffocated and hid in the shops. Only then could they breathe a little. When the famous Jianghu sword immortal took the third step, one step was several feet away. Those spies and men of sacrifice planted in the town by General Chu, even if they were watching from afar, were shocked. There was such a fierce sword aura in the world. Su Lang's fourth step happened to leave the town's memorial archway. His sword intent and momentum had climbed to the peak of his lifetime of martial arts. But at this moment, Su Lang stopped. A Green Mountain swordsman wearing a bamboo hat came from afar. The reason why Su Lang stopped was that he didn't take the opportunity to go to the Sword Water Villa and ask for the sword, Song Yu. It was because of the sudden appearance of this uninvited guest in front of him. Because this person appeared for a moment, just at the moment when Su Lang was about to pull out the green bead in his hand, it made Su Lang's flawless state of mind and perfect momentum seem to have a trace of dust and stagnation. So Su Lang chose to stop. But he let the person come to him with one step. Su Lang had never been afraid of close combat with people, especially if the other party was a cultivator on the mountain, it would be better. The man in the bamboo hat looked very young. "I heard that you want to ask for the sword," the man asked, "but didn't Senior Song clearly refuse your competition? For a senior in Jianghu like Senior Song, it's already very meaningful. Do you still want to take an inch and want a mile? Su Lang felt that these childish questions were more ridiculous than the other. It shouldn't be asked by a person who could temporarily stop him from moving forward. The man hesitated for a moment. As long as there is a reason, no matter whether it's right or not, you can do whatever you want, right? Su Lang smiled and said, then you also want to find one? The man actually thought about it. Then he adjusted his bamboo hat and said with a smile, I've thought about it. You're delaying me from inviting Senior Song to eat hot pot. Su Lang had already returned to the perfect and flawless state of the sword heart. He slowly said, then try and see if you can block my sword. After one punch. It didn't even make Chen Pinggan use a shrinking talisman. The famous green bamboo sword Immortal returned to where he came from in a straight line, falling on the side of the small towns in that he had previously walked out of. Chen Pinggan didn't even look over there. He turned around and walked back to the Sword Water Manor. He said to himself, he should have just reached the 7th realm. No wonder he's like paper. He returned to the Sword Water Manor. The old gatekeeper was confused. Because not only did the old manor lord appear, the young manor lord and his wife also came. Everyone's expression was grave. Could it be that green bamboo sword Immortal had appeared? But the old gatekeeper only saw the green-robed swordsman who had left and returned. The old man was amused. Ayo, this kid's skin is quite thick. Forget it, for the sake of that pot of good wine, I won't bicker with this junior. Moreover, in Jianghu, sometimes being thick-skinned also had its benefits. In the old gatekeeper's vision, the young man who was constantly approaching the gate was already waving his hand from afar. Senior Song, do you want to eat hot pot? The old gatekeeper wiped his face. Young man, isn't this a bit too shameless? End of this chapter. 472. Chen Pinggan came to the gate and took off his bamboo hat. Senior Song was still wearing a long black robe, but he no longer carried a sword and looked much older. The sword saint of Combe Nation had a look of disbelief on his face as he asked with a heavy accent, Melon? Chen Pinggan didn't know whether to nod or shake his head, but he nodded in the end. Song Yuran laughed heartily and slapped Chen Pinggan on the shoulder. Good boy, you've grown so fast that I can't recognize you. Why don't you wear straw sandals and carry a bamboo box? Maybe I'll recognize you at a glance. Chen Pinggan asked with a smile, shall we go to eat hot pot? Song Yuran didn't answer the question but asked, what happened in the town? Su Lang's sword chi suddenly stopped. Is it related to you? Chen Pinggan nodded and said, I stopped him and sent him back to the town. He shouldn't come to trouble you again. He didn't make up a random reason. After all, Senior Song was an experienced man he admired very much. It was hard to fool him. However, the truth was often false and the lies were true. The old gatekeeper didn't believe it. Song Yuran's grandson Song Fengshan and his wife Liu Qian didn't believe it either. Song Yuhua was the only one who believed Chen Pinggan. He took Chen Pinggan's arm and said, since it's over, let's go inside and have a seat. What's so urgent about the hot pot? After the hot pot, you'll pay the bill and leave. How can I stop you? Besides, I can't stop you. Song Fengshan and Liu Qian looked at each other. The old gatekeeper secretly swallowed his saliva. When Chen Pinggan was about to pass by the old gatekeeper, he stopped and took a step back. He said with a smile, see, I'm very familiar with your village. Don't stop me next time, or I'll directly climb over the wall. The old gatekeeper didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He cupped his hands and apologized. Child Chen, I was blind and offended you. Chen Pinggan made a gesture of drinking with his head up. The old gatekeeper understood and gave Chen Pinggan a thumbs up. Song Yushan pulled Chen Pinggan away. Song Fengshan didn't follow him immediately. He asked softly, Old Chi, what happened? The old gatekeeper then recounted the joke that had happened earlier, and was very amused by his own embarrassing story. Song Fengshan stretched out a finger and rubbed his forehead. Liu Qian smiled and said, isn't that good? If word gets out, it'll be a great story in Jianghu. The old concierge laughed openly. They all took their seats in the hall of the villa and Liu Qian personally poured tea for them. Chen Pinggan took a sip of tea and asked curiously, Chu Hao didn't die back then? Song Fengshan shook his head and said, he's dead as can be. It's just that Han Yuanshan has taken over his identity. Han Yuanshan has always been good at disguising himself. Chen Pinggan suddenly understood. The earliest 4 evil spirits of the Brushui kingdom, the female ghost of the ancient temple, Wei Wei, Han Yuanshan, the devil cult figure who was killed by the sage of the academy, Ju Ju, in the Swordwater Villa. The last one was Song Fengshan's wife, Liu Qian. Liu Qian did it for her husband, Song Fengshan, and to promote the reputation of the Swordwater Villa in Jianghu. As for the young master of the Han family of the small mountain, Han Yuanshan was ambitious and shrewd, and his methods were not bad. He wanted to use the power of the Jianghu to rise to the center of the imperial court. No one could imagine what Han Yuanshan wanted to do in the future. Chen Pinggan did not find it strange that Han Yuanshan could do such a big thing. With Chu Hao's appearance and status, he could do whatever he wanted in the Swordwater manner. However, Song Fengshan and Liu Qian had such a big handle on Han Yuanshan. Han Yuanshan was not the real Chu Hao. Why couldn't the Swordwater manor fight back when he was so aggressive against them? Wasn't Han Yuanshan afraid that the villa would completely fall out with him and expose his identity? Song Fengshan seemed to have seen through Chen Pinggan's doubts and explained with a smile, it's just acting for people to see. It's a business deal. Chu Hao wants to use this to pave the way for the horizontal blade villa that joined him and unify the Jianghu. Han Yuanshan knows that our Swordwater Villa won't be the imperial court's lackey, so he started to support Wang Iran of the horizontal blade villa. We don't have any objections to this. Wang Iran cares about the title of the #1 sect in the Jianghu, but we don't. We want to use this opportunity to find a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, far away from the troubles of the secular world. In exchange, Han Yuanshan will use the name of the imperial court of the Combe Water country to carve out a piece of land on the mountain for us to build a new villa. That's a place with good feng shui that grandfather has long taken a fancy to. Han Yuanshan will strive to obtain the title of a river god for my wife. I'll reject all social engagements and all human relations in the Jianghu. I'll practice the sword in peace. Liu Qian wasn't an ordinary woman. Her status and intelligence were both. Where there's life, there's hope. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, take a step back. Brother Song can concentrate on swordsmanship, and sister-in-law can also seek a long future. Moreover, the ancestral land has been chosen as the mountain god temple. It's also considered a great merit. There will be ancestral yin merit to protect the descendants. But the only thing you need to pay attention to is the old senior and brother Song. You need to come here from time to take a look. If the incense of the new mountain god isn't pure, it will be cut off early. Of course, that's the worst result. Song Yushan and Song Yushan looked at each other and smiled. Chen Pinggan understood that he must have said too much. Indeed, whether it was the old senior or Song Fengshan, they were actually familiar with the things on the mountain. The old senior especially liked to wander around with a sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to buy a sword for Song Fengshan from the immortal ferry on the Earth Dragon Mountain. Chen Pinggan silently told himself that he wasn't in a hurry. He still had to stay in the villa for a few more days. After all, it was the Song family's own family affairs. Chen Pinggan was actually new here, so it wasn't appropriate for him to ask too much. In Chen Pinggan's mind, no matter how others traveled in the martial world, his martial world wouldn't be like how he defeated Su Lang with a punch today, ate hot pot with Song Yushan tomorrow, and rode his sword north the day after tomorrow. During this period, he didn't have to think about anything. It seemed that from the beginning to the end, he only had the fastest punches and the fastest sword riding. He drank happily, ate hot pot happily, learned fist techniques and swordsmanship, and had some achievements. Life should be so simple. It was getting easier and easier. It shouldn't be like this. Perhaps things would be different in the North Continent, where he was unfamiliar with the people and the land, and he would not have so many concerns. Therefore, after meeting each other, he could only ask more about other people's affairs and think about the Song family's affairs indirectly. However, there was one thing that Chen Pinggan was very clear about. To be able to give up the ancestral land of the mountain villa here, one had to be bold and resolute. Especially when Senior Song was willing to agree, it was even more difficult. For the older generation of martial world people, face was more important than the sky. Senior Song was experienced in the martial world. In fact, Wang Yiran could be counted as well. However, Su Lang, the green bamboo sword immortal of Songshi country, couldn't be counted as much. Other things aside, Su Lang's appearance this time and his sword attack in the small town was very against the rules. Because according to the old rules passed down from generation to generation in the martial world, Senior Sword Sage Song of Combing Country had publicly rejected Su Lang's invitation without any reason or excuse. He didn't even say anything like postponing the battle for a few years. In fact, it was equivalent to Song Yushan voluntarily giving up the title of the #1 swordsman. It was like a game of chess where the player threw in a piece and admitted defeat. It was just that he didn't say the words "I lost." For Song Yushan, who was experienced in the martial world, what he gave away with both hands was not only the title but also the reputation and face that he had accumulated over a lifetime. It could be said that he had given away half his life. Song Yushan just looked at Chen Pinggan with a smile. The little melon of the past was now doing well. He just didn't know if his alcohol tolerance had increased. Could he eat spicy food? Did he still believe that drinking wine could relieve the spicy taste? The old man was especially curious. Did the girl that Chen Pinggan had been thinking about become a couple after meeting her? Or did he really jinx it? Did he just say "you are a good person" to dismiss him? After listening to Song Fengshan's reasonable explanation, Chen Pinggan felt a little strange. He couldn't help but ask, "Then what's the matter with Su Lang? I saw that he was ready to use his sword in the small town." It was true. He wanted to fight to the death with the old man, not just to see who was better in swordsmanship. This time, Song Yushan personally came to explain to Chen Pinggan, "The sword god of colorful clothes country that I respected the most in the past was probably in the realm of Su Lang now." Su Lang was very talented. After he broke through the realm, he wanted to find a whetstone to help him stabilize his realm. I, Song Yushan, happened to be a swordsman and was famous enough. I was one realm lower than Su Lang. Let's call it half realm. Of course, he was the best person to sharpen my sword. In fact, Song Yushan was not interested in drinking tea. It was just that he didn't drink much nowadays. He could only make an exception during festivals. His grandson and granddaughter-in-law were very strict, just like guarding against thieves. He had no choice but to treat it as drinking the tasteless wine. It was better than nothing. The old man continued, "It's just that Su Lang made a fuss, which put me in a dilemma. If I agree to fight with him, it doesn't matter if I lose or die. But it will ruin the deal between us and Han Yuanshan." Speaking of this, Song Yushan took a sip of tea. Liu Qian quickly got up and refilled a cup of tea. Song Yushan complained, "Even if I drink a few kilograms of tea, it still doesn't taste like wine. Now Chen Pinggan is here. It's not good to treat guests with tea." Liu Qian was just about to sit down. Since her grandfather asked, she continued to stand and said with a smile, "Grandpa, Fengshan has the final say in this matter." Song Fengshan said with a straight face, "During this year's Mid-Autumn Festival, Grandpa even drank all the wine for Ledong and Little New Year." Song Yushan sighed and didn't insist. Chen Pinggan was a little happy. It could be seen that the relationship between grandfather and grandson was harmonious now. They were no longer as stubborn as before. Song Yushan continued the previous topic with a self-deprecating look, "If I lose, there will definitely be countless people who will hit me when I'm down. Even if we move in the future, they won't stop. Everyone wants to step on us, or at least spit a few mouthfuls of saliva. If I die, maybe Han Yuanshan will go back on his word and let Wang Yiran annex the Sword Water Villa. The so-called sword sage of the Sword Water country is worthless now. It's a pity that Su Lang showed off his ability and wanted to get something real after getting something fake. Common sense is that it doesn't conform to the rules of the older generation. But talking about the old rules now is just a joke." Song Fengshan wanted to say something but stopped. Song Yushan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't think too much. It's just grumbling in front of Chen Pingan. Don't you know what kind of temper I have? If I really can't let go of these superficial things, I wouldn't have agreed to do business with Han Yuanshan. In the end, it's because I'm not as skilled as others and can't break through the bottleneck in my lifetime. This gave Su Lang the chance to catch up. Who doesn't want to be the best swordsman and have no one beside them? Song Yushan took the initiative to say something to Su Lang. Then, he said something to the Jianghu that no one wanted to hear. In the past, the Jianghu of the colorful robes country was the most respected. Even if Lin Gushan of the ancient Yu country didn't know how to conduct himself, even if I, Song Yushan, didn't deserve the position and liked to travel, Su Lang was full of vigor and ambition. No matter what, the Jianghu was still full of vitality. No matter who he learned from, it was a path. Now that the old sword god is dead, Lin Gushan is dead, and I'm half dead. There's only Su Lang left. If Su Lang wants to rise to the top, no one can stop him as long as his swordsmanship reaches a certain level. I'm just afraid that Su Lang will set a bad example. In the future, the young swordsmen in the Jianghu will feel that their swordsmanship is high and rules are nothing. They can kill whoever they want. It's just like you, Chen Pingan or Song Fengshan, who are rich and rich. As long as you want to, you can of course go to the brothel and spend a lot of money. No matter how beautiful or expensive the courtesan is, you can have her in your arms. But this doesn't mean that you can humiliate and bully a decent girl when you see her on the road. Chen Pingan said helplessly, I've never been to a brothel. Catching a glimpse of Liu Qian drinking tea with a faint smile, Song Fengshan hurriedly echoed, neither have I. Absolutely not. The older, the wiser. Song Yushan turned his head and reminded Liu Qian with a smile, if a man really hasn't been to a brothel, or if he doesn't have such thoughts at all, he won't be so confident. He will just laugh it off and let it go. Liu Qian nodded gently and said softly, it seems to be so. Chen Pingan and Song Fengshan looked at each other, but Song Fengshan's eyes were full of grievance and blame. It's all because of you, Chen Pingan. How dare you blame me? How many years have you been in the Jianghu? How many years have I, Chen Pingan, been in? Chen Pingan blinked and said, anyway, I really haven't been there. Song Fengshan was stunned on the spot. This guy is so mean. Liu Qian covered her mouth and laughed. Song Yushan laughed and said, looks like you haven't been in the Jianghu for nothing all these years. Song Fengshan shook his head and turned to his wife. Bring me some wine, or I'll be upset. Liu Qian got up and went to get the wine. Song Yushan's voice was a little louder because of the light. Song Fengshan didn't drink much, and Liu Qian only drank a cup symbolically. The 2 jars of good wine that had been in the cellar for more than 5 years were all given to Song Yushan and Chen Pingan. When he heard that Chen Pingan planned to leave the day after tomorrow, Song Yushan waved his hand and said, bring me 2 more jars. If this melon skin gets drunk, I'll allow him to leave immediately after drinking, let alone the day after tomorrow. Liu Qian got up and went to get the wine without hesitation. Chen Pingan said helplessly, then I'll leave the day after tomorrow. Senior Song, I really have something to do. I have to catch a cross-continent ferry to the North Continent. If I miss it, I'll have to wait for at least a month. Song Yushan glared at him and said, then why don't you leave now? Can't you wait for a day or 2? Am I too inexperienced, or are you, Chen Pingan, too influential now? Chen Pingan muttered, they say that persuading people to drink at the table is the best way to see the justice of the martial world. Song Yushan slammed the table and said, drink your wine. I think that girl, unless she has bad eyesight, she'll never like a man like you who dilly-dallied while drinking wine. What, you're out of luck? When Chen Pingan heard this, he was in a good mood. His eyes sparkled, and he was full of heroism. It was just that he was tongue-tied when he spoke. Drink, drink, drink. Afraid of you? Senior Song, you've really tricked me. Back then, because of what you said, I was scared half to death. But fortunately, it's not a big deal. Come, drink this bowl first. To be honest, your alcohol tolerance is not as good as before. Just a few bowls of wine and your face is already red, as if you've put on rouge. Song Yushan glared at him and said, if you have the ability, don't shake your hand when drinking. Hold it steadily. If you dare to shake a drop of wine, you'll lose some of your martial world friendship. Song Fengshan and Liu Qian were secretly happy. He was still young and experienced. His ability to persuade people to drink at the table was endless and impossible to guard against. The old and the young drank until the sky turned dark. In the end, in the eyes of Song Fengshan and Liu Qian, the two had already taken off their boots and sat cross-legged on the chairs. Fortunately, Song Fengshan was controlling them and refused to give them more wine. The two were not completely satisfied. Otherwise, they would probably drink until they vomited, and then drink again after vomiting. Chen Pinggan still lived in the same house as before. It was closer to the Shanshui Pavilion and the waterfall. He fell asleep immediately. Song Yushan was not much better. He staggered back to his residence and soon began to snore thunderously. Chen Pinggan was really drunk. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes, barely maintaining a trace of clarity. There was something wrong with Senior Song's state of mind. Otherwise, the old sword sage of the Combe country had to agree to Han Yuanshan's request because he was worried about the future of the younger generation. Then, due to the situation, he had to refuse Su Lang's competition. But even so, Chen Pinggan would not have such a mentality when he saw him today. He would not admit his old age and accept his fate. However, Chen Pinggan did not ask directly. No matter how much wine he drank, he did not mention it. It was not true that a good relationship and drunk could really be unscrupulous. How many unintentional words from the people closest to them had become a knot in their hearts for the rest of their lives? In the end, Song Yushan suddenly glanced at the bamboo hat on the table and the long sword on Chen Pinggan's back. He asked, "Is the sword on your back good?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Yes." Song Yushan smiled and said, "That's good." Chen Pinggan was confused and didn't think too much about it. He couldn't care less and burped. Song Fengshan and Liu Qian looked a little lonely, but they hid it well and disappeared in a flash. Chen Pinggan had a headache from drinking. He murmured to sleep. "If there is wine in the morning, I will drink in the morning. If I am drunk, I will be an immortal. Tomorrow's worries will come tomorrow's worries." All kinds of worries and wine. Early in the morning, Chen Pinggan opened his eyes. After washing up, he walked along the quiet path to the waterfall. Of course, it was not to practice boxing. He wanted to see the words that he secretly engraved on the stone wall. In the end, he saw Song Fengshan instead of Song Yushan at the Shanshui Pavilion. Chen Pinggan walked quickly, and Song Fengshan got up to greet him. Song Fengshan smiled and said, "It's rare for Grandpa to drink without restraint. He hasn't gotten up yet." Chen Pinggan felt a little guilty. After a moment of silence, he looked around. "Isn't it a pity to move out of here?" Song Fengshan grunted, "Of course I'm a little reluctant. However, this was Grandpa's idea." He took the initiative to find Han Yuanshan. "Actually, Liu Qian and I didn't want to agree at that time. Our initial idea was to take a step back. At most, we would let Wang Yiran, whom Grandpa thought highly of, win in the battle between the sword and the saber. That would allow Wang Yiran to become the Wulin alliance of Shui country. Swordwater Manor would definitely not move. After all, the manor was Grandpa's life's work. But Grandpa didn't agree. He said that the manor was dead and people were alive. What was there to not let go of? You know Grandpa's temper. I can't persuade him." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Senior is like that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped the Shui country's army alone." Song Yushan was important to Chen Pinggan. He was very important. For some people, as long as they were still in Jianghu, everything they did was like holding the Jianghu's wine pot and pouring a cup of wine for others. The cup was full of chivalry, allowing others to take the cup and drink to their heart's content. Song Fengshan smiled and said, "Grandpa also doesn't have any thoughts about the current Jianghu. He always says that it's difficult to find a drinking friend nowadays. That's why he's like this." It seemed that his words were a little heavy. Then, Song Fengshan quickly joked, "Chen Pinggan, don't be afraid to come to our new manor to drink just because Grandpa made you drink like this. To be honest, it's also your fault. You said that you were going to leave soon. Grandpa naturally won't delay your matters. However, at the wine table, old people are all like this. It's not good to say anything soft in front of the younger generation in the family. He can only drag you to drink as much as he wants. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, I understand. Song Fengshan said, to be honest, Wei Wei suddenly sent a flying sword to Liu Qian in the manor last night. She just asked if you were in the manor now. It seems that if you answer truthfully, she will come here. I asked Liu Qian to pretend that she didn't receive the flying sword. When you left, she wrote back that she really did come and just wanted to drink with Grandpa. Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and thanked him. After drinking too much last night, Chen Pinggan roughly talked about his reunion with Wei Wei of the Shui country's 4 evil spirits. However, he didn't mention the matter of the mountain god. Chen Pinggan had to clean up the mess himself. For example, after going to the immortal ferry of the Earth Dragon Mountain, he would find an opportunity to send a flying sword message to Wei Pai of the cloud-splitting mountain. He would ask about the size of this matter, as well as the normal reactions of the Dali officials and the local imperial court. Wei Pai was the god of Dalis Northern Peak. He was far away in the Shui country in the middle of the Aquarius continent. Naturally, he was not in the Northern Peaks territory. It was because of this that Chen Pinggan was so straightforward with his sword. Otherwise, he really would have been merciful. Song Fengshan pointed in the direction of the small town. Su Lang has already left with the sword-wielding maid. I believe that there will soon be a shocking rumor that will spread throughout the Jianghu of more than 10 countries. Su Lang and a real sword immortal of the mountain fought to the death. Although he lost, it was still glorious. Chen Pinggan didn't care about the rumors. He smiled and said, I've never understood why there are sword attendants. The former imperial concubine was like this. The green bamboo sword immortal Su Lang was also like this. Song Fengshan looked a little embarrassed. Chen Pinggan asked, Brother Song also has such thoughts. Song Fengshan said in a low voice, I only dare to think about it in my heart. Chen Pinggan rubbed his chin. Originally, it was a very difficult thing to understand. But when he put himself in Song Fengshan's shoes and thought about it, he immediately understood. In any case, he, Chen Pinggan, would not even think about it. Chen Pinggan suddenly frowned. This Su Lang was really too persistent. At this time, the old housekeeper surnamed Chu quickly walked over. He stood outside the small pavilion and smiled bitterly. Green bamboo sword immortal Su Lang came secretly. He is outside the gate and wants to see young Master Chen. He said that he would like to trouble young Master Chen with a matter. In the future, there will be great rewards. Song Fengshan thought for a moment, and understood the key point. He sneered, twice you've taken an inch and wanted a mile. Chen Pinggan smiled and waved his hand, it's okay. When I came, I drank so much good wine. Song Fengshan shook his head, it's 2 different things. Chen Pinggan joked, Brother Song, you can't stop me. Song Fengshan smiled, even 10 Song Fengshans can't stop you, but you already called me Brother Song, without waiting for Song Fengshan to finish. Let's go. Chen Pinggan had already put 2 fingers together and gently touched the scabbard. Remember, don't hurt people. You can make a big movement. The sword immortal left the scabbard. Circling out of the mountain water pavilion, it soared into the sky. The golden line hung in the sky. Wherever the sword chi was, the thunder shook, and the sea of clouds above the sword chi villa shattered. Occasionally, the golden line would quickly approach the mountain master, but it would quickly continue to rise into the sky. After a moment, Chen Pinggan raised his head and smiled, let's go back. The long sword that was like a dragon turning the clouds and rain, as if it was ordered by an immortal, quickly fell to the ground and returned to its scabbard. Song Fengshan was speechless. He knew that the current Chen Pinggan's martial arts cultivation must be very frightening, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to defeat Su Lang. But he, Song Fengshan, really didn't expect that it could scare people to death. Chen Pinggan flipped his wrist and handed over a pot of wooty wine. He held back his laughter. After drinking the good wine of the villa, you should drink mine. I'm not an old senior, lying that drinking wine can relieve the spiciness. This wine can really relieve the hangover with wine. Song Fengshan opened the mud seal and smelled it. An authentic immortal wine, this is good wine. Chen Pinggan shook his head. This kind of wine is only good to drink. I never miss it. If I can drink it, I'll drink it. If I can't, I won't think about it. But Brother Song, I've been thinking about the wine of your Sword Water Villa for many years. Song Fengshan lifted the wine pot, Chen Pinggan lifted the blade-strengthening gourd, and said in unison, let's drink. Song Fengshan drank half a pot of wine and stopped drinking. Chen Pinggan stood up and said that he wanted to go to the waterfall to take a look. Song Fengshan didn't go with him. They left the mountain water pavilion together. Song Fengshan walked back with a pot of wooty wine that was said to come from Bookslip Lake. He handed the pot to the old housekeeper, Grandpa Chu, and said that it was a gift from Chen Pinggan. He said that they would talk later, and that he should give it after drinking it. The old housekeeper, who had a good relationship with Chen Pinggan back then, smiled and took the wine pot. As long as it was a gift from that young man, he would accept it regardless of its quality. There was no need to be polite. The old housekeeper said that Green Bamboo Sword Immortal had already left. Before Su Lang left, he held his sword and bowed to the villa's gate. Liu Qian, Song Fengshan, and the old housekeeper met halfway. She called Grandpa Chu, and the old man left with a smile. The couple had just walked for a short while when Song Yufan came over. Seeing his grandpa, Song Fengshan smiled and said, Grandpa, don't worry. I won't talk too much. Song Yufan patted his grandson's shoulder and continued walking to the mountain water pavilion that was still some distance away from the waterfall. After sitting down, he began to reminisce about the past. It was easy for old people to go to bed late and wake up early. Young people always didn't understand. In fact, when an old man thought about those old people and stories, young people often didn't like to listen to them. The old man had to think about it himself. Chen Pinggan broke the waterfall with a punch in the pavilion. He smiled when he saw those words. He turned around and soon left the waterfall and came to the pavilion. Song Yufan had already walked out of the pavilion. Let's go and eat hot pot. Chen Pinggan was a little shocked. It's so early in the morning. The restaurant isn't even open yet. Song Yufan smiled and said, the title of the Sword Sage of the Brushing Nation is worthless. But it's still okay to eat hot pot in front of your house. Besides, it's you who is treating. It's not like you don't pay. The shopkeeper will curse you in his mind later. The two didn't fly away like birds as before. They walked slowly. It was Song Yufan's idea. Halfway through, old butler Chu caught up with the two of them and took the bamboo hat that Chen Pinggan had left in the house. Chen Pinggan asked, are you chasing us away? Song Yufan smiled and said, the earlier you leave, the earlier you can come back next time. Can't you understand this? Don't you look like a fool? Chen Pinggan was speechless. When they arrived at the town, there was no smoke yet. There were only a few roosters crowing and dogs barking. It seemed even quieter. Song Yufan knocked hard on the door of the restaurant. It was the old shopkeeper that Chen Pinggan was familiar with. He was a middle-aged man with sleepy eyes. When he saw old sword sage Song, he smiled and said, what's the matter, Mr. Song? Song Yufan pointed at the green-robed swordsman with a bamboo hat beside him. This guy said he wants to eat hot pot. Please give him a table. The man's face and heart did not have the slightest bit of complaint. The friendship between the restaurant and the manor had been passed down from his father's generation. Although his father had passed away and it was said that the manor would be moved, the man still remembered the manor and the old manor master's kindness. He smiled and said, all right, I'll prepare it for the old manor master. It just so happens that the second floor is quiet and there are no other guests. Song Yufan took Chen Pinggan to the table by the window on the second floor. The restaurant was familiar with old sword sage Song's taste. They were familiar with old sword sage Song's taste, so they chose the best ones. Soon, the table was full of big and small bowls and plates. The hot pot began to steam. Song Yufan asked for 2 pots of wine from the restaurant, one for each of them. He said to Chen Pinggan, today, we'll drink less wine and eat more food. Chen Pinggan nodded. Song Yufan glanced at the seasoning bowl that Chen Pinggan made. It was quite bright red. Just the chopped chili alone was enough to fill half a bowl. Good, this guy is good. Chen Pinggan talked more freely than yesterday. He talked more about the things on the mountain. Among them was the trip to Hazy Mountain in colorful clothes country. Song Yufan was very restrained when drinking today. He mostly sipped wine. After hearing about Chen Pinggan's breaking of the mountain and water tactical formation and tearing down the ancestral master hall, he smiled and nodded. In this way, the ancestral master hall will be broken. Father and son will turn against each other and become enemies. Even if they won't turn against each other for a while, they may have to complain about their difficulties. Afterward, they will smile and pretend to be filial. But Lu Yundai and Lu Tingjiao both know that they can't be united. What you did is more effective than tearing down their ancestral master hall. Good job, kid. You don't kill people, but you destroy their hearts. Who did you learn from? Chen Pinggan also took a sip of wine. I learned a little from the mountain, and also from the Jianghu. Chen Pinggan then chatted about the fisherman, Wu Shuoan, the young man, Zhao Shuxia, and the young girl, Zhao Luan. He smiled and said that he had mentioned the sword water manor to them and that they might come to visit in the future. He also hoped that the manor would not embarrass him and that they would treat him well. Otherwise, the three of them would think that Chen Pinggan was bragging without a draft. In fact, he was not friends with the sword sage of the Swordwater Nation. They were just ordinary acquaintances. Song Yufan laughed. He helped to boil a piece of beef tripe and put it in Chen Pinggan's bowl. They ate all the side dishes of the hot pot and drank a pot of wine. Song Yushuang once again sent Chen Pinggan out of the town. However, this time, Chen Pinggan's alcohol tolerance had improved and he could eat spicy food. He was no longer as miserable as before, which made the old man a little disappointed. Chen Pinggan stood still with his bamboo hat on. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior, I'm leaving." Song Yufan nodded and said, "He is not handsome." "What's there to hide with the bamboo hat?" Chen Pinggan held his bamboo hat and said seriously, "It's hard to say. How a man looks can only be judged by a woman." Song Yufan scolded with a smile, "What the hell?" Chen Pinggan turned around and left with a smile. Song Yufan waited until Chen Pinggan was far away. Then he turned around and went back to the villa along the deserted street. The old man walked alone to the memorial archway where Su Lang wanted to ask him about the sword. There were some things that Chen Pinggan wanted to ask but couldn't. Su Lang talked about things that seemed to be out of topic, such as his glory in the Misty Mountain. Song Yufan's swordsmanship was not high, but he had been in Jianghu for so many years for nothing. How could he not know Chen Pinggan's nature? How could he not know that Chen Pinggan would not say such words that were more or less suspected of showing off? What was it for? Wasn't it to make this old man feel better? He told him that Song Yu was having a fever. If something really happened and he, Chen Pinggan, really asked, then he should just say it out loud and not hold it in. However, from the beginning to the end, Song Yulon's words and actions were clear, which was equivalent to telling Chen Pinggan that he had nothing on his mind, that everything was fine, and that Chen Pinggan was overthinking. Song Yufan put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. The sun was high in the sky and there were no clouds. Today was a good day. He hoped that the boy would be like this every day in Jianghu in the future. At noon, it was the third day since Chen Pinggan left the villa. A girl with almond-shaped eyes came to the Swordwater Villa in a hurry, wearing a pair of embroidered shoes. When she saw Liu Qian and Song Fengshan and heard that Chen Pinggan had left, she immediately complained that the couple was not kind and did not help to persuade him to stay for a few days. Liu Qian felt a little strange and asked her if something happened at the mountain and she wanted Chen Pinggan to help solve it. Then Liu Qian said seriously, "Regarding the grudge between you and the mountain god, as long as you, Wei, ask, the Swordwater Villa will help. But the villa will never let Chen Pinggan do it." Wei's expression was strange. "Didn't this great sword immortal tell you about the ancient temple?" Liu Qian was puzzled. "He did. Even if he did, you still dared to go back to your old business. Back then, You suffered at the hands of our grandfather and still didn't learn your lesson. You went to the ancient temple to kidnap men's young Qi. Why? Is there something else after you met? Wei Wei chuckled. There's nothing else. It's just that he likes me, but he's too embarrassed to say it. I'm actually a little moved, so I wanted to ask old Master Song to help me matchmake. The corner of Song Fengshan's mouth curled up. What kind of nonsense was that? Who here didn't know what Wei Wei really liked? Furthermore, with Chen Ping'an's temper and his current cultivation, you, Wei Wei, were already lucky that he didn't kill the demon with one strike. Liu Qian laughed and directly exposed Wei Wei. All right, don't make such a joke. If our grandfather or Chen Ping'an hears it, you'll suffer. Liu Qian glanced at the couple who looked relaxed, frowned, and asked, could it be that Su Lang died halfway because he wasn't careful when he walked and didn't come to your villa to cause trouble? Otherwise, can you still laugh? Shouldn't you wash your face with tears every day? You, Liu Qian, wiped Song Fengshan's tears, and Song Fengshan told his wife not to cry, and helped you wipe your face later. Song Fengshan couldn't stand the female ghost's teasing, so he found an excuse to get up and leave. Liu Qian then roughly told Wei Wei about Su Lang being beaten back, as well as the matter of him coming to the door to seek an audience. In fact, she had been diligently taking care of the affairs of Sword Water Villa all these years, so she knew what to say and what not to say. Otherwise, the grandfather and grandson wouldn't be so at ease with her taking care of the family. Wei Wei made a no sound and didn't find it strange at all. Seeing Liu Qian's thoughtful gaze, Wei Wei exclaimed and held her chest, so young Master Chen is already like this. His swordsmanship is godly. It really scares me to death. My goodness, if I had known earlier, I would have recommended myself to sleep with him at the ancient temple. Even if I don't like men, I would have closed my eyes and let it pass. Liu Qian threw a handful of melon seeds over. Don't say such shameless and vulgar things. Wei Wei suddenly said, I should have arrived yesterday. Alas, we ghosts can barely ride the wind and travel far away, but we really can't compare to a sword immortal riding a sword as fast as lightning. Forget it, let's not talk about this. I've been cultivating hard for hundreds of years, but I can't compare to a man who traveled for less than 10 years. It's sad. Qian, the reason why I came to you a day later was because I went to the prefecture's capital. I planned to plan something big that involved the foundation of the Great Tao. I won't tell you the details, but you'll know sooner or later. However, during this process, I found the shadow of the horizontal blade manor. That little woman Wang Shanhu is really arrogant now. I could smell the scent of rouge on her body even from a few miles away. It should be that as soon as Su Lang suffered a loss here, the spy Han Yuanshan left in the small town sent a message by flying sword. That's why the horizontal blade manor immediately took action. Wei Wei rubbed her chest with one hand and pretended to be bitter. You have to be prepared early. If my lover Chen Ping'an is still in the manor, it won't matter. But now this heartless man has run away. If Han Yuanshan also comes here, I won't be partial to you. At most, I won't help either side. Sisterly love is sisterly love, but if Han Yuanshan really wants to punish you, I can only cry secretly. In fact, Wei Wei was very curious why Han Yuanshan was so ruthless and disregarded the general situation. He insisted on making things difficult for the Sword Water Manor and forced Song Yuxuan to move out of the manor and build a mountain god temple here. The mountain monster who was killed by Chen Ping'an with one sword had been dreaming that he could rise to the sky in one step and change his position to become the new mountain god of the Sword Water Manor. As for the important matter that she did not mention, of course, it was planning for her to replace that beast on the mountain god throne. She, Wei Wei, had always been secretly competing with Liu Qian. Many sisters in the world were like this. Although they were close, they had to compete to see who had a better life. Wei Wei and Liu Qian were once one of the 4 evil spirits of the Brushing Water Country. Liu Qian, as a spirit of the mountains and lakes, had become the young madam of the Sword Water Villa. Why couldn't I, Wei Wei, be a mountain god and be superior to you? The business between the Sword Water Manor and Han Yuanshan was very secretive. Liu Qian naturally wouldn't tell Wei Wei anything. When it came to heartfelt words, it was better to say as little as possible. It also depended on the person. Otherwise, if she took it out, she wouldn't be able to put her heart back. Liu Qian thought for a while and carefully chose her words. She slowly said, "It shouldn't be a bad thing." Most likely, Chen Ping'an's action made Han Yuanshan afraid. With his cautiousness, he most likely wouldn't come in person. He just let the puppet Wang Yiran, whom he supported, come to the manor for a while. This way, the three parties won't be in a deadlock. Wei thought it was most likely so. In the battlefield where an old man and a young man once faced thousands of soldiers and horses, there was a green-robed swordsman wearing a bamboo hat. When he left the town, he didn't immediately go to the immortal ferry of the Earth Dragon Mountain. Instead, he asked a nearby mountain god who was about to be promoted. Only then did he finally understand something that Song Yufan, Song Fengshan, and Liu Qian didn't want to talk about. Why would Song Yufan fall for the Sword Dao Grandmaster and the pure martial artist? This was a secret that few people in the Sword Water Manor knew. It was just that the mountain god, who had high hopes for the imperial court of the Combe country, ruled the fate of the land and used his original supernatural power at that time, so he knew. It wasn't a big deal. No one died. Was it a small deal? Was it a small deal? It wasn't. There was once a martial artist from the central region who came from afar to the Sword Water Manor and asked Song Yufan for a bamboo scabbard. At first, he said he would buy it with a lot of immortal money. Song Yufan refused. The reason was very simple. He wanted to give the scabbard to a friend. He didn't want to sell it. Then the foreigner, whose martial arts realm was unimaginably high, told Song Yufan to think about it for 3 days. After 3 days, he wouldn't buy it. When he left, the man glanced at Song Fengshan and Liu Qian. He sneered at them like a man at the top of the mountain looking at ants. He changed the wording with Song Yufan. 2 lives were still considered as a purchase. Song Yufan was silent for 3 days. Song Fengshan and Liu Qian made up their minds. They actually persuaded their grandfather not to sell it. However, on the last day of Song Yufan's life, he handed over the bamboo scabbard and didn't take the immortal money. After that, the old man was really old. However, the old man took the initiative to have a drink with his grandson and granddaughter-in-law. He even proposed a toast to his granddaughter-in-law, Liu Qian. He said that it was the Song family's good fortune for his grandson to be able to find a daughter-in-law like her in this lifetime. In the past, he, as her grandfather, had let her down and underestimated her. Liu Qian drank the cup of wine with tears in her eyes. Finally, the old man comforted the 2 juniors, saying that it was fine. It was really fine and that they shouldn't take it to heart. It was just a bamboo scabbard. Anyway, he had never mentioned it to Chen Ping'an. They could just pretend that nothing had happened. At this moment, a mighty convoy slowly drove towards the azure-clothed swordsman. Chen Ping'an gathered his thoughts. Back when he met the local mountain god, he didn't need to mention it to the mountain god at the manor. They had already met. The mountain god naturally didn't dare. However, he still felt honored to be able to sit on the mountain peak with the young sword immortal and drink with him. The reason why Chen Ping'an didn't leave immediately and didn't return to the Sword Water Manor was that he felt unhappy and didn't know what to do. So he kept walking around, thinking about things alone. Then, he met an acquaintance. He first set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember, Book Guesthouse mobile version reading website. For 73, Chen Ping'an only took a few glances before giving way. Having been in Jianghu for a long time, he had seen all kinds of strange things in the cultivation world. He had seen a lot of things in the human world, so he had a good eye for things. There were officials of the Combe country in this convoy. They were light cavalry guards with bows and sabers on their backs. The end of their quivers was as white as snow. There were also disciples of Jianghu with calm auras. The unique way of carrying a saber in the horizontal blade manner left a deep impression on people. Chen Ping'an recognized one of the burly men with a huge horn bow on his back. His name was Ma Lu. Back then, at the waterfall pavilion of the Sword Water Manor, this was Wang Shanhu's retainer. He had a conflict with Chen Pinggan and had been loudly reprimanded by Wang Iran. In terms of upbringing, the horizontal blade manner was not bad. Wang Iran's current glory was not entirely due to Han Yuanshan. Since Chen Pinggan knew about the deal between the Sword Water Manor and Han Yuanshan, and the setback of Su Langwenjian, the situation of the manor was already set. Therefore, even though he recognized the other party, he did not do anything. Not only did he give way, but he also slowly walked into the forest in the distance. The retainer Ma Lu was loyal to his duty. He glanced at the passerby. After carefully examining him, he did not take it to heart. In a carriage, there were 3 women. The woman was Chu Hao's first wife, the daughter of the previous leader of the Combe country's Jiang Hu. In this life, she regarded the Sword Water Manor and the Song family as enemies. Back then, Chu Hao led the imperial army to encircle and suppress the Song family. It was this Mrs. Chu who added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. The other 2 women were younger, but they also had the hair and accessories of a married woman. One of them was surnamed Han. She had a baby face and a bit of childishness. She was Han Yuanshan's sister, Han Yuanxue. As a disciple of the Han family of Little Mountain, Han Yuanxue married a top scholar. She studied in the Hanlin Academy for 3 years. Her rank was not high, but she was still the most noble Hanlin official. Moreover, she wrote wonderful Bu Shu Ci. The emperor, who advocated Taoism, liked her very much. With a huge backer like the Little Mountain Han family, he was destined to have a bright future. The other young woman was Wang Iran's only daughter, Wang Shanhu. Compared to Han Yuanxue, who was a woman from an aristocratic family, the man Wang Shanhu married was even younger and more promising. At the age of 18, he was the Tanhua scholar. It was said that if it weren't for the fact that the emperor didn't like young prodigies, he would have been moved back by 2 places. Otherwise, he would have been the Zhuangyuan scholar. Now, he was already the governor of a county in the Coming Nation. In the Coming Nation's officialdom, where generations of emperors rejected prodigies, it was rare for someone to become a county official at the age of 30. Wang Shanhu's husband's territory just happened to be adjacent to Sword Water Manor's Green Pine County. The reason why the 3 women met this time was that Madame Chu had specially come from the capital to join in the fun. She wanted to see with her own eyes how Sword Water Manor's reputation plummeted in the Coming Nation's Jianghu after Su Langwenjian. Wang Shanhu had been staying nearby with her husband. Han Yuanshan's Zhuangyuan scholar husband was about to fill the vacancy. There were some exceptions. It was possible that he wouldn't stay in the 6 departments of the capital. Instead, he would go to the provincial capital to be the county magistrate. As the county magistrate of a county that was located in the same city as the provincial capital, regardless of whether he knew how to conduct himself or not, it was a laborious job. This time, Han Yuanshan came south to visit Wang Shanhu in the hope that Wang Shanhu's husband, who would be her husband's immediate superior in the future, could help take care of him. Otherwise, if the provincial governor didn't like him and the governor made things difficult for him, this county magistrate, who was the center of attention, would be ignored. When he became a local official, his original reputation and family background had always been a double-edged sword. There was a point in officialdom that was quite similar to children playing house. Whoever wore a new pair of boots would be kicked by you one by one. After they were dirty, everyone would be the same. This was the so-called one with the light and the dust. Madame Chu had a worried frown. Even though she wasn't young anymore, she maintained herself well and was still charming. She didn't lose to young women like Wang Shanhu and Han Yuanshan. Madame Chu couldn't help but feel sorry for herself. Originally, a good show had already begun with the beating of gongs and drums. She didn't expect that the green bamboo sword immortal of Songshi country, Su Lang, would actually fight twice. He didn't gain any advantage from Sword Water Manor. Instead, he let Song Yu burn that old bastard who had half his body in the ground and earned a lot of reputation for nothing. She was so sad that she couldn't help but rub her chest. She was really unlucky. In this life, she had 2 unfaithful men. Neither of them were good people. One of them, for the sake of the overall situation, took her person and also received a generous dowry that was equivalent to half of Combe Water Country's Jianghu. However, He was actually a coward. He was unwilling to burn all pretense of cordiality with Song Yu. He wanted her to wait and wait. When Chu Hao finally felt that the situation was settled, he died inexplicably. Han Yuanshan, who had taken over a magpie's nest, was even more shameless than that good-for-nothing Chu Hao. After taking her body and mind, he actually told her directly that she shouldn't think about revenge in this lifetime. Perhaps in the future, the two families would still have frequent contact. Fortunately, this time, Su Lang wanted to ask for a sword. Han Yuanshan didn't refuse her leaving the capital to watch the show. However, he wanted her to promise not to take advantage of the situation and not to take any unauthorized actions. She was only allowed to watch the fire burn across the river. Otherwise, she couldn't blame him for not taking into account the joy of intimacy and the relationship between husband and wife these years. Listen, was this something a human would say? These years, Han Yuanshan relied on Chu Hao's identity to take advantage of the right time, place, and people. Now, he was the most powerful man besides the emperor of Comb Water Country. Yet, he was still so harsh and heartless to her. However, when she was alone, she occasionally thought that if Han Yuanshan wasn't so ruthless, he probably wouldn't have reached the high position he had today. She, as Madame Chu, also wouldn't have been able to be surrounded by the wives of officials in the capital who were all titled madams. She still understood this principle. Han Yuanxue saw that Madame Chu was in a bad mood, so he gently lifted the curtain of the carriage to get some fresh air. Ever since her older brother went missing, Madame Han of Little Mountain had actually been implicated and suffered a great crime. Her father had ordered that no one was allowed to attend any banquets, and the family had shut themselves in for 2 years to reflect on their mistakes. However, later on, for some reason, she felt that the men in her family had begun to become active in the court and the battlefield again. They were even more successful than before. She only knew that the powerful great General Chu Hao seemed to be very close to Madame Han. She had also met him a few times. She always felt that the great general's gaze on her was very strange. However, it wasn't the kind of gaze that a man would look at a woman with. Instead, it was somewhat like an elder looking at a junior. As for the most popular woman in the capital, Madame Chu, she often pulled her along for spring outings. They were very intimate. This time, after hearing that Su Lang had failed to ask for a sword, Madame Chu actually wanted to return to the capital immediately. However, she and the prefectural governor's estate each received a secret letter from the capital, so she had to go out this time. In the letter that Madame Chu received, Han Yuanshan's wording was harsh. In the letter, he wanted her to take the initiative to pay a visit to Swordwater Manor. Otherwise, she could forget about being the head of the noble class in the capital in the future. Since you originally came from Jianghu, then scram back to Jianghu. Madame Chu was shocked and frightened. Her heart was broken, so how could she not be worried? Fortunately, Wang Shanhu and Han Yuanxue, these two juniors, had always been respectful to her, so she finally felt a little better. Chen Pinggan suddenly stopped. Very quickly, a large group of Jianghu people rushed out of the forest. They were all armed with various weapons, and their figures were nimble as they swarmed out. The carriages had also sensed the movement in the forest. The elite cavalry of the Comb River Kingdom wearing standard light armor immediately spread out like a net, taking out the bows and arrows on their backs. The disciples of the Horizontal Blade Manor were even more fearless. They surrounded the carriage and waited in formation. Chen Pinggan didn't know the background of this group of assassins. He roughly weighed the two sides. It was hard to say whether it was an egg hitting a rock, but it was bound to lose. Perhaps it was because Chu Hao, a general of the Comb River Kingdom who had returned to his ancestral home, had embezzled important positions in the imperial court. His reputation was really bad, so the chivalrous people of Jianghu thought that he was a traitor who brought disaster to the country. Everyone had the right to punish him. However, killing Chu Hao was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There was more or less a chance of killing the people close to Chu Hao. Chu Hao was able to have the image of the imperial court today, especially after the Comb River Kingdom became a vassal of the Song clan. In the eyes of the Comb River Kingdom's imperial court, Chu Hao helped Dali to station civil officials for his own selfish interests and suppressed many of the Combe River Kingdom's hardcore civil officials. During this process, Chu Hao naturally didn't mind acting appropriately and used his official position for personal gain. This further solidified the identity of Chu Hao as a traitor to the country. Naturally, he also made countless enemies. In the scholarly world and Jianghu, cleaning up the emperor's side became a natural trend. Madame Chu raised her hand and yawned. Clearly, she was already used to this kind of moths flying to the flame. Han Yuanxue grumbled, "These people of Jianghu are annoying. They only know how to vent their anger on us women. They can't be considered heroes." In these years, there had been more than 1 or 2 cases where the Han clan's disciples had been attacked. Even Sister Shanhu's husband had encountered an assassination because he was close to Chu Hao and Dali Barbarian. If it wasn't for the protection of Dali's secretary, Sister Shanhu would have become a widow. Therefore, when Han Yuanxue thought about how his husband was about to leave the capital and might also encounter this kind of inexplicable hatred, he was very worried. Wang Shanhu's eyes were shining and she was eager to give it a try. However, when she subconsciously reached for her waist, she was very disappointed. After she got married, her father didn't allow her to practice martial arts and carry a saber. Last time, she accompanied her husband to the water god temple to pray for rain. When they returned home, they encountered an assassination attempt. If she didn't carry a saber at the time, the assassin wouldn't have been able to get close to her. After that, Wang Yiran still didn't allow her to carry a saber. He only transferred several experts from the manor to Qingsong County to protect his daughter and son-in-law. There were more than 30 people who had sworn to kill the thieves for the country. They should have come from different mountain sects and each had their own group. Chen Ping'an's situation was a bit awkward. He could only stand in place and pretend to drink wine. He didn't want to offend both sides if a battle broke out. As for stopping these people from sacrificing themselves for justice, Chen Ping'an wouldn't do that. Probably because Chen Ping'an didn't move and was very tactful, these Jianghu people didn't bicker with him. They intentionally or unintentionally changed their path and took a detour. Suddenly, a middle-aged swordsman who had already passed by Chen Ping'an shouted, "Swordwater Manor is here to kill the Chu traitors." Chen Ping'an was a bit helpless. This was clearly forcing Swordwater Manor and the old sword saint of Combe Country to a dead end. They had no choice but to reappear in Jianghu and fight to the death with Hungdao Manor so that Chu Hao wouldn't be able to unify Jianghu. It was both a conspiracy and an open one. As long as people from both sides died today, Swordwater Manor would be stuck to their crotch with yellow mud. They would be shit even if they weren't. The more people died, the more Swordwater Manor would be placed on the fire pile of Jianghu and stand against the entire Combe Country imperial court. When the time came, the Jianghu and scholars of Combe Country would definitely go all out to promote Swordwater Manor and Senior Song as if they were injected with chicken blood. Chen Ping'an put away the blade-strengthening gourd and leaned back slightly. In an instant, Chen Ping'an came to the side of that Jianghu swordsman. He raised his palm and pressed on that person's face. With a light push, he directly threw that person dozens of feet away. He fell to the ground and fainted. Then, Chen Ping'an continued to fly backward. Finally, his figure just happened to land between the two sides. Imperceptibly, he not only blocked the elite cavalry of the convoy behind him, but also blocked the group of Jianghu warriors who were going to die generously. Several arrows pierced through the air and shot toward the Jianghu people in the lead. Chen Ping'an waved his sleeve and 3 arrows fell at an unreasonable speed and nailed into the ground. After a teenager stopped, he pointed the tip of his sword at the young man wearing a bamboo hat and green robe. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted angrily, "You are that Chu traitor? Why are you stopping our Swordwater Manor from killing the traitors?" Chen Ping'an sighed, "Go back. Next time you want to kill people, don't use the Swordwater Manor's banner." An old man suddenly shouted, "Chu Yu Yi, as the adopted son of old Butler Chu and the unofficial disciple of old Sword Saint Song, why are you unwilling to kill the enemy with us? Forget it. Chu Yu Yi's will is at the top of Jianghu. We can understand. But we are not afraid of death. So today, we don't ask you to fight with us side by side. "We just want you to give way." Chen Pinggan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The old man's method was good. As expected, when the cavalry behind him heard that he was the Chu Yu of the Swordwater Manor, the second wave of arrows was shot at him. In particular, the burly man, Ma Lu, who had spurred his horse forward, did not waste any words. After he took off his extremely eye-catching horn bow, he sat high on his horse and drew his bow like a full moon. An arrow made of fine iron whizzed towards the back of that eyesore with the momentum of wind and thunder. The local mountain god who was lucky enough to drink with the sword immortal was sweating profusely at the mountain god temple. He was regretting that he had used the supernatural power of patrolling the mountains and rivers. That year, it was almost the same. The martial artist of the central region who came to the Swordwater Manor didn't care about his spying at all. However, after that unfathomable pure martial artist got the bamboo scabbard and flew away with the wind, he threw a punch without any warning. The peak of a mountain around the mountain god temple was directly shattered. This scared the mountain god who had a high god position in the brushwater country and almost scared him out of his wits. In the eyes of this mountain god whose god position was second only to the 5 mountains of the brushwater country, the family and confidants of General Chu Hao and those Jianghu people who wanted to kill him were all reckless people. They didn't know who they had provoked. So what if Su Lang was the #1 expert in the Jianghu of more than 10 countries? Did he really think that he was a sword immortal? Didn't he know that there was always someone better than him? He must remember that in this world, there were cultivators who looked down on the world with cold eyes. Therefore, no matter what the result was, facing the green bamboo sword immortal at the town's memorial arch was just a matter of one punch. This young sword immortal didn't even use his sword. As for Su Lang going to the Swordwater Manor to remedy the situation and lowering himself, he finally got such a big movement. It was just that the young sword immortal gave Su Lang a lot of face. Otherwise, Su Lang's reputation in this life would be ruined. The mountain god made up his mind to not get involved in this muddy water. The baby-faced Han Yuanxue pulled Wang Shanhu's sleeve and asked softly, "Sister Shanhu, is he a master?" Wang Shanhu nodded and said, "Maybe he is qualified to exchange pointers with my father." Wang Shanhu firmly added, "Of course, he definitely can't make my father use his full strength. But a Jianghu junior who can make my father use 70 to 80% of his strength is enough to brag about for a lifetime." Han Yuanxue took it seriously and said in surprise, "But that person looks so young, where did he get his ability? Could it be like what was written in the Jianghu novel? Did he eat a rare herb that can increase his internal strength by 60 years? Or did he fall off a cliff and get 1 or 2 martial arts manuals?" Wang Shanhu was speechless. A real martial artist wouldn't have such a beautiful thing. Only the cultivators on the mountain would have these unreasonable opportunities that made others envious. That was why they were so overbearing, each with their noses up to the sky and looking down on Jianghu. Even a great hero like her father would complain when he mentioned those immortals who were beyond the mortal world. Mrs. Chu was amused by Han Yuanxue's childish words. This daughter of the Han family didn't have any redeeming qualities. Her only ability was that she had a good life. Dumb people have dumb luck. First, she was reincarnated into a good family, then she had a brother like Han Yuanshan, and finally she married a good husband. It was really infuriating. Mrs. Chu's eyes wandered and glanced at Han Yuanxue, who was focused on the battlefield. No matter how she looked at it, she felt unhappy. Mrs. Chu pondered whether or not she should make this little girl suffer a little. Of course, she had to control the situation well. She had to make Han Yuanxue suffer in silence. Otherwise, if Han Yuanshan found out that she dared to frame his sister, he would definitely peel off a layer of her skin. Mrs. Chu kept yawning. She glanced at those Jianghu heroes and the corners of her mouth curled up. She muttered, "Stupid fish that bite the bait so easily." One by one, they came to deliver money. "Husband, a good wife like me who is good at running a household is hard to find even with a lantern in hand." The young ranger from both sides didn't seem to make a move, but he already had 3 arrows in his hand. Ma Lu of the Hungdao Manor was famous for his archery skills in the Combe country. It was said that there was a military general among the Dali barbarians who had once hoped that Wang Iran would give up his treasure and let Ma Lu join the army. However, for some reason, Ma Lu still stayed in the Hungdao manor and gave up a great fortune at his fingertips. A light cavalry leader raised his arm high and stopped his soldiers from firing another volley of arrows. This was because it was meaningless. When a pure martial artist entered the realm of Jianghu's grandmaster, unless they had enough soldiers, they would just be adding fuel to the fire and suffering defeat everywhere. The leader turned his head, but he didn't look at Ma Lu. Instead, he looked at two inconspicuous old men. They were the military cultivators set up by the imperial court of the Combe country according to the rules of the Dali Iron Cavalry. They had real official ranks. One of them was a retainer who accompanied Mrs. Chu to the south of the capital, and the other was a cultivator from the county governor's office. Compared to Ma Lu of the Hungdao Manor, these two were real gods. One of the short old cultivators, who had been riding the horse all the way, seemed like his bones would fall apart at any time. Suddenly, his momentum exploded like a firecracker, and the long sword at his waist vibrated incessantly. Among the Jianghu people who were across the shore from the convoy, a tall and beautiful woman with a face full of despair said in a trembling voice, "It's the sword immortal on the mountain." The old man, who couldn't be judged by his appearance, gently squeezed the horse's belly. He wasn't in a hurry to unsheath his sword. The clanging sound was intimidating. The old man urged the horse forward slowly and stared at the green-robed swordsman with a bamboo hat. "I know you're not Chu Yue of the Sword Water Manor. Get out of my way and I'll spare your life." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "The immortal has come down from the mountain. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Speak properly." The old man laughed loudly. "Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? How much weight could the Jianghu of the tiny Combe country have? If Songshi country's Su Lang and the Sword Water Manor's Song Yufan were here personally, he would be willing to show some respect." However, the young man in front of him was quite strong. He could only flick him away with a finger. However, since the other party didn't appreciate his kindness, he couldn't blame him for drawing his sword. As long as he wasn't a disciple of the Sword Water Manor, he wouldn't have a life-saving talisman. Killing him would be a waste of time. General Chu had told him in private that he couldn't have a conflict with Song Yufan and the Sword Water Manor on this trip to the south. As for the others, whether they were Jianghu grandmasters or Jianghu cultivators who were just passing by and picking up scraps, killing until the edge of the sword rolled up would be considered a military merit. Chen Pinggan turned his head and waved his hand at the Jianghu cultivators. He said patiently, "Let's go. I'm sure you can see that this is no longer a place where you can get involved. I'll still say the same thing. If you want to be chivalrous in the future and kill the Chu party, will you harm the innocent? Most of you don't want to think too much about it. Then I advise you not to involve the Sword Water Manor. We still have to talk about the morality of Jianghu. You can't do everything as you wish just because you think you have the moral high ground." The old cultivator who had been riding slowly all this time had already passed the cavalry and was less than 30 steps away from the green-robed swordsman. He sneered and said, "These Jianghu worms want to leave, but they have to be able to." Did this old man agree? Do you know how much silver each of these guys' heads can be exchanged for? The one who helped you knock out is worth at least 3 snowflakes. You should be able to recognize the woman who has good eyesight and knows to respectfully call this old man sword immortal. I don't know how many Jianghu cultivators dream of becoming her. Give her a ride on the horse she's sitting on. This little widow's husband is a so-called great hero. With his own strength, he personally killed 2 cultivators from the Li dynasty. Therefore, after her husband's death, this little widow has great prestige in your Shui country. I reckon she should be worth at least a small sum of money." Chen Pinggan listened to the old man's long-winded chatter. He gently clenched his fist and took a deep breath. He quietly suppressed the irritation in his heart that was eager to use his fist and sword. Before leaving Luopa Mountain, the old man Kui Cheng fed Chen Pinggan his fist for the last time on the 2nd floor. In addition to showing Chen Pinggan the strength of a martial artist at the peak of the 10th realm, he also said a very important sentence. "Chen Pinggan, it's time for you to cultivate your heart. Otherwise, you'll become a second Kui Cheng. You'll either go crazy, or, even worse, fall into the demonic path. How much you like to reason today, Chen Pinggan will be as unreasonable tomorrow. Chen Pinggan held his bamboo hat and looked around. The sky was autumn and the heart was autumn. It was just a worry. There had to be a way to break it. Chen Pinggan retracted his gaze and looked at the old sword cultivator on the mountain. Since you have a sword, then use it. The old man glanced at the young ranger who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then, he looked further and saw the woman who was famous in the Jianghu of the country. This old man is a sword immortal. Your Ji Shui country's Jianghu is really funny. However, for you, it doesn't seem wrong to think so. The long sword was unsheathed. It was as powerful as thunder. The old man still held the reins of the horse with both hands, his attitude relaxed. The sword went out, so much so that the eardrums of both sides began to buzz and their hearts trembled. However, the other cultivator who came from the Ji Shui country's local immortal mansion knew that something was wrong. He saw the green-robed swordsman step on the tip of the unsheathed flying sword. Then, he raised his foot again, as if he was climbing up the stairs, causing the long sword to tilt halfway into the ground. The young man stood on the sword hilt just like that. The old cultivator cupped his fists without hesitation and said, "Senior, please forgive me for my offense." The sword was drawn quickly, and so was the lowering of his head to admit his mistake. Perhaps only the two opponents and the spectating cultivator would be able to see through the profundity of this technique. Chen Pinggan stepped out and landed on the ground again. He stepped on the long sword close to the ground and slid forward. The tip of the long sword pointed at him and slid backward. With a light stomp, the long sword first stopped and then rose into the air. Chen Pinggan stretched out 2 fingers and twisted it, using the sword master's sword control technique to push the long sword back into the scabbard. The old cultivator cupped his fists and continued, "Senior, you have returned the favor of the sword." Chen Pinggan had already retracted his sword control hand and put it behind his back. He put 2 fingers of his left hand together. Between his 2 fingers, there was a dazzling firefly about an inch long. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Will I repay you generously?" The old cultivator's face was expressionless, his sleeves shook. To be able to become a sea-viewing realm sword cultivator, even if he belonged to the clumsy generation of sword cultivators among geniuses, a sword cultivator was still a sword cultivator. His temperament, talent, and means of killing were all outstanding among cultivators. At the foot of the mountain, it was said that the poor learned literature and the rich learned martial arts. On the mountain, there was a saying that the poor learned hundreds of schools and the rich learned swords. A flying sword could eat a mountain of gold. Almost every sword cultivator's natal flying sword had its own unique features. And the natal flying sword of this sea-viewing realm sword cultivator was not strong in its sharpness, or even in the speed that a flying sword should have. Instead, it was in its strange trajectory, illusory, and a secret steely inscribing technique that was like a flying sword giving birth to a flying sword. In an instant, 12 identical flying swords appeared around the green-robed swordsman who was holding his natal flying sword. They formed an encirclement and then hovered in their positions, rising and falling. Without exception, the tips of the swords all pointed at the vital chi residences of the green-robed swordsman. It was unknown which one was real, or if all 12 were real. The 12 flying swords also had differences in strength. This was the only shortcoming of the secret steely inscribing technique. It could not completely make the other 11 fake swords as strong as the ancestor flying sword. The spectating cultivators frowned. Their colleague had never shown this move before. It should be a trump card. As a Dragon Gate cultivator who was more proficient in talisman and formations, if he were in the young man's position, it would be difficult for him to escape a fate of being severely injured or at least half dead. Knowing that he was an enemy of a sword cultivator, he still dared to be so arrogant and use 2 fingers to imprison the flying sword. That young man was really too conceited. Of the 2 accompanying cultivators, one was a Dragon Gate realm immortal and the other was a sea-viewing realm sword cultivator, each serving Chu Hao and the governor of Green Pine County. In fact, it was a bit of a waste of talent, especially the latter, who was just a governor of a county. He was simply a teacher to the children, a scholarly sage. But now, the great General Chu Hao was in power. He was not a selfless person. Almost all of the top accompanying cultivators were secretly arranged to serve Chu Hao and the Chu party's trusted aides. The treatment they received far exceeded that of the royal family of Combe Country. The old sword cultivator smiled. It was done. But in the next moment, the old sword cultivator's smile stiffened. The young man's hand behind his back punched out again, this time at a seemingly useless place. Blood seeped out of the old sword cultivator's mouth. Of the 12 flying swords, 10 of them that were only connected by the will of the spirit vanished. In the end, only 2 were left. One was still firmly bound between 2 fingers of the person's left hand, and the other was actually hiding a killing intent and not a trick. However, it was blocked by the flowing fist intent Gang Chi. The green robe that the young swordsman wore was clearly a high-grade robe. Spiritual chi condensed at the tip of the sword, causing the flying sword to tremble and be rejected. Chen Pingan lowered his head and looked at the natal flying sword between his fingers. He muttered to himself, "It's time to go to the North Continent to see a true sword cultivator. I heard from her that there have been many heroes in that bitter cold land since ancient times." Chen Pingan flicked his finger and threw the flying sword into the blade-strengthening gourd. In the world, the blade-strengthening gourd could not only be used to nurture swords, but it could also be used to wash swords. However, to successfully wash a natal flying sword, either the blade-strengthening gourd had to be of a high grade, or the washed flying sword had to be of a low grade. Coincidentally, this Jiang Hu was of a high grade for that flying sword. When the key flying sword was absorbed into the blade-strengthening gourd, the second flying sword that looked like an ancient painting with a layer of paper peeled off disappeared as well. It returned to its original form and trembled in the blade-strengthening gourd. After all, Chu Yi and Chu Wu were still inside. Chen Pingan said to the old sword cultivator, "Don't ask for help. They won't agree." Then he turned his head and laughed at the Jianghu people of the Combe Country. "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you running? Chop off someone's head and sell it for money. What kind of children of wealth are you?" The group of Jianghu heroes, who were unafraid of death, immediately scattered and retreated into the forest. Chen Pingan looked at their backs and suddenly felt a little bored. Presumably, even if he told Senior Song, the old sword sage of the Combe Country would not care. He would probably say with a smile like last time at the wine table, "There's nothing in the world that can't be solved by a hot pot. If there is, then have another pot of wine." Chen Pingan glanced at the cultivator who had been watching by the side. The latter nodded in greeting and had no intention of helping. In the end, Chen Pingan did not do much. He just borrowed a horse from them. Of course, it was the kind that would not be returned. 1 man and 1 horse left the place. For some reason, the old sword cultivator who had lost his natal flying sword did not dare to speak. He let the young man take away half of his life. It seemed that as long as he spoke, he would lose half of his life. The cultivators in the Dragon Gate realm would not plead for mercy. On the mountain, the Jianghu people of the Combe Country ran desperately. There were also whispers. Some said that the person was unfathomable. Could he be an immortal on the mountain who could preserve his looks? There were also people who cursed. What immortal? Even if he was, so what? Wasn't he the same as the old sword sage who had stolen his flying sword? He was just a villain. So what if this kind of person was powerful? Could he be called a hero? But there was also a young man who revered and looked forward to it. The young man still did not like that person, but yearned for that person's elegance. There was also a woman who sighed faintly. Several people leaped onto the branches to check if the enemy was chasing them. Among them, those with good eyesight only saw that the person on the road was wearing a bamboo hat. He was galloping on his horse with his hands in his sleeves. He was not at all complacent, but rather somewhat desolate. Someone tilted his head and spat. It was unknown whether it was out of jealousy or resentment, but he cursed viciously. In the end, he discovered that the green-robed swordsman seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and was so frightened that he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Chen Pinggan suddenly turned his head and said, "Wei Wei, help me pass a message to Senior Song. Tell him that the scabbard that was taken to the central divine continent, I will use the same method he used to reason with the sword water manna to return it." A wisp of faint green smoke condensed and appeared. Following a person and a horse, she rode on the wind. It was one of the four evils of the Combe country, the female ghost Wei Wei. Chen Pinggan suddenly laughed. "One more thing. It might take a long time, so I can only trouble Senior Song to wait. In the future, before I go to the central divine continent, I will definitely come and drink with him again." Wei Wei smiled sweetly. She hovered in the air, no longer following. She watched as the horse left, leaving behind a trail of dust. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book Guest House Mobile Edition website. "474. The female ghost, Wei Wei, traveled far away with the wind. Naturally, she arrived at the Sword Water Villa earlier than the team. Wei Wei returned to the villa as a guest. Song Yuran still did not show up. Song Fengshan and Liu Qian still received him. Song Yuran let Wei Wei go in the ancient temple, but it did not mean that the old sword sage of the Combe country liked her. Even if she was Liu Qian, one of the four evil spirits of the Combe country, as his granddaughter-in-law, how could Song Yuran not have a knot in his heart? However, when an old Jianghu man who scrupulously abided by the old rules returned to his home, and after some introspection, especially after the scabbard transaction, Song Yuban completely recognized Liu Qian as this person and let Liu Qian run the family. He was even willing to work hard for her to become the god of mountains and rivers in the future and took the initiative to contact Han Yuanshan. Otherwise, Song Yuran had already won the favor of the academy. What should have been a sure thing for him to break through the realm would have become an illusion. In fact, Song Yuran was very happy to meet Chen Pinggan again this time. Not only did he see Chen Pinggan become a sword sage on the mountain with his own eyes, but also Chen Pinggan's Jianghu road was like Song Yuran's. There were few pedestrians on the road. They met by chance and walked side by side in the wind and rain. There should be wine. If the first time they met, Song Yuran only regarded the young man Chen Pinggan, who carried a suitcase and traveled far and wide, as a junior worth looking forward to. Then the second time, he met Chen Pinggan, who wore a bamboo hat and carried a long sword on his back. They drank tea, drank wine, and ate hot pot together. It was more like two people of the same mind and they appreciated each other. However, this was Song Yuran's personal feeling. In fact, Chen Pinggan was still the same when facing Song Yuran. Whether it was his words or his attitude, he always treated Song Yuran as a junior. Song Yuran did not force him to change his attitude. Who in Jianghu did not want to lose face? After hearing that Song Fengshan and Liu Qian were receiving Wei Wei for another meeting, Song Yusha came to the waterside pavilion on the other side of the waterfall and sat there alone. Song Yuyen, who had not practiced with a sword for many years, placed the sword on his knees today. The name of the sword was Stillness. He accidentally found it among the stone pillars of the deep pool in front of him years ago. The same was true for the green bamboo scabbard. However, Song Yuyen had some doubts back then. It seemed that the sword and the scabbard were pieced together by a lost person instead of the original one. Stillness was, of course, a magical weapon that Jianghu warriors dreamed of. Song Yuran liked to travel all his life. He visited famous mountains and Jianghu with his sword. He had encountered a lot of mountain spirits and demons. He was able to kill monsters and demons. The Stillness sword had made a great contribution. As for the bamboo scabbard made of special materials, Song Yuran traveled all over the world and searched all the ancient books of the government and private houses. He only found a page of an incomplete book. Only then did he know that the sword was made by the martial god of another continent. He did not know which immortal had left it in the Aquarius continent after traveling across continents. Song Yuyen once asked all the immortals on the mountain about the origin of the bamboo scabbard, but he still did not have a definite answer. Some immortal masters roughly speculated that it might be a spiritual object of the Green Immortal Mountain in the Bamboo Sea Cave. However, since there was no inscription on the bamboo scabbard, there were no clues. Besides, the The bamboo scabbard could only be a stillness swordroom and was unusually tough inside without any wear and tear. Song Yuyen had only regarded the bamboo scabbard as the second best choice for the owner of the stillness sword. Song Yuyen lowered his head and looked at the ancient sword. It was still as sharp as ever. Under the reflection of the sun, it was shining and flowing. The water pavilion was filled with mist, but it could not cover the elegance of the sword light at all. Song Yuran stretched out his hand and patted the sword gently. He looked up at the waterfall that was flowing straight down like an immortal. He murmured, "Old man, we are all old now." In the conference hall, Wei told them about the beginning and the end of the battlefield and the message Chen Pinggan asked her to deliver. Song Fengshan looked dignified. Liu Qian was a calm person who did not show her emotions because of her double identity. However, after hearing Chen Pinggan's words, she knew the weight of it. She also felt a little emotional. Grandpa did not misjudge him. Song Fengshan said softly, "It's hard to say." Liu Qian nodded. After all, she was a men of sacrifice spy arranged by Dali in the Combe country. Compared with the general grandmasters of martial arts and immortal masters on the mountain, her vision was actually higher. Therefore, she was even more aware of the strength of the pure martial artist than Song Fengshan and Song Yuyen. In Jianghu, in places like the Combe country and the Songxi country, a martial artist in the 7th state was the legendary god of martial arts. In fact, the Jinshan realm was only the first of the 3 realms of spirit refining. After that, the far-traveling realm and the mountain summit realm were even more terrifying. As for the 10 realms after that, they were even more terrifying existences that would make the cultivators at the mountain summit realm feel numb. She had a rough idea of how strong the far-traveling realm martial artist from the central divine continent was. She had once used the official channels of Dallas Green Wave Pavilion to help the villa investigate the situation. The facts proved that the martial artist was not only a pure martial artist in the 8th state, but also definitely not a far-traveling realm in the ordinary sense. He was very likely to be one of the strongest far-traveling realm people in the world. He was similar to the national masters in the 9 Dan of Go. He could be an existence that could rise to the position of a country's chess player. The reason was very simple. The Green Wave Pavilion had specially sent an expert here to find Liu Qian and the local mountain god to inquire about the details. Because this matter had alarmed the regent of Dali, Song Jianqiang, if not for the fact that the outsider who forced the transaction took the scabbard and left early, perhaps even Song Jianqiang would have personally come here. However, if that was the case, then the matter was simple. After all, this Dali god of war was already a martial artist in the 10th state. As long as he was willing to help, Liu Qian believed that no matter how powerful the other party's backing was, Dali and Song Jianqiang would not have any scruples. This was no longer purely a matter of whose fist was stronger, but the general trend of the world. The Dali dynasty had now taken half of the continent as its territory. In the future, it would monopolize the fate of the entire continent. This was the Song clan's greatest confidence and reliance. Perhaps when the time came, it would not be difficult for them to become one of the top 5 dynasties in the world. Wei was someone who wished for the world to be in chaos. She sat on the chair and swayed her embroidered shoes. Madame Chu wants to pay a visit. When the time comes, should we directly fight our way out of the door, or should we treat her as a guest and welcome her with a smile? Other than that venomous Madame Chu, there's also Wang Shanhu from the Horizontal Blade Villa and Han Yuanshan's sister, Han Yuanxue. The 3 of them are a pair. It's really lively. Liu Qian smiled slightly. I'll handle the small matters. Of course, Fengshan will still be in charge of the big matters. Song Fengshan said helplessly, I still have to listen to grandfather. I'm naturally not suited to handle these affairs. Wei looked at Liu Qian and giggled. I heard that Wang Shanhu was secretly infatuated with your husband back then? Song Fengshan was indifferent. This kind of topic could not be touched. He was not familiar with the affairs of the world only because he did not want to be distracted and hoped to go further on the path of the sword. It did not mean that Song Fengshan was truly unemotional. Liu Qian smiled. A good man has a few girls who adore him. What's so strange about that? Wei Wei said without reason, "That Chen fellow is really impressive. Your grandfather's eyes are still sharp. I didn't see any clues back then. It's just that he and your grandfather are both boring. Their swordsmanship is clearly so high, but when they do things, they're always sloppy. They're not the least bit straightforward. They have to think over and over when they want to kill someone. They're clearly in the right, but they always hold back their strength when they strike. Look at Su Lang. After breaking through, he immediately came to your village without a second word and announced to the world that he wanted to ask for a sword. Even an outsider like me, even though I'm friends with all of you, deep in my heart, I feel that the green bamboo sword immortal is truly unrestrained. Walking the Jianghu, that's how it should be." Song Fengshan laughed coldly. What was the result? The petite female ghost, Wei Wei, lazily leaned back in her chair and said, "Su Lang only lacked a bit of luck. I dare say with certainty that even if this fellow was snubbed at the manor this time, this Songshi Kingdom sword immortal is certain to be the leader of the Jianghu of the dozen or so countries in the next few decades. There's no need to doubt him. You, Song Fengshan, are miserable. You can only follow behind him and eat his dust. Whether it's swordsmanship or reputation, you're not as good as that overbearing and selfish Su Lang." Song Fengshan dismissed it with a laugh. Everyone had their own fate. Moreover, the ultimate accomplishments of a swordsman still depended on the sword in his hand. Just like in the past, when the Swordwater Manor was at its peak, everyone said that the sword sage of the Comb Kingdom, Song Yufan's swordsmanship was so high that it had already surpassed the old sword god of the Rainbow Kingdom. The reason why the latter had retired and sealed his sword was because he feared Song Yufan's challenge. He was afraid that Song Yufan would one day ask for a sword. He didn't dare accept the challenge, so he took the initiative to show weakness. In reality, even though the old sword god of the Rainbow Kingdom had met with an accident and died in defeat, ending in an extremely disgraceful manner, he was still the swordsman that her grandfather respected the most in his life. There was no other. Liu Qian was a little angry. Wei Wei hurriedly put her hands together and pretended to be pitiful. She begged for mercy. Okay. My hair is long and my knowledge is short. I didn't think before I spoke. Sister Liu Qian, you're a magnanimous person. Don't be angry. Song Fengshan didn't want to be entangled with this female ghost too much. He said goodbye and went to the waterfall to pass on Chen Pingan's words to his grandfather. The female ghost, Wei Wei, had taken over the mountain. Perhaps it couldn't be said to be full of evil, but Song Fengshan really didn't like it. It was only because his wife had a good relationship with her that they could sit down and drink tea. For example, Song Fengshan was disgusted by the romantic debt between Wei Wei and Han Yuanshan. He privately advised Liu Qian that the alliance was one thing and the exchange of interests was business. However, the personal friendship between Liu Qian and Wei Wei had to stop there. This was one of the few times that Song Fengshan reasoned with his wife using her identity as the head of the family. It was precisely because of trivial matters that Song Fengshan didn't talk much about it. This reason seemed to be important. Fortunately, Liu Qian listened and did the same. Therefore, Liu Qian's words about the important matters being decided by her husband were not empty words. This was also where Liu Qian's intelligence lay. Of course, it was also the head of the family education of the Song family. Otherwise, Liu Qian could only carry the empty title of young madam of Jianshui Villa and never get the real recognition of Song Yuanshan. At that time, the one who would be in the most difficult position would actually be Song Fengshan. If Song Fengshan really left everything to her, he would be asking for trouble. He couldn't blame his grandfather Song Yuanshan for being unreasonable, nor could he blame Liu Qian. It was said that it was difficult for an upright official to resolve family disputes. In the final analysis, it wasn't difficult to reason, but difficult to reason with. Moreover, within a family, there was no one who spoke lowly words. Therefore, it was really difficult. When Song Fengshan passed by Shanshui Pavilion, the mighty convoy had already passed through the town and arrived outside the villa. Liu Qian hesitated for a moment. In the end, she still didn't let anyone inform Song Yuanshan and Song Fengshan. Firstly, the other party was a woman. Madame Chu, Wang Shanhu, and Han Yuanshan were all women. If Song Yuanshan of Jianshui Villa personally went out to welcome them, it would be too much of a fuss. Liu Qian couldn't ask for that either. In fact, it was just right for Song Fengshan to welcome them hand in hand. It was just that Liu Qian didn't want to disturb the grandfather and grandson pair. Secondly, why did the other party come right after Su Lang left? Their intentions were obvious. Jianshui Villa's seemingly declining situation was just an illusion. There was no need to deliberately curry favor with anyone. So what if the great General Chu Hao came in person? She, Liu Qian, as the spy of Dallas Greenwave Pavilion and the leader of Jianshui country, did she have enough weight? Did she have enough etiquette? Wei hid and casually wandered around the villa. In the end, she sat in the Shanshui Pavilion near the waterfall. She had nothing to do. Thinking about it, she felt that it was inconceivable. How did an ordinary-looking country bumpkin suddenly become famous? The key point was, how did a pure martial artist with a low realm suddenly become the legendary sword immortal of the mountain? Did he take the wrong medicine? If there was really such a miraculous elixir, Wei would have a lot of it. She wouldn't regret it even if she was stuffed to death. Over at the waterfall pavilion, Song Yufan had already put the ancient sword back into the stone block in the deep pool. After closing the mechanism built by the predecessors, he stood on the small mainstay with his hands behind his back. He looked up and watched the waterfall pour down, letting the mist touch his clothes. When Song Fengshan approached the waterfall pavilion, the black-clothed old man came back to his senses. He rushed into the waterfall pavilion and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" Song Fengshan then repeated the words that Wei told him. Song Yufan's expression was pleasant. Song Fengshan was puzzled. "Grandpa, you don't seem to be surprised at all." Song Yufan's face was full of smiles. He was quite proud of himself and said, "I know what kind of shit that kid is going to shit when he sticks out his butt. What's there to be surprised about? If he didn't say or do so, I would be surprised." Now that Song Fengshan had a harmonious relationship with Song Yufan, he was no longer restrained. He couldn't help but tease, "Grandpa, look at how proud you are to have a young sword immortal as a friend." Song Yufan smiled and said, "You're not convinced? Then why don't you go up the mountain and pick one up for Grandpa to take a look? If his ability and character is half as good as Chen Pinggan, Grandpa will admit defeat. How about it?" Song Fengshan was a little sad. "Grandpa, who's your real grandson?" Song Yufan laughed and said, "Of course it's the one who's not very promising. That's my real grandson." Song Fengshan was speechless. Song Yufan laughed heartily and patted Song Fengshan on the shoulder. "No matter how bad his ability is, he's still my grandson. Besides, his character isn't worse than that kid's." Song Yufan paused for a moment. "Besides, you've found a good wife now. Chen Ping'an's 8 characters are just beginning to form. It doesn't mean he's lost to you. If you hold on tight and let Grandpa have a great-grandchild, Chen Ping'an will still lose to you even if he gets married." Song Fengshan was still speechless. It sounded like a compliment, but it didn't seem to make him happy. However, Song Fengshan was relieved. Grandpa was already in a good mood after meeting Chen Ping'an. Now that he heard Chen Ping'an's words, the knot in his heart was untied. Otherwise, he wouldn't be joking with him like this. Song Yufan pondered and rubbed his chin. "It's good to have a great-granddaughter. Cultivators seek immortality. Maybe you'll have a chance to be Chen Ping'an's father-in-law." Song Fengshan couldn't take it anymore. "Grandpa, that's too much." Song Yufan stopped smiling and looked serene as if he was no longer burdened. He said softly, "Okay, I've made you and Liu Qian worry all these years because of my stubbornness. I also underestimated Chen Ping'an. I only felt that the Jianghu principles that I've respected all my life were suppressed by a foreigner who hasn't even fought yet. In fact, it's not like that. The principle is still the same. I'm just not good at swordsmanship, but it doesn't matter. There's still Chen Ping'an in the Jianghu. If I can't talk through it, Chen Ping'an will." Song Fengshan said softly, "In this way, won't it delay Chen Ping'an's own cultivation? It's a big taboo to cultivate on the mountain and get involved in worldly affairs. Song Yufan was very pleased. His eyes had never been so bright in all these years. Good, very good. If you can think like this, you won't lose to Chen Pingan. This is the spirit of our sword water villa. Song Yufan paused for a moment and lowered his voice. There are some words that I can't say as an elder. You should say those good words to Liu Qian. The sword water villa owes Liu Qian too much. You're her man. It's good to practice swordsmanship, but it's not a reason for you to ignore the efforts of the people around you. It's never right for a married woman to work hard and suffer hardships. Song Fengshan was about to speak. Song Yufan stared at him and said, Grandpa's principle is not good. Just listen to me. Look at Chen Pingan. He can't wait to remember Grandpa's words and learn from me. Song Fengshan laughed and said, I don't dare to talk back to Grandpa. I'll put this on Chen Pingan's head. The next time he comes, with his alcohol tolerance, one Song Fengshan can drink at least 2 Chen Pingan. Song Yufan nodded, I won't stop him. Song Yufan suddenly said, You're going to see Han Yuanshan. I won't talk to him. There's nothing to talk about. Song Fengshan asked, Is he hiding in the motorcade? Song Yufan nodded, If you don't believe me, we can make a bet. Song Fengshan shook his head and said, It's a bet that I'll lose. I'll go to Liu Qian now. Song Yufan sent Song Fengshan to the landscape pavilion, where the female ghost Wei Wei was still swinging her legs. Song Fengshan left quickly. Song Yufan stepped into the pavilion. Wei Wei turned her head and said pitifully, Old sword sage, don't take out an old calendar from your sleeve. Song Yufan smiled, I haven't been in Jianghu for many years. Old calendars are really old calendars. Wei Wei sighed. When the old sword sage was roaming the Jianghu, we scourges couldn't wait for the old senior to die early so that we wouldn't have to worry about you every day. We wanted the old senior to take a look at the almanac and say that today is the best day to sacrifice your sword. Now looking back, it's not all a good thing that old sword sage is gone. Just like that mountain monster, if old sword sage was still here, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly and hurt people everywhere. He even almost kidnapped me to be his wife. Song Yushan was straightforward and merciless. You despicable evil men and devils. Only by being tortured by people of the same trade can you learn your lesson. Wei Wei was so amused that she couldn't stop giggling. Song Yufan glanced at her, You're so coquettish. You've ruined the feng shui of my manner. Do you want to be punished? Wei Wei quickly sat down and asked softly, Old sword sage, can I ask you something? Song Yufan sneered, Old sword sage? How old are you, woman? Don't you know? Wei Wei was really angry to meet such a rigid old thing. It was just that the situation in Shu Shui country was treacherous, and the sword water manor was strange everywhere. Liu Qian was a heartless woman and didn't think about Wei Wei at all. She was always thinking about this shabby manor that was about to be converted into a mountain temple. As for Song Fengshan, Wei Wei didn't dare to flirt with him. If she accidentally made Liu Qian hold a grudge, it would definitely be a loss. Therefore, she could only come to Song Yufan to curry favor. Wei Wei braced herself and asked, Can Han Yuanshan use Chu Hao's skin to occupy the power of the Shu Shui country's imperial court? Song Yufan clicked his tongue, Aren't you his lover? Why don't you ask him but ask me? No wonder you can't compare to a mountain monster and a porcupine spirit. Wei Wei smiled bitterly, Old sword sage, you know what kind of person Han Yuanshan is. He likes to turn hostile and deny his debts. Even if you do business well with him, you don't know when you'll be sold out. There were a lot of people who fell for his tricks in the past few years. I'm really scared. Even if I leave the mountain this time to scheme for a small mountain god in my own mountain, I still don't dare to mention it to Han Yuanshan. I can only follow the rules obediently and send money and women as I should. I'm just worried that with the help of the sage of the academy, I'll cut off my relationship with Han Yuanshan. If I don't pay attention, I'll take the initiative and let Han Yuanshan remember that I'm a female ghost. After he empties my family, maybe the new mountain god here will take me as an example to show his power when he gets promoted. Anyway, who wouldn't be happy to kill me, one of the 4 evil spirits of the Shu Shui country? Song Yufan said, You're not stupid. Wei Wei lamented, I died because I was stupid. Now I can't be so stupid that I can't even be a ghost, right? Song Yufan seemed to have a draft in mind. I can ask Fengshan and Liu Qian to help you with your plan to get the mountain god identity. In exchange, in addition to the immortal money you should pay, you have to help us keep an eye on this place. We can't trust the local mountain god. If he destroys the foundation of this precious place, we'll be implicated even if we move. Wei asked tentatively, will you help me even if I don't ask for it? Song Yufan sneered, then just pretend I didn't say anything. You wait and see. Wei looked embarrassed and gently slapped herself on the face. Look at my stupid mouth. Old sword sage, you're a great hero. Jay's words were as firm as a nail. Otherwise, how could Chen Pinggan respect you so much? Venerable Senior, you might not know this, but back at the ancient temple on the mountaintop, all you did was strike out with a sword and you shattered that beast's mountain god golden body. After all, he was a righteous god of mountains and rivers conferred by the imperial government. What a pitiful fate of dying without a corpse. Despite that, he did not suffer any backlash from the mountains and rivers. Even such an impressive young sword immortal was extremely respectful to you, Venerable Senior. At the end of the day, you are still the best. Song Yufan stroked his beard and smiled, although it's hypocritical, it's true. Wei smiled sweetly. Unexpectedly, Song Yufan said, too much is as bad as too little. Otherwise, you'll only be disgusting. Wei was resentful. After a moment of silence, Wei asked, Old sword sage, don't you want to see the open and covert attacks over there? Song Yufan said something strange, drinking tea is tasteless. Wei said with a smile, then I'll drink with you later. However, Song Yufan only said one word, get out. Wei's embarrassment was useless. In the conference hall. Actually, there was nothing to talk about. Because the great general's wife, Madame Chu, Wang Shanhu, and Han Yuanxue could not say anything. After entering the manor, an old carriage driver with turbid eyes and a hunchback wiped his face and straightened his posture. He turned into Chu Hao. It was very surprising. Madame Chu, regardless of whether they shared the same bed but dreamed different dreams, as Han Yuanshan's wife, she could not recognize Chu Hao, let alone others. Clearly, Han Yuanshan treated Liu Qian more seriously than Song Fengshan, who was obsessed with the sword. Madame Chu was the most resentful. Back when Han Yuanshan placed the legendary Dragon Gate Realm Old Immortal by her side, she thought it was because Han Yuanshan was a heartless man. She did not expect that in the end, it was for Han Yuanshan's own safety. She thought too much. Every time the baby-faced Han Yuanxue saw the great general, Chu Hao, he felt awkward. As for Wang Shanhu, her thoughts were the purest. She just wanted to see Song Fengshan. She wanted this Jianghu talent, who she once admired, to know that she was doing well. She wanted him to know that she was married to a man who was far better than anyone in the Jianghu. He was the governor of a region and a future important official of Combe country. Song Fengshan was about to be chased out of his ancestral home and wandered the Jianghu. How could he compare? Unfortunately, when Song Fengshan saw her, he was still polite. That was all. This made Wang Shanhu feel a little defeated. Liu Qian was well aware of this, but she never thought too much about it. She just felt that Wang Shanhu never understood her husband. Even without Liu Qian, Fengshan wouldn't like Wang Shanhu. She was too delicate. It wasn't that women couldn't be proud, but they were competitive all the time, just like a little hedgehog. Perhaps there were men in the world who liked this. Anyway, Fengshan wasn't among them. There were no outsiders in the meeting hall. Even the two old immortals on the mountain were not called over. They were just cultivating in seclusion in their own houses. Even if a cultivator went down the mountain to enter the mortal world, he had to be calm. Otherwise, it would not be tempering his state of mind, but wearing down his cultivation and wasting his Taoist heart. Liu Qian and Han Yuanshan talked about some serious matters that the three women could talk about. Then, she took the initiative to leave with the three women, leaving only Song Fengshan and the most powerful official of the Combe country. The four women strolled in the villa. This was the second time Han Yuanxue had visited. He still felt it was a novelty. He was naive and spoke without restraint. He lamented that it was a pity to move away and not live in such a place. Liu Qian pulled this young lady, who was still naive even after becoming a married woman, to chat and laugh. Madame Chu was in the territory of her mortal enemy, the Jianghu manor. She felt uncomfortable all over. It was only because her own man didn't support her that Jianghu manor received a blessing in disguise. Due to the interference of an outsider, not only did they forcefully obstruct Su Langwenjian, they even let the entire Jianghu of Combe Nation know that the Jianghu manor had such a friend. In the future, it would be even harder for her to make things difficult for the Jianghu manor and Song Yu. Wang Shanhu was a little absent-minded. Although she married an elegant scholar with a promising career and had a harmonious relationship with her husband, it was inevitable for a woman who was used to drinking in the Jianghu from a young age to have a trace of regret. She buried it deep in her heart. Every time it was late at night, when she was alone, or when she heard the trusted aide of her maternal family casually mention the recent Jianghu feud, Wang Shanhu's heart would ripple. When Han Yuanxue talked about the assassination on the road and the blue-robed swordsman who appeared out of nowhere, Mrs. Chu and Wang Shanhu pricked up their ears almost at the same time. Liu Qian did not hide anything. She smiled and said, "That person is our grandfather's friend." Liu Qian suddenly kept them in suspense. Actually, Shanhu and Yuanxue know each other. Han Yuanxue widened his watery eyes and pointed at himself. "I know such an immortal. Why didn't I know?" Wang Shanhu was suspicious, but she did not ask anything. It was as if she would be inferior to Liu Qian if she did. Mrs. Chu, on the other hand, was quick-witted. She smiled and asked, "Could it be that young man who fought side by side with old sword sage Song?" Liu Qian nodded. "That's him." Wang Shanhu frowned and her face turned pale. Han Yuanxue was stunned for a moment. She touched a sore spot. "Is it the shabby young man who exchanged swordsmanship with Sister Shanhu?" Liu Qian was helpless. Such a naive girl was lucky. Otherwise, how could she live without her family? Liu Qian did not want to add more frost to Wang Shanhu's heart. She smiled and said, "That's right. That person visited the manor this time and defeated Su Lang. When he drank with our grandfather, he told him about the horizontal saber manor's saber style. It was still fresh in his memory. He had never seen it on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain. When my grandfather mentioned that Manor Lord Wang's saber skills were superb, he also agreed." Although Wang Shanhu knew that she was being polite, she still felt a lot better. After all, her father, Wang Iran, had always been an indomitable existence in her heart. However, Han Yuanxue sprinkled a lot of salt on her wound. He asked in a daze, "Sister Shanhu, didn't you say that the young sword immortal was not Manor Lord Wang's opponent? But that person was able to defeat Green Bamboo Sword Immortal. Then Manor Lord Wang should not have a big chance of winning." Wang Shanhu turned a deaf ear and did not say a word. In her heart, she was angry at Han Yuanxue for speaking without thinking. She also felt resentment toward her old enemy. She also felt palpitations and fear. Back then, the young man who smelled of dirt and poverty was now the happiest sword immortal on the mountain. What should she do? She did not want to believe it. She did not dare to believe it. But she knew that it was the truth. Would the horizontal saber manor that her father worked hard to manage be implicated because of her impulsiveness? She had heard that the style of the cultivators on the mountain had always been to seek revenge, and it was never too late. They would never find a reputable peacemaker in Jianghu, sit down, raise a cup, and forget the enmity with a smile. Liu Qian said softly, "Shanhu, don't worry. That person is my grandfather's friend. Moreover, he is not like the legendary cultivators. Instead, he is more like a Jianghu person." Wang Shanhu squeezed out a smile and nodded to express her gratitude to Liu Qian. However, Wang Shanhu's face became more and more unsightly. At the Immortals Ferry on Earth Dragon Mountain that bordered Shu Shui country and Songshi country, there was a green-robed swordsman wearing a bamboo hat leading a horse. Along the way, there were two things that spread like wildfire throughout Shu Shui country. There were already storytellers who were good at business who began to exaggerate. Songshi country's green bamboo sword immortal and Su Lang's sword fight with Song Yufan. In a small town outside the manor, they met a top-notch immortal who cultivated on the mountain. They fought 2 soul-stirring battles, especially the second one. It was said that on that day, Sword Chi soared to the sky and covered the earth. The wind and clouds changed. It could be said to be the greatest battle in Jianghu in the past 100 years. Even if the old sword god of colorful clothes country came back and fought in Su Lang's place, he might not be able to achieve such a feat, not to mention the old sword sage Song Yufan who watched the battle with folded arms. No one doubted that in the next 60 years, Su Lang would be the #1 martial artist in the Jianghu of dozens of countries. Then there was the righteous Jianghu warriors led by swordswoman Xiao. They fought a bloody battle with a group of Chu rebels and suffered heavy casualties. Their bloodlust was aroused and they displayed the heroic spirit of Shu Shui country. Their immortal aura might not be comparable to Su Lang's, but their chivalry was not to be outdone. Chen Pinggan did not care about these. He made a special trip to Qingfu Square. Back then, he had visited this immortal shop with Xu Yuanxia and Zhong Shanfeng before parting ways. He tied his horse outside the 5-story Qingfu Square. The couplets on both sides were the same as they had seen in the past. Honest to all, my price is fair. Put yourself in my shoes, please come back later. Chen Pinggan walked in. Soon, a young woman came to welcome him. The wording was the same. The appraisal of heavy weapons was on the 1st floor, the spiritual weapons were on the 2nd floor, and the magic weapons were on the 3rd floor. Chen Pinggan asked an old man if he was still in charge of observing on the 2nd floor. The woman nodded and said yes. Chen Pinggan politely declined her company and went to the 2nd floor. After knocking on the door, the old man saw that the guest was not accompanied by the woman from Qingfu Square. He was puzzled. Chen Pinggan looked at the big table. The decorations were the same as before. There was the delicate incense burner with the fragrance and the green potted cypress plant. The branches were curled and extended horizontally. On the branches, there was a row of little people in green. When they saw that there was a guest, they stood up and bowed. They spoke in unison and said joyous words. "Welcome, honorable guest, to our shop. May you be rich." Chen Pinggan took off his bamboo hat and laughed. He was very happy. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, Book Guest House mobile version reading website. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.